Part 1 of the Detection of Forgery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Detection of Forgery by Douglas Blackburn and Captain Watham Cadell. Introduction. The object of this little work is to assist those who may occasionally be called upon to form an opinion as to the genuineness of signatures, alterations in checks, and the very doubtful documents that demand the serious consideration of business men by way of a preliminary to taking further steps. It is the first attempt published in England to explain the principles upon which the comparison and examination of handwriting are conducted by experts. It is, and can only be, an outline of suggestions how to begin. For no two experts follow precisely the same methods, any more than two painters work on the same lines. Both agree in recognizing certain rules and general principles, but each strives for his objective point by the employment of those means which experience, temperament, taste, and opportunity suggest. The study of the elementary rules of their art puts them upon the road for perfecting it, after which success can only be attained by rightly reading the signs that lead to the ultimate goal. In reading these chapters, the student should begin by practicing that self-help which is essential to success. He must read with pen and notebook. It is with the object of compelling this valuable habit that no illustrative examples are given in the text. It would have been easy to fill many pages with script illustrations, but experience shows that a much greater impression is made upon the memory by the hand forming the outlines describing than if they were provided in pictorial form. In other words, the student should supply this purposeful omission by himself constructing the illustrations from the description. The trifling extra time and trouble thus demanded will be amply repaid by the ease and rapidity with which the various points will be fixed in the memory. Nor is this the only advantage to be gained. The act of reproducing the illustrations cited will emphasize and render clear technical and mechanical features that would require many words to explain, with the attendant risk of confusing the mind by mere verbiage. The material and opportunity for practicing and studying the comparison of handwritings are abundant. Every letter written or read affords a subject, and in a surprisingly short space of time the student will find himself instinctively noting and analyzing peculiarities in handwriting that probably never arrested his attention before. The principles of the art are exceedingly simple and free from complexity, and many a person who takes up the study will find that he possesses powers of analysis and observation unguessed before. The most successful expert is he who observes most closely and accurately, and the faculty needs only the spur of an objective point for it to be developed. After a little practice, experience will suggest many methods of examination and test not dealt with here. For example, photographic enlargements can be and are utilized with great advantage by bringing out minute details, especially in signatures, erasures, and alterations. Interesting experiments can be made with a view to discovering the effect of different kinds of ink, important in settling the question whether the whole of a particular writing was done with one fluid, and at the same time, or at intervals. The study of erasures and alterations of figures or characters also comes within the scope of developments of the art which it is not deemed necessary to deal with at length in these pages, for after experience will suggest their use and the best methods of procedure. For the beginner, the instructions given in the chapters that follow will be found amply sufficient to direct him how to take up a fascinating and practical accomplishment, and this, with no further aid than his own judgment, perseverance, and powers of observation and deduction. Chapter 1. The Principles of Handwriting Analysis. The principle on which experts claim to be able to detect variations and to differentiate between handwritings is based on the well-established axiom that there is no such thing as a perfect pair in nature. That, however, clothes the apparent similarity between two things. A careful examination and comparison will reveal marked differences to those trained to detect them. This is especially true of everything that is produced by human agency. Everyone knows how difficult it is to keep check upon and eradicate certain physical habits, such as gestures, style of walking, moving the hands, arms, tricks of speech, or tone of voice. These mannerisms, being mechanical and automatic, or the result of long habit, are performed unconsciously, and there is probably no person who is entirely free from some marked peculiarity of manner, which he is ignorant of possessing. It is a well-known fact that the subject of caricature or mimicry rarely admits the accuracy or justness of the imitation, although the peculiarities so emphasized are plainly apparent to others. Even actors, who are supposed to make a careful study of their every tone and gesture, are constantly criticized for faults or mannerisms plain to the observer but undetected by themselves. It is easy, therefore, to understand how a trick or a gesture may become a fixed and unconscious habit through long custom, especially when, as in the case of a peculiarity of style in handwriting, there has been neither criticism on it nor special reason for abandoning it. Every person whose handwriting is developed and permanently formed has adopted certain more or less distinctive peculiarities in the formation of letters of which he is generally unaware. The act of writing is much less a matter of control than may be supposed. The pen follows the thoughts mechanically, and few ready and habitual writers could, if suddenly called upon to do so, say what peculiarities their writing possessed. For example, how many could say offhand how they dotted an I? Whether with a round dot, a tick, or a dash, whether the tick was vertical, horizontal, or sloping, what was the proportional distance of the dot from the top of the I. Again, ask a practised writer how he crosses the letter T, whether with a horizontal, up or down stroke. It is safe to assume that not 1 in 1,000 could give an accurate answer, for the reason that the dotting of an I and crossing of a T have become mechanical acts, done without thought or premeditation, but as the result of a long-formed habit. It is these unconscious hand gestures and mechanical tricks of style that the handwriting expert learns to distinguish and recognize. The unconsidered trifles that the writer has probably never devoted a minute's thought to, and which come upon him as a surprise when they are pointed out to him. Their detection is rendered the more easy when one knows what to look for from the fact that they are, unlike gestures and tricks of voice, permanent. A mannerism may not strike two observers in the same way, nor is it easy to compare, for it is fleeting, and the memory has to be relied upon to recall a former gesture in order to compare it with the last. It is not so with a hand gesture in writing. The sign remains side by side with its repetition for careful and deliberate comparison, and if the writing be a long one, the expert has the advantage of being in possession of ample material on which to base his judgment. A popular fallacy. One of the most frequent objections offered by the casual critic when the subject of expert testimony is discussed is to the effect that people write different hands with different pens, and he probably believes this to be true. A very slight acquaintance with the principles on which the expert works would satisfy the spontaneous critic of the fallacy of his objection. A person who habitually writes a fine, small hand, sloping from right to left, may believe that he has altered the character of his hand by using a thick, soft quill, reversing the slope to what is called a backhand, and doubling the size of the letters. All he has done is to put on a different suit of clothes. The same man is in them. The use of a thick pen does not make him put a dot over the I where before he made a horizontal dash. It does not turn a straight, barred T into a curved loop. Neither does it alter the proportionate distance between the letters and lines. It does not make him form loops where before he habitually made bars, or vice versa. And if he formerly made a U with an angle like a V, he will not write the U with the rounded hook. Neither will it cause him to drop his habit of adding a spur to his initial letters, or curtail the ends and tails that he was wont to make long. In short, the points to which the expert devotes his investigation are those least affected by any variation in the character of the pen used and the hand gestures which have, by constant usage, become as much part of the writer's style as his walk and tone of his voice. It follows, therefore, that the work of the handwriting experts consists in learning how to detect and recognize those unconscious or mechanical signs, characteristics or hand gestures that are a feature in the handwriting of every person. No matter how closely any two hands may approximate in general appearance. However, similar two hands may seem to the casual and untrained observer very distant, and unmistakable differences become apparent when the student has been taught what to look for. There is no more certain thing than the fact that there has not yet been discovered two handwritings by separate persons so closely allied that a difference cannot be detected by the trained observer. Every schoolmaster knows that in a class of pupils taught writing from the same model and kept strictly to it, no two hands are alike, although in the early and rudimentary stage, but before the hand has attained freedom and approached a settled character, the differences are less marked. So soon as the child has been freed from the restraint of the set copy and the criticism of the teacher, he begins to manifest distinct characteristics, which become more marked and fixed with practice and usage. There is no writing so uniform as the regulation hand used, and wisely insisted upon, in the civil service and familiar to the general public in telegrams and official letters. Yet it is safe to say that there is not a telegraph or post office clerk in England who would not be able to pick out the writing of any colleague with which he was at all acquainted. Duplicates not existent. But the best and most decisive answer to the objection that writings may be exactly similar lies in the notorious fact that during half a century experts have failed to discover two complete writings by different hands, so much alike that a difference could not be detected. Had such existed, they would long ere this have been produced for the confuting of the expert in the witness box, particularly when we bear in mind that the liberty, and even the life of a person, have depended upon the identification of handwriting. That there are many cases of extraordinary similarity between different handwritings is a fact. If there were not, there would be very little occasion for the services of the expert. But it is equally a fact that the fancied resemblance becomes less apparent as soon as the writing is examined by a capable and painstaking expert. It should not be forgotten that it is not every person who undertakes the comparison of handwritings who is qualified for the task, any more than every doctor who diagnoses a case can be depended upon to arrive at an accurate conclusion. But if the tried and accepted principles of the art be acted upon, there should be no possibility of error, always assuming that the person undertaking the examination has a sufficiency of material for comparison. An expert who valued his reputation would, for example, be very cautious about giving an emphatic opinion if the only material at his disposal were 2 or 3 words or letters. It is quite possible that a clever mimic might reproduce the voice of another person so accurately as to deceive those who knew the subject of the imitation. But let him carry on a conversation in the assumed voice for a few minutes, and detection is certain. In like manner, while a few characters and tricks of style in writing may be fairly well imitated, it is impossible to carry the deception over a number of words. Sooner or later the forger lapses into some trick of his own, and it is here the trained observer catches him. The expert, like the caricaturist, lays himself out to note the peculiarities of his subject, knowing that these are particularly beyond the control of the writer, and that the probabilities are that he is not even aware of them. Peculiarities in handwriting, like unchecked habits in children, become in time crystallized into a mannerism so fixed as to be part of the nature, and consequently are difficult of eradication. As a matter of fact, a peculiarity in handwriting is more often cultivated than controlled. Many writers regarding a departure from orthodox copybook form as an evidence of an educated hand. The law of probabilities. In examining a writing for comparison with another, the expert notes all peculiarities which he labels, for distinctive reference, tricks. When he has recorded as many as possible, he looks for them in the writing which he has to compare. Suppose that he has taken note of a dozen tricks, and finds them all repeated in the suspected writing. The law of probabilities points to a common authorship for both writings, for it is asking too much to expect one to believe that there should exist 2 different persons, probably strangers, who possess precisely the same peculiarities in penmanship. This principle of the law of probabilities is applied in the case of the identification of persons wanted by the police. For example, the official description of an absconding forger runs as follows: He has a habit of rubbing his right thumb against the middle finger as if turning a ring. He frequently strokes his right eyebrow with right forefinger when engaged in writing. When perplexed, he bites his lower lip and clenches and unclenches his fingers. Now there are, probably, thousands of people who do every one of these things singly, but the chances are millions to 1 against there being 2 people who do them all as described in the official placard. In like many there may be a multitude of writers who form an F or K with a peculiar exaggerated buckle. Thousands more may make certain letters in the same way, but to assume that there are 2 persons who possess equally the whole 12 characteristics noted by the expert is to strain coincidence to the breaking point of absurdity. Therefore it follows that it is the weight of cumulative evidence of similarity in the production of usual tricks of style that proclaims a common authorship for 2 apparently different writings. It may be, and often is, the case that the peculiarities or tricks in the original have been imitated in the suspected writing. As a result of his experience in knowing what to look for in a copied document, the expert is not deceived. However good the copy, there are always apparent to the trained eye evidences that prove another and stranger hand. Plain is the difference between the firm, clear line of the drawing master and the broken saw-edge effort of the pupil. Habitual observations trains the eye to an extent that would scarcely be credited unless proved by experiment. The art of observation cannot be taught. It must be the outcome of practice. The most the teacher can do is to indicate the lines on which the study should be carried out, and offer hints and suggestions as to what to look for. The rest is in the hands of the student. Chapter 2. Measurement and its appliances. The appliances necessary for the work of examination are a good magnifying or reading glass of the greatest power obtainable, a pair of fine compasses or dividers, a horn or celluloid protractor for measuring angles of slope, and a clearly marked scale rule. Suitable articles will generally be found in any ordinary case of mathematical instruments. A simpler and equally accurate method of taking measurements of handwriting is by the aid of the transparent paper known as foreign letter paper. It is usually of quarto size, very thin and transparent, and is ruled horizontally and vertically, dividing the sheet into tiny squares. It is laid over the writing to be examined, and the various measurement marks are made with a finely pointed lead pencil. The lines and squares are used for measurement as the parallels of latitude and longitude are used on a chart. For example, a letter is said to be so many lines high, so many lines wide. One of the tiny squares should be carefully divided into 2, or if possible 4 parts, so as to ensure finer and more accurate measurement. A letter may then be measured in parts of a line, being described, for example, as height 6 3/4 lines, breadth 2 1/2 lines. It is of course important that the same gauge of ruled paper be used uniformly, otherwise the measurements will vary. If the student has had practice in the use of the dividers and scale rule, he may prefer to employ these, but the ruled paper and a finely pointed lead pencil will be found sufficient for most purposes. A paper specially prepared for surveyors, ruled in squares of 1/8 of an inch, may be obtained. For measuring the slopes of letters, a transparent protractor is necessary. The letters measured are all topped and tailed small letters, and all capitals having a shank. Letters like O, C, Q, S, and X can only be measured approximately. The method of applying the measurements of heights and angles of slopes is shown in the case illustrated by the table on page 15. The subject of inquiry was a signature containing the letters B, lowercase l, K, B. The measurements of these letters in the forgery are given at the top of the table, and show the height and lines and angles of slope in degrees. The measurements of the corresponding letters in 12 genuine signatures are shown in the table as examples 1 to 12. The total is averaged by dividing by 12. The presumption in favor of the suspected signature being a forgery is strongly supported by the arithmetical result. A difference of more than 2% in angle of slope and 3% in height may be safely relied upon as ground for suspicion, for it is rarely that a man's signature varies so greatly within a brief period. In the absence of the explanation provided by illness, intentional change in style, or other abnormal circumstances, such a difference as is shown in this example will justify a belief that the suspected signature is by another hand. Chapter 3. Terminology. In order to render the description of a writing perfectly clear, a system of terminology is adopted which is invariable. That is, the same terms are always employed in indicating the same parts of a letter. These are simple, and for the most part self-explanatory, so that no effort is required to commit them to memory. Every part of a letter has a distinctive name, so that it would be possible to reproduce a script character very closely by a verbal description. The following are the terms used in describing a letter. Letter means the whole of any script character, capital or small, for the sake of brevity in notes and reports. Capital is written C, lowercase p, small, capital S, lowercase m. Arc. An arc is the curve formed inside the top loop or curve, as in F, M, H, O. In O, the inside top half of the letter is the arc. The inside bottom half is the hook. Buckle. The buckle is a separate stroke added to such letters as K, F, and capitals A, F, H. Beard. The beard is a preliminary stroke that often appears in capital letters. Body. The body of a letter is that portion of it which rests on the line and could be contained in a small circle. For example, in a small d, the body consists of the circle and the final upward curve or toe. In a small g, the body is the circle minus the tail. I is a small circle formed by the continuation of a stroke as in the shoulder R. Finals. A final is the finishing stroke not carried beyond the shank in capitals, and in a few smalls like Y, G, Z. Foot. The foot of a letter is that portion of it that rests on the line. Small m has 3 feet, H has 2, etc. Hook. The hook is the inside of a bottom curve. It is the opposite of the arc. Link. The link is that portion of the stroke which connects two letters. Broken link. A broken link is a disconnection in the link joining two letters. Loop. A loop is that portion of a letter which forms the top or tail. Unlooped tops and tails are called barred. For example, small f has 2 loops. Top and bottom, F, H, L have 1 top loop. G, Y, Z have 1 bottom loop. Shank. The shank of a letter is the principal long downstroke that forms the backbone. Shoulder. The shoulder is the opposite of the top of the curve as seen in small m, n, o, h. Small m has 3 shoulders, n, 2, h, 1. Spur. The spur is to the small letter what the beard is to the capital. It is the initial stroke. Tick. A tick is a small stroke generally at the beginning of a letter, sometimes at the end. Toe. The toe is the concluding upward stroke of a letter, as seen in small e, n, h, and c. Whirl. The whirl is the upstroke in all looped letters. It is a continuation of the spur in B, H, F, L, and is always an upstroke. Chapter 4. Classes of Handwriting. For convenience and differentiation, handwritings are divided into the following classes. Practically every type of writing can be placed in one of them. Vertical hand. A vertical hand is one in which the tops and tails of letters form as nearly as possible a perpendicular with the horizontal line. The best example of this class of handwriting is that known as a civil service hand, familiar to the general public through telegrams and official documents. Backhand is a hand in which the general slope of the characters is from right to left. Italian hand is the reverse of a backhand, the slope being at an acute angle from left to right. It is a style fast going out of fashion, and is almost invariably the handwriting used by elderly ladies. Its most pronounced characteristic is its sharp angles and absence of curves. Open hand. An open hand is one that generally approximates to the vertical, its distinguishing feature being the wide space between the letters. The best example of it is that known as the Cusack style of writing. Closed hand. A closed hand is the opposite of an open hand, the letters being crowded together and generally long and narrow with the slope from left to right. Greek hand. This is the name given to a type of writing that closely approximates to the printed character. Many letters, both capital and small, are formed to imitate print, particularly the capitals T, X, Y, R, B, D, and the smalls E, F, G, H, J, K, P, R, T, V, W, X, Y, Z. It is a hand frequently found in the writings of classical scholars, literary men engaged in work entailing careful research, and often is an evidence of short sight. The wavy hand is generally vertical. Its characteristic is an undulating serpentine waviness. Little or no distinction is made between barred or looped letters. There are no rounded shoulders to the M and N, and the word many would be written by 5 small u's. In round body letters like A, D, G, the circle is rarely completed, but is left open, so that small a becomes u, and small d may be mistaken for it, with the I undotted and T uncrossed. Despite its geometrical and calligraphic inaccuracy in detail, this hand is generally written with great regularity, that is, the characters, though incomplete, are always uniform in their regularity. The E is never open, but is an undotted I, and N is U, but when the peculiarities of the writer become familiar this hand is often very legible. Flat hand. A flat hand is a type of handwriting in which the characters have an oblate or flattened appearance, the O, A, G, and C being horizontal ovals, like the minim and breve in music. The tails and tops are generally short, with wide loops. It is nearly always a vertical hand. An eccentric hand is one that presents various marked peculiarities and departures from the standard rules in the formation of certain letters, and cannot be placed in any recognized class, though it may approximate to one more than to the other. The round or clerical hand is a writing that preserves a close affinity for the round, regular hand of the average schoolboy, with the difference that while the characters are formed on regular copybook model, the hand is written with a considerable fluency and firmness. It is generally only a little out of the perpendicular, sloping slightly towards the right. Chapter 5. How to examine a writing. The examination of a writing generally consists in making a careful comparison between it and another or others, the object being to determine whether all are by the same hand. The writing which is in a known hand, or as to the authorship of which there is no doubt, is usually called the original, and is always referred to by this name. The writing which has to be compared with it, and which practically forms the subject of the inquiry, is called the suspect. The suspect should be marked capital A, B, C, D, and C, and put away without examination until the original has been thoroughly mastered. This is more important than may appear at first sight, for the confusing effect of having the two types of writing in the eye and mind before one type is made familiar is highly prejudicial. Any inclination to look at the suspects first should be firmly resisted. Let us assume that the object of the examination is to discover the writer of an anonymous letter, one of the most frequent tasks of the handwriting expert. The material in hand is the anonymous letter, which in such a case may be called the original, and half a dozen specimens of the writing of suspected persons. These suspects are numbered from 1 to 6, or marked capital A, B, C, and lowercase c, and put aside until the original has been thoroughly studied. The first thing is to examine the paper and envelope, noting its quality, watermark, size, and any feature that may afford a clue. It is always safe to presume that the paper is in every respect unlike that commonly used by the writer, just as it is equally safe to take it for granted that the writing it contains will, so far as its general appearance goes, be the reverse of the normal hand of the author. That is, if it be a heavy backhand, the writer probably uses a hand approximating to the Italian, though too much weight must not be attached to this theory. Next, note the general style of the document as a whole, whether the margin between top, bottom, and size is large or small. A writer who habitually begins at the top left-hand corner, very near to the edge of the paper, will often betray himself by repeating the habit. It is a very common sign of an economical disposition. Note whether he crowds his words and letters near the ends of lines or leaves a good margin. Clerks and those engaged in official work rarely crowd their final words, preferring rather to leave a wide space and go on to the next line. Note whether the hyphen is used to divide words. Many writers never divide a word, others do it frequently, with or without the hyphen. Measure the average distance between lines, if unruled paper is used, and make a note of the average distance. Measure the distance between words and strike an average, noting if words are connected without lifting the pen. It may be found that this joining is only done when certain letters from the final of the first word join and the initial of the word connected. Look carefully for such. Note particularly the slope of the topped and tailed letters. Note the punctuation, whether frequent and accurate or otherwise. Determine the class to which the writing belongs. Read the document carefully, noting any peculiarities of languages, eras, or Americanisms in spelling, such as favor for favor, color for color, and such. The substitution of z for s in such words as advertise and such. Examine with the glass any words that may have been crossed out or rewritten, noting particularly letters that have been mended or touched up. Note whether the horizontal lines have a tendency to slope up or down. Note particularly letters with 2 or more feet, like A, D, H, K, M, N, and such. It will be found that a certain regularity in formation exists in most writings, if the A be formed like an O, the toe not touching the line, or an N with the second foot high up like a bearded R. These peculiarities should be carefully noted. Some writers go to the other extreme and carry the second foot below the line, so that A becomes a small q. Too much time cannot be devoted to this aspect of handwriting, as it presents features of which the writer is probably quite unconscious, and therefore affords valuable evidence. Next study the topped and tailed letters, noting whether they are looped or barred, that is, formed by a single stroke. It will be often found that certain letters are always looped, others barred. Take careful note of such. If both barred and looped letters appear to be used indiscriminately, count and average them. In any case, a characteristic will be revealed. Examine and classify the loops. Note whether they are long or short, rounded or angular, wide or narrow. Devote special attention to the arc, shoulder, and hook. Note also any differences of thickness between the up and down stroke. Test the degree of clearness and sharpness of stroke by means of the glass, and carefully look for the serrated or ragged edge, which will assist in determining the angle at which the pen is held. Chapter 6. The Alphabet in Detail. If the instructions so far given have been acted upon, the student will have familiarized himself with the general character of the writing under examination. He should now proceed with a detailed examination of each letter, beginning with the smalls and taking them in alphabetical order. Take a sheet of tracing paper and trace each small a, letting them follow each other on the line with about a quarter inch of space between each letter. During the process of tracing, the eye must be on the alert for peculiarities, notably the roundness or otherwise of the circle as a whole, the curve or angle of the arc and hook, the relative position of the toe. Note the shank, whether looped or barred, whether the top of it is above or below the body of the circle, whether it is vertical or sloping from right or left. Having compared all the a's, count them, and decide which form most frequently recurs. This may be taken as the normal a of the writer. The following are the principal points to be considered in examining succeeding letters. B. Note the spur, its length, how far up the shank it meets it, whether the shank is barred or looped. The character of the loop. Note particularly the toe, which also forms the link. This is a very significant hand gesture. It may be low down, making the B literally L-I, or it may be a horizontal bar, an angle, or a neat semicircle. Its formation offers large scope for variation and should be very carefully studied. Compare the toe with the corresponding stroke in F, O, V, W. Note whether it is joined with an I, and observe its average distance from the bottom on baseline. C. This letter, when an initial, is frequently begun with a spur, often with a dot or tick. When connected with the preceding letter, the link may make the C into an E. It is sometimes disconnected from the preceding letter. Note whether this is characteristic. D. Apply the same test as in examining small a, noting whether the shank is barred or looped. E. Examine the spur and initials. Closely observe the loop. Look for any recurrence of the Greek E. Examine and compare the specimens given in the examples. Many writers have a habit of forming an E as an I and adding the loop. Look out for this with assistance of the glass. F. This is an important letter, giving scope for numerous varieties of form. Examine and classify the loops, noting which is longer, the top or bottom, whether one or both are barred. The eye and toe are pregnant with material for observation. Examine the various forms of this letter given in the examples. G. Like the preceding letter, this one has many varieties of form and will repay careful study. H. The characteristic portion of this letter is the hook, forming its body. Note how it is joined to the shank, whether it starts from the line or high up, whether the shoulder is rounded or angular, whether the foot touches the line and remains above it, whether the shank is looped or barred. I. This is an important letter because of the dot, which is made mechanically. After noting whether the shank is spurred as an initial, special attention must be devoted to the dot. Dots are of various forms. They may be a wedge-shaped stroke, sloping in any direction, a horizontal dash, a tiny circle or semicircle, a small V, or a perfect dot. Examine them all through the glass, and compare them with the comma, which often partakes of the same character as a dot. Note also its relative position to the shank, whether vertical, to the right or left, and its average height and distance from the shank. Much may be learned from a careful examination of the dot, and its every variation and characteristic should be most carefully noted and classified. J is important for the same reason that makes the I significant. There are several forms of it, but the dotting offers the most valuable evidence. K. This is the most significant and valuable of the small letters, as it offers scope for so much originality and irregularity in its formation. The characteristic features of the small k lie mainly on the body. Few writers form a K alike. Although it may belong to the same class, the number of variations that can be rung on the body is surprisingly large, ranging from the regulation copybook model to the eccentric patterns shown in the examples. Special attention should be devoted to the eye and buckle, for it is at this junction of the two strokes forming the body that most writers exhibit their peculiarities. L. The same principles of examination apply to this letter as to the small e. Note carefully the character of the loop and examine the position of the spur. M and N offer ample material for examination. As an initial, the first stroke is sometimes exaggerated, approximating the letter to the capital M or N. Note the formation of the shoulders and the relative heights and width. Also, by means of a line touching the tops of the shoulders, note carefully and compare the last shoulder with the first. This letter presents great extremes in formation. The shoulders may be high and well rounded, or even horizontal, or there may be sharp angles, turning the M into IN and the N into U. Note the distance between the shanks and observe whether it is uniform. O. This letter owes its main importance to its connecting link. Note whether it is carried low down, making the letter like an A, whether it is joined to the body by an I, and if the toe is curved or angular. Note also the general conformation of the circular body and compare the toe with that in B, F, V, and W. P. There are several forms of this letter, and a writer who affects one of them generally repeats it often. The shank may be barred or looped, wholly or in part, especially when used as an initial. The body generally offers ample material for examination. Q is also a letter with which great liberties are taken and is the subject of several variations. Some writers make no distinction between G and Q, and the final stroke often supplies the main characteristic of this letter. R. This important letter has two forms, the square or eyed and the hooked. Many variants are employed in forming it, as the specimens in the examples show. Many writers unconsciously form a habit of using both R's, but with a certain degree of system. For example, one may use the hook R always as a final, and the eyed R as an initial. The formation of the eye should be specially studied, with the shoulder, which may be formed as a semicircle, an arc, a straight bar, or an angular V. The hooked R is equally rich in varying forms, and the letter forms an interesting study. S. This is a letter of such frequent recurrence in the English language that it not unnaturally has become the subject of a variety of forms, and this despite the fact that its regulation shape is exceedingly simple and rudimentary. The majority of writers have one favorite form of the letter, which, like the K, becomes characteristic. T. This letter is important because of its frequent recurrence and on account of the variations of form, the bar or crossing being the most fruitful in material for observation. There are two usual forms of the T, the hooked and crossed, and the barred, and they are equally valuable and characteristic. The crossing of a hooked T, like the dotting of an I, is so mechanical an act that it often reveals important evidence. The cross stroke, when closely examined, will be found to present many variations. It may be a fine horizontal line, a curve, a heavy short dash. It may be ticked or dotted at either end or both. In short, there is scarcely an end to the numerous forms this important hand gesture may assume. Then its relative position to the shank tells much. It may be high up, not touching the shank, low down, neatly struck at right angles to the shank, or it may be omitted altogether. In some circumstances a T is crossed, in others left uncrossed. For example, the T at the beginning of a word may be invariably uncrossed, but the final T never. These are the peculiarities and characteristics the student has to keep a watchful eye for. The other form of the T is known as the bar T. It is generally uncrossed, and often the buckle is an important feature. A careful examination of the examples will suggest the lines on which the analysis of the letter T should be conducted, and at the same time reveal the richness of material at the disposal of the student. U. Note whether the two shanks are uniform, whether the letter is spurred as an initial. Average the distance between the shanks, and observe the conformation of the hook, whether rounded or V-shaped. V. The important feature of this letter is the toe. Its formation must be carefully noted as in F, O, hooked R, and W. W. Apply the same test as to U and V. Note the uniformity otherwise of the shanks and hooks, and study the varied forms given in the examples. X. This letter lends itself to tricks and variations, and few letters depart more from the orthodox copybook form in actual practice, as is shown in the examples. Y. Note the spur and its relative position to the shank. Note the tail and its average length. Z. This letter offers good material for study in the detection of mannerisms. Its body is the most significant part, as it is capable of so many variations. It may be angular or well curved. The eye may be large or exaggerated, or merely suggested. Like K and X, the form once adopted by a writer is not usually departed from to any great extent. Chapter 7. The Capitals. Owing to their large size and more complex form, the capital letters offer much more material for tests than the smalls. They yield more scope for tricks and eccentricities, though at the same time their extra prominence and the clearness with which their outlines strike the eye of the writer render it more likely that he will detect glaring departures from the orthodox model. In other words, a writer would probably pay more attention to accuracy in forming, and particularly in copying, a capital than a small letter. This is generally found to be the case in signature forgeries, the capitals being, as a rule, much nearer the original than the small letters. But there is this great advantage in favor of the student in examining capitals. The strokes, being more expansive, supply a larger field and material for examination. For example, a ragged or diamond stroke in a much flourished capital like M, W, R, and B would be more apparent than the same kind of stroke in a small letter. There is no need to take the capital letters seriatim, as was the case with the smalls, for the same principles and rules for examination apply in both cases. The same care is necessary in examining the arcs, hooks and shoulders of loops with their general conformation. The angle of slope is more noticeable in capitals, and they reveal the characteristics of the writer more than small letters. Persons who profess to delineate character from handwriting always pay great attention to the capitals, doubtless with good reason, and as the result of long experience. An examination will show that about 10 capitals can be formed with 2 disconnected strokes. They are A, B, F, H, K, P, Q, R, T, and X. These are known as double capitals. These doubles should be carefully looked for, and the frequency, or otherwise, of their recurrence noted, as it is probable that they will be found to be nearly always used under the same circumstances. That is, a writer may have a habit of beginning with the double capital when possible, but revert to the single form of the same letter in the body of the writing. Another writer will almost invariably disconnect the capitals from the rest of the word, while a third as regularly connects them. Some writers affect the more simple form, approximating to the printed character. Others again indulge in inordinate flourishes, particularly in their signatures. Such writers prove easy prey to the forger. A feature very easy of detection in capitals is the diamond. It is formed by a sudden thickening of the downward stroke. It is particularly noticeable in the writing of those who have been instructed in the old-fashioned school, where a distinction between the heavy downstroke and the light upstroke was insisted upon. The diamond habit once formed is very difficult to eradicate, and trace of it always remain in the writing of persons thus taught. An important and significant part of a capital letter is the beard. It is an automatic trick, and always repays careful examination. It may be a spurred, ticked, or dotted beard, but in any case the initial stroke must be carefully examined, whatever form it may assume, for the oft emphasized reason that it belongs so essentially to the clue-providing class of unguarded and unpremeditated automatic strokes that are overlooked by the writer. Variations in the form of a capital must be noted, and a record kept, for, however great the variety, it will be found that one particular form is more used than another, and may be regarded as the normal type of the writer. A peculiarity of some writers is the use of an enlarged form of the small letter for a capital. The letters so made to serve a double purpose are generally A, C, E, G, M, N, O, P, Q, S, U, V, and W. They are referred to as small capitals. Chapter 8. Punctuation. The ampersand and is a symbol that provides excellent material for clues to tricks and mannerisms. It varies in form from a mere V-shaped tick of almost indeterminate character to an ornate thing of loops and flourishes. It is very sparingly employed by illiterate persons, and some educated writers avoid its use under the impression that, like the abbreviation of words, it is vulgar. In a few high-class ladies' schools its use is sternly repressed, and there are many fluent and habitual writers who never employ this sign. This in itself supplies a useful clue to characterization. Others, again, only employ it in such combination as and company and circumstances, though this latter abbreviation is, as often as not, written etc. by many persons. The dash occurs very largely in many writings, and particularly in those of ladies, who regard it as a universal punctuation mark, and employ it indiscriminately as comma and full stop. Many persons of both sexes invariably make a dash below the address on an envelope, using it as a kind of final flourish. A close examination of the samples provided in such a writing will reveal many valuable idiosyncrasies. It may be a bold, firm, horizontal line, a curve with a tick at either end, or both, a wavy line, or even an upward or downward line. Note, also, the ragged edge, as it affords an important clue to the style of holding the pen. The dash is so essentially an unpremeditated and mechanically formed hand gesture that it often betrays more of the character of the writer than any other letter. Cases have been known in which the writer of an anonymous letter has successfully concealed all his characteristics, but in putting the final stroke in the form of a dash he has so far forgotten himself as to produce, quite unconsciously, what was probably one of his most pronounced hand gestures, thus providing a clue which led to ultimate conviction. Punctuation is rarely a marked feature of English handwriting. It is said that many of our leading literary men practically leave this important phase of their work to the printer's proofreader. An examination of 100 private letters by different hands will show a marvellous scarcity of punctuation marks, and few correspondents use or appear to know the use of any stop other than the comma and full point, the dash being made to do service for all else. The mark of interrogation is fairly often used, and its formation gives scope and material for careful examination. The examples offer suggestions of the form and direction eccentricity sometimes takes. The colon and semicolon are very little used by average writers, and when they are, it is generally inaccurately, but nearly always under the same circumstances, which should be carefully noted. The quotation marks are still more rarely employed, and it will be found on examination that most people form them wrongly. The accurate style is this: quotation mark down, quotation mark up, but as often as not the initial quotation has a dot at the top instead of the bottom. Another almost universal omission is that of the full point after initials to a name, after ESQ, and in the initials of a postal districts, as EC, WC. The addressing of an envelope affords interesting and valuable material for clues, for it will generally be found that a writer who uses punctuation marks at all will do so with automatic regularity under the same circumstances. The shape and general formation of stops and marks must be carefully examined and classified, for they belong to the significant unpremeditated class of hand gestures, and are, therefore, valuable as clues to peculiarities. The ESQ that generally follows a man's name on a letter addressed to him partakes much of the character of a symbol like the question mark or exclamation mark, and, being automatic through usage, is therefore valuable. Most writers use a uniform style in shaping it, and the 3 letters that go to make up the abbreviation are fortunately of a kind that lend themselves to characterization. Notice also the position of the possessive sign in such words as men's, writers. If accurately placed, the writer may be presumed to understand punctuation, and will give evidence of it in a long writing. Chapter 9. Paper and Watermarks. The brownish tint of old age which paper needs to help out a fraud is obtained in various ways, sometimes by steeping in a weak solution of coffee, but in other cases by holding it before a bright hot fire. This latter device is, fortunately, not easy of accomplishment, considerable care, judgment, and even luck being needed to ensure a satisfactory result. In our own case we have failed persistently in the attempt, the paper becoming tinted so unequally as to excite remark at first sight. All the old pattern of letter paper was almost uniform in size, post quarto, and the watermark is invariably very distinct, explainable by the fact that the art of close weaving the wire mould was not then brought to its present state of perfection. The watermarks are very fairly imitated by means of a pointed stick dipped in a solution of spermaceti and linseed oil, melted in water and stirred till cold. or equal quantities of turpentine and Canada balsam shaken together. The same result may be attained by the use of megop, a mixture employed by artists. The detection of this watermark fraud is simple and infallible. If the suspected document be moistened with lukewarm water, the spurious watermark disappears immediately, but if genuine, it becomes plainer. The worn and dingy appearance inseparable from age in the letter is accentuated by rubbing it lightly with a dirty duster. The effect is usually obvious under a strong glass, the passage of the dirty cloth revealing itself in minute parallel lines. Very little care is needed to distinguish between paper that has been taken from books and the genuine letter paper of the period. To begin with, such letters are always on single sheets. In genuine cases, the sheet is as often as not a folio of 4 pages. In the majority of cases, the bogus sheet is of no recognized size. If taken from a book larger than posto quarto, it has had to be cut to conceal the tear. This operation has made an irregular size sheet, too small for posto quarto, too large for the next size. In the genuine writing paper, all 4 edges are usually rough like those of a banknote. If the sheet has been abstracted from a book, one edge must have been cut or trimmed. Again, such paper is of unequal thickness, the writing paper of the period being much smoother and finer than the printing paper, while in parts it is almost certain the ink is run, as it does on a coarse absorbent paper. This is a sure sign that the paper is printing and not writing. Further, such paper is certain to show signs of wear at the bottom edges where they have been handled and exposed, while that part of the page which has been closest to the inside edge of the cover is generally cleaner, and shows less sign of wear. In many cases the impression of the book binding is plainly visible. A careful examination and comparison of a few sheets of genuine letter paper of the 17th and 18th centuries with the blank leaves found in printed books will reveal differences so marked that mistake is scarcely possible afterwards. It often occurs that grease marks interrupt the forger, knowing that he cannot write over them, and that they are hardly likely to have existed on the paper when it was new, and when the letter was supposed to have been written, he avoids them. The result becomes apparent in unequal spacing of words and even letters. On one occasion a really excellent forgery, which had successfully withstood all the tests we had applied, had its real character revealed by a curious oversight on the part of the forger. It was an early 17th century document, and our attention was arrested by a peculiar uniform smudgy appearance, such as results from blotting with a hard, unabsorbent, much worn sheet of blotting paper. At the period of the presumed date of this document blotting paper was unknown, writings being dried by means of a specially prepared fine powder called pounce, sand, or a powder containing fine crystals of metal intended to give an ornamental gloss to the ink. Close examination under the microscope revealed the truth. There were no signs of pounce or any other drying powder, the crystals of which are usually plain to the unassisted eye, but there were distinct signs of the fibre of the blotting paper left in the ink. Another forgery we discovered through the presence in the centre of the sheet of paper of a very fine square outline which enclosed a slight discoloration. The sheet had, as usual, been removed from a book, and the square outline was a faint impression of a book plated which had been affixed to the opposite page. The discoloration was caused by the ink on the book plate. It should be superfluous to have to remind intelligent and educated persons that it is necessary for a collector of old documents to make himself familiar with the peculiarities, habits, and customs of the period in whose literary curiosities he is dealing. Yet fact compels the admission that extraordinary laxity and even ignorance exist on these points. We are acquainted with a collector, by no means uneducated, who gave a good price for a letter purporting to be by Sir Humphrey Davy, the inventor of the miner's safety lamp, enclosed in an envelope. He was ignorant of the fact that envelopes were unknown until 1840, 30 years later than the date of this particular letter. Envelopes supposed to have been addressed by Dickens have been offered for sale and purchased, bearing postage stamps not in circulation at the period. One would imagine that a forger would pay sufficient attention to his materials to be on his guard against the blunder which earned the perpetrator of the Whalley will forgery penal servitude. He put forward a will dated 1862, written on paper bearing in a plain watermark the date 1870. Another indiscreet person asked the court to accept a will written and signed with an aniline copying pencil, but dated years before that instrument had been invented. Both the works by Dr. Scott and Mr. Davies, given in the list, show samples of watermarks of the various periods affected by forgers of literary documents. Chapter 10. Inks. Examination for determining whether a writing has been done at one time, or added to later, necessitates some acquaintance with the nature and qualities of ink. In the ordinary case the assistance of a chemist is necessary, but enlarged photograph shows up minute differences with amazing accuracy. In the majority of instances, alterations are made some time after the original has been written, in which case a difference in the shade of the ink will be perceptible, even to the unassisted eye. This is particularly true when the now almost universal blue-black ink is used. The period required for an edition to become as black as the older writing depends very much upon the character of the paper. If this be smooth and hard, and the writing has not been dried with blotting paper, but allowed to dry naturally and slowly, it will become black much quicker than if the paper be rough and of an absorbent nature. A fairly reliable test is to touch a thick stroke of the suspected edition with a drop of diluted muriatic acid, as much as will cling to the point of a pen. Apply the drop to the suspected edition and to the older writing at the same moment, and carefully watch the result. The newer writing will become faint and watery, with a bluish tinge almost instantly, but the change will be slower in the case of the older writing, taking 10 or even 20 seconds. The longer the period required for the change, the older the writing. The same acid test is applied to prove whether a writing is in ordinary ink or has been lithographed or photographed. If the two latter, the acid will have no effect. On more than one occasion collectors have purchased as original autographs of celebrities which proved to have been lithographed or photographed, but the persons so deceived had generally been inexperienced amateurs. When the difference between a written and printed signature has been once noticed, it is hardly likely that an observant person will be deceived. It is, however, as well to be carefully on guard against this contingency, for modern photography and process printing have been brought to such a degree of imitative perfection that it is easy for a not too keen-eyed person to experience great difficulty in forming an opinion in the absence of the acid test. Fortunately that is infallible. It must, however, be admitted that up to the present no great success has attended efforts to determine how long an interval has passed between the writing of the original and the suspected edition. Broadly speaking, the most that the expert can hope to gain from an examination of ink under these circumstances are hints, clues, and suggestions, rather than definite reliable facts. Fortunately, it often occurs that a suggestion so obtained proves of immense value to the trained or careful observer, though it might convey no conviction to others. As in the case of nearly all deductive reasoning, the handwriting expert becomes sensitive to slight suggestions. If called upon, as he sometimes is, to explain to others how and why one of these slight and almost imperceptible signs fit in with his theory, he fails. Therefore the cautious expert, like a good judge, is careful in giving reason for his judgments only to cite those which are self-evident. Many an expert has made a poor exhibition in the witness box by failing to convey to a jury the impression produced on his own mind by a slight piece of evidence, the proper understanding and interpretation of which can only be grasped by those who have learned how to recognize faint signs. The process of chemically testing inks for the purpose of ascertaining the points mentioned is quite simple, and is distinctly interesting. In a very important case, the services of a qualified chemist will probably be requisitioned, but the cost of the necessary material and the time required to make oneself proficient as a capable tester are so slight that even the small fee that would be charged by a chemist is scarcely worth paying. The materials necessary are a few test tubes, some bottles of lime water, diluted muriatic acid, a solution of nitrate of silver in distilled water, in the proportion of 10 grains to the ounce, some camel hair pencils, and clean white blotting and litmus paper. The whole need not cost more than half a crown. The method of using these materials is best illustrated by describing a test often needed by autograph collectors. A very common method employed by forgers to give an appearance of age to the ink used in spurious old documents is to mix with ordinary ink, muriatic acid, oxalic acid, and binoxalate of potash. The presence of these coloring agents can be detected in the following manner. In the first place, washing the letter with cold water will make the ink become darker if acid has been used to brown the ink, but the following test will settle the point beyond dispute. With a camel hair's brush, wash the letter over with warm water. If, as sometimes happens, a sort of paint or colored Indian ink has been used, this will be immediately washed away and disappear, leaving a rusty smudge. If not, applying the litmus paper to the wetted ink and the presence of acid will be shown in the usual way by the litmus paper changing colour. If genuine, wetting makes no difference. Next, pour a drop or two of the water from the writing into a test tube from off the letter, add a little distilled water and 1 or 2 drops of the nitrate of silver solution. If muriatic acid has been used to colour the ink, a thick white precipitate will be seen in the tube immediately. If not, pour a few more drops of the water, which has been washed over the writing, into a second test tube, add a little distilled water and a few drops of lime water. A white precipitate will be seen in the tube if either oxalic acid or binoxalate of potash has been employed. In many cases it will be sufficient to place the tip of the tongue to a thick stroke. An unmistakable acid test will be noticed. Further and fuller particulars of the methods resorted to by forgers to stimulate ancient documents will be given in the chapter on autographs. It is sometimes important to know whether a stroke has been made over another, as in the famous case in which the real issue turned on the question whether an apparent alteration in a signature was really a pen mark made to indicate whereas the signature should sign. It was obvious that if the mark was made first the signature would be over it. If, as was suggested, the mark was added in an attempt to alter or touch up the signature, it must have been written over the signature. In cases of this kind, an enlarged photograph leaves no room for doubt. The ink is seen lying over the lower stroke as plainly as a layer of paint in a picture can be seen overlying the stroke beneath. This is one of those apparently difficult points which become marvellously simple when dealt with in a practical manner. Pages might be needed to explain what a very simple experiment will reveal at a glance. Take a word which has been written long enough for the ink to have become dry, and make a stroke across it. For example, make a letter T, without the bar, then after a lapse of an hour or two, add the crossbar. When this is quite dry and has become as dark as the first mark, examine it with a good glass. The ink of the added bar will be seen plainly overlaying the vertical stroke, but any doubt can be promptly removed by taking an enlarged photograph. Even when the second stroke is added while the ink on the first is still wet, the upper stroke can be distinguished, though not so clearly as if the stroke had been allowed to dry first. By practicing and examining such strokes, the student will soon learn to distinguish important signs which leave no doubt as to which stroke was first made. End of the Detection of Forgery, Part 1, by Douglas Blackburn and Captain Waithman Cattle. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Part 2 of the Detection of Forgery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Detection of Forgery, by Douglas Blackburn and Captain Waithman Cattle. Chapter 11. Erasures. The alteration of the figures and amount written on a check is generally effected by erasure. At one time chemicals were used for this purpose, but fortunately the modern check is forgery-proof in this respect. No means are known to chemists by which ordinary writing can be removed from a check without leaving a sign too pronounced to escape detection. But even erasure on a check is extremely difficult, and the experienced eye of the average bank teller can detect it in the vast majority of the cases. Frauds perpetrated by this means are very rare, and are usually the result of gross carelessness on the part of the person accepting the document so altered. The more frequent form of check fraud is effected by adding to such words as 6, 7, 8, and 9. The addition of ty and y is all that is necessary. But the ordinarily careful businessman never leaves sufficient blank space between his words to admit of this addition, while there are few bank tellers who do not carefully scrutinize a check made out for these larger amounts. It may be accepted as a satisfactory fact that check forgery is not only extremely difficult, but rarely successful. Great frauds are usually perpetrated by means of other instruments, such as bills of exchange, credit notes, and such. An eraser is the easiest thing to detect if looked for. To begin with, it is only necessary to hold a scratched document to the light to have the alteration revealed. Erasing must of necessity remove part of the surface of the paper which is made noticeably thinner at the spot erased. In nearly every case the writing that has been added to the eraser is blurred, owing to the rough and absorbent character of the paper. Expert forgers have devised means of counteracting this by rubbing in some substance which particularly restores the original smoothness and mitigates the blurred appearance. but such devices ought not to be successful, for they are so easily detected. As a matter of fact, the only chance the forger of an erased check has lies in the carelessness of the teller. Any crowding of words and unequal spacing in the filling up of a check ought to excite suspicion and provoke careful and closer scrutiny, and, it may be added, it generally does. The letter of letters intended to increase the value of a number, such as the adding of ty to 6 or 7, is easy of detection if properly looked for. It is safe to assume that the addition has been made long after the original word was written, and the point of junction can be detected by the aid of a good glass. Had the word been originally written 60, the chances are that there would be no perceptible break between the X and the T. Few persons write such short words in a disconnected manner. On placing the word under an ordinary glass, the point of junction will be plainly apparent, and a microscope or an enlarged photograph cannot fail to reveal the fraud. Of course, these latter tests will not be possible under the ordinary circumstances attending the paying out of a check over the counter, but when once the peculiarities of such alterations have been studied, it is marvellous how quick the eye becomes in recognizing them at a glance. Erasure on writings on stout, thick paper is not quite so readily noticed as those on thin paper such as checks, but the same methods of examination will apply, holding the document to the light, or level with and horizontal to the eye. A very effective application of the latter test is to bend or curve the paper, making an arch. The bending has a tendency to stretch and widen the erased part, and if any smoothing substance such as starch or wax has been added to restore the gloss of the scraped portion, it will usually reveal itself by separating and coming away in dust or tiny flakes. This process may be accentuated by drawing the suspected document over a ruler, or better still, a pencil, repeating the motion several times. Chapter 12. Pencils and Stylographs. It is obvious that writing executed with a pencil or the now much used stylograph will differ in many respects from that performed by an ordinary pen. It is not too much to say that their use will eliminate many features and introduce new ones. This change is mainly brought about by the different way in which a pencil or stylograph is held in comparison with a pen. There is much greater sense of freedom. The pencil can be, and is, turned and twisted in the process of making a stroke as a pen cannot be, and the signs of this freedom become apparent in a more rounded stroke. Even a writer whose characters are acutely angular shows a tendency to a more graceful outline. As a matter of fact, it is comparatively rare to meet a penciled writing that is pronounced angular. The same remarks apply with only little modification to writing produced by the stylograph, and for the same reason, the ease and freedom with which the instrument is held. There is no possibility of mistaking writing produced by a stylograph for that of an ordinary steel nib. The strokes are absolutely uniform in thickness. No nib-formed writing can be so, for it is impossible for a writer, however careful, to avoid putting pressure on his pen at some point, and the opening of the nib, however slight, must produce an apparent thickening. Therefore, recognizing these facts, the expert is always extremely careful in giving an opinion upon a writing produced by pencil or stylo, unless he have simple specimens of the writings productions done with these instruments. At the same time, although an absence of characteristics present in pen writing would be noticeable, the main features would exist. For example, the space between words and letters would be the same. The dot over the I would be in its customary position. The bar of the T would be of the same type as heretofore. The principal changes would be in the direction of a more uniform stroke with a tendency to greater rotundity. Persons who habitually employ the stylo very frequently develop an unconscious habit of twisting the pen at certain points so as to form a deep, rounded dot. This occurs principally at the end of words and strokes. A magnifying glass reveals this peculiarity at once and, when discovered, notice should be taken of the circumstances under which this twisting is usually done. It will be found, most probably, that the trick is uniform. That is, certain letters or strokes are mostly finished with the dot. There is a well-known public character who for years has employed no other writing instrument but the stylo. His writing possesses one peculiarity which is so habitual that in 400 examples examined it was absent in only 5. He forms the twist dot at the end of the last letter at the end of every line. The inference and explanation is that, in raising the pen to travel back to the next line, he twists it with a backward motion in harmony with the back movement. Another trick is to make the same dot in words on which he appears to have halted or hesitated before writing the next. In every such case there is an extra wide space between the word ended by a dot and that which follows. It would appear as if the writer mechanically made the dot while pausing to choose the next word. This is a striking example of the unconscious hand gesture. Something akin to it occurs in the handwriting of a famous lawyer. Here and there in his letters will be noticed a faint, sloping, vertical stroke like a figure 1. Those who have seen him write explain it thus. While hesitating in the choice of a word, he moves his pen up and down over the paper and unintentionally touches it. It is such slips as these which often supply the expert with valuable clues to identity. When they occur they should be carefully examined, for in the majority of cases a reason will be found for their presence. Chapter 13. Anonymous Letters and Disguised Hands. That mischievous and cowardly form of secret attack, the anonymous letter, demands, unfortunately, a large amount of attention from the handwriting expert. One of the most pleasant rewards that can attend the conscientious and painstaking student of handwriting lies in the knowledge that his art may sometimes enable him to bring to deserved punishment the assassin of reputation and domestic happiness. It is a moot point which has been discussed by legal authorities as to whether the handwriting expert is justified in tendering evidence and opinions of a kind that may be said to belong by right to the criminal investigator. By this is meant that the expert should not be allowed to point out to a jury such pieces of circumstantial evidence as the similarity of the paper used by the suspected person with other found in his possession; that he ought not to direct attention to postmarks, coincidence of dates, similarity of ink used, the employment of certain words and phrases, and other external indirect clues that point to the authorship. It is urged that the whole duty of the expert is to say whether in his opinion two or more writings are by the same hand or not, and any expression of opinion outside this question is ultra vires. The obvious answer to this objection is that it is impossible to limit the expert in the selection of those points which appeal to and assist him in forming an opinion. It is impossible to say what may or may not suggest a valuable clue to a keen observer, and as the expert is often called upon to give reasons for his opinion, he is quite justified in indicating the steps by which he arrived at it. These circumstances arise more often in connection with anonymous letters than with ordinary signature forgeries, for the field of exploration and the material examined are so much larger. Details become invaluable. The quality and make of the paper used, or a peculiar method of folding and placing it in an envelope, may afford a clue that will put the expert on the high road to an important discovery. It is impossible to say how or where a clue may lurk. The torn edge of a postage stamp once supplied a hint that was followed up successfully. A smudge on the envelope that matched a similar one on a packet of envelopes in the writing case of a person quite unsuspected led to conviction, as did a number of an address that was crossed out and rewritten, the anonymous writer having, by force of habit, begun with the number he was in the habit of writing, his own. In short, the expert has nolens volens to assume many of the functions of the crime investigator in dealing with the apparent trifles, even if they do not always help in reaching his goal. They provide material for exercising the useful art of observation. Strictly speaking, the expert should, perhaps, ignore all outside suggestions as to the authorship, and confine himself to saying whether or not the specimens submitted are in the same handwriting. But in practice this will be found extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the student cannot shut his eyes to the accidental clues that invariably arise in the examination of the evidence, and almost before he realizes it, the most cautious expert finds himself trespassing upon the ground that by right should be the preserve of the detective. The points raised here may, however, be safely left to be dealt with by the judgment of the student as they arrive. In the early stages of study they will probably not present themselves with the same force and frequency as later on, when they will be appreciated as providing useful private pointers for guidance, and though at times they may put the inexperienced student upon a false scent, he will have no difficulty in detecting his error if, when in doubt, he follows the principles laid down for the comparison of handwriting. The first step to the examination of the anonymous letter consists in procuring as many suspects as possible, which, as before advised, should be lettered or numbered and put aside, until the original, which in this case is the anonymous letter, has been studied and mastered. The external evidence, of which so much has already been said, may or may not be looked for. Next, proceed with the examination and comparison of the writings. It is presumed that the student has prepared his notes of the peculiarities of the original. He is now to search for them in the suspects. Suppose he begins with the spurs and beards, having found them well marked in the original. He He will take any one of the suspects and examine it for a repetition of the same signs. He may follow on with the rest of the suspects, taking advantage of his memory being fresh on this point. Or he may prefer to exhaust one suspect of all its evidences before proceeding with another. But practice and experience will decide the best course in this matter, and influence the line of procedure. Whatever method is pursued, all have the same object, the discovery of the peculiarities of the original in one or more of the suspects, and the student will be wise if he will follow accurately the course laid down in the chapter on how to examine a writing. It is generally safe to take it for granted that the writing in an anonymous letter is disguised. There are occasions when the author persuades another person to write for him, but only rarely, for the perpetrator of a contemptible act is not usually brazen and indiscreet enough to expose himself to others. The same reasons lend strength to the presumption that the writing will, so far as its general appearance goes, be as much the opposite of the author's usual style as his ingenuity can make it. The extreme backhand occurs very frequently. It seems to be the first impulse of the anonymous writer to avoid the right slope, even when the normal hand is a vertical. With a tendency to backhand, the extreme left slope is often chosen. Fortunately, the assumed backhand is one of the most transparent of disguises. If the student has practiced it, he will not need to be reminded how difficult it is for a writer to conceal his mannerisms. By altering the slope, he has only stretched and lengthened his outlines, and the expert soon learns to recognize them in their new form. Another common disguise is the illiterate hand. This is quite as easy of detection. It is no easier for the practised and fluent writer to reproduce the shaky, irregular outlines of the illiterate than it is for the speaker of pure and cultured English to imitate the coarse accent of the vulgar. However good the copy, it always breaks down early, and the sudden and unconscious firm, clear, and geometrically accurate strokes reveals the practised writer beneath the mask. Sometimes an accurately placed punctuation mark supplies the necessary clue, for when once the art of proper punctuation has been acquired, it becomes almost automatic. Even experienced novelists are caught this way occasionally. They will introduce a letter supposed to be the work of an illiterate character. The grammar and orthography suggest the idea, but the more difficult details of punctuation will be attended to, even to the apostrophe that marks the glided G in such words as talkin', comin', and so forth. Very difficult and troublesome is the letter written throughout in imitation printed characters. The expert has to rely upon the curved lines, accidental punctuation marks, and unpremeditated flourishes and hand gestures. But broadly speaking, such a letter is beyond the skill of the expert if unaided by accidental betrayal. If, as sometimes happens, the writer is ingenious enough to adopt an alphabet formed completely of straight lines and angles, an easy task, he may boast of having produced a detection-proof writing. That is, if characters formed with the aid of a rule can be called writing, for it defies detection, because there are none of the signs essential for comparison, and is less easy of identification than an incomplete skeleton. In the absence of external clues, an expert would refuse to do more than offer a very guarded opinion, and it would be wiser to decline to offer any comment whatever. Another trick that has been resorted to by some persons is writing with the hand constricted by a tight-fitting glove. This produces a very effective disguise, but if the student will practice with the same impediment, he will discover many useful rules for guiding him on the road to penetrating this entanglement. It should be remembered that the less control a writer has over his pen, the more likely he is unintentionally to revert to those forms to which he is habituated, for, left by itself, the hand steers the more familiar course. Disguise, alteration, and variation on customary forms are the result of premeditation. When the mind is occupied more with the subject than the formation of characters, the latter naturally assumes that shape to which the form of custom has bent them. Chapter 14. Forged Literary Autographs. The collection of autographs, letters, and documents of literary and historical interest has for many years been a prominent feature in the collecting world, but at no time was the quest more keen or conducted on more systematic lines than today. The records of the leading sales rooms often supply matter for surprise, the prices asked and obtained for rare and choice specimens being such as to excite both wonder and amazement, sometimes tempered with skepticism. It is therefore not surprising that this profitable and growing market should have attracted the fraudulent, for the prizes when won are generally of a substantial character, and amply repay the misapplied effort and ingenuity demanded. The success which has attended too many of these frauds may be largely accounted for by the fact that in many cases the enthusiasm of the collector has outrun his caution. Many a man famous for his astuteness in the pursuit of his ordinary business has allowed himself to fall an easy victim to the forger, thus exemplifying the familiar adage that we are easily persuaded to believe what we want to believe. The recorded stories of some of the frauds perpetrated upon ardent and presumably judicious collectors read like the tales told so often of the triumph of the confidence trickster, and one marvels how a person of ordinary power of observation, to say nothing of experience, could fall a victim to a fraud requiring little perception to detect. The explanation doubtless lies in the direction indicated, the ardour of the pursuit, the pride and joy of possessing something that is absolutely unique. The leading case, to use an expressive legal term, is that known as the Vrain-Lucas fraud, the principal victim of which was Monsieur Charles, probably the greatest of modern French geometricians, and one of the few foreign savants entitled to append the distinguishing mark of a F.R.S. of England. Lucas was a half-educated frequenter and nominal reading student of the great Parisian library, and for some years had dealt in autographs in a small way, the specimens he offered being undoubtedly genuine. Inspired by the collecting ardour and the apparent blind faith placed in him by Monsieur Charles, Lucas embarked upon a series of deceptions so impudent that it is easy to sympathize with the defence put forward by his advocate at the trial, namely, that the fraud was so transparent that it could only be regarded as a freak. In the period between the years 1861 and 1869, Lucas sold to his dupe the enormous number of 27,000 documents, every one a glaring fraud. They comprised letters purporting to have been written by such improbable authors as Abelard, Alcibiades, Alexander the Great to Aristotle, Cicero, Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, Sappho, Anacreon, Pliny, Plutarch, Saint Jerome, Diocletian, Juvenal, Socrates, Pompey, and most stupendous joke of all, Lazarus, after his resurrection. It is hard to believe, and but for the irrefutable records of the court, few would credit the fact that every one of these letters was in the French language, and the dupe a highly educated mathematician of European repute. In the face of such incredible gullibility, one is disposed to regard the sentence of 2 years' imprisonment and a fine of 500 francs as extravagantly severe, even despite the fact that Lucas received in all over 140,000 francs from Monsieur Charles. The Chatterton and Ireland forgeries are familiar to all educated persons. These, however, hardly come under the head of the class of fraud with which the ordinary forger is associated. In each of these cases the motive of the deception was not so much to make money as a literary reputation. In both cases presumably competent judges were deceived, but the standard by which they gauged the genuineness of the productions was not calligraphic, but literary. In neither instance was there occasion or opportunity for the handwriting expert to exercise his skill, for the sufficient reason that there existed no material with which the writings could be compared. What the literary expert had to do was to examine and compare the style of the compositions, a test in which the idiosyncrasies and predilections of the judge played a leading part. Probably the greatest, and for a short time the most successful autograph fraud perpetrated in Great Britain was that known as the case of the Real Bank MSS, the detection and exposure of which were mainly attributable to one of the authors of this work, Captain W. W. Cattle. Just before and up till 1891 there was in Edinburgh a young man named Alexander Howland Smith, who claimed to be the son of a reputable Scottish law official and a descendant of Sir Walter Scott. On the strength of his presumed connection with the great novelist, he had no difficulty in disposing of, to an Edinburgh bookseller, for prices whose smallness alone should have excited suspicion, letters purporting to be in the handwriting of Sir Walter Scott. Emboldened by success, he embarked upon a wholesale manufacture of spurious letters bearing the signature of Burns, Edmund Burke, Sir Walter Scott, Grattan, and Thackeray. His principal victim was an Edinburgh chemist, Mr. James Mackenzie, who, when the fraud was not only suspected but proved, distinguished himself by a stubborn and courageous defence of the genuineness of the documents. Smith's modus operandi consisted in purchasing large-sized volumes of the period of the subject of his forgeries, and using the blank leaves for the purpose of fabricating the letters. In May, 1891, a number of alleged Burns letters were put up for sale by public auction at Edinburgh, fetching the surprising paltry price of from 20 to 30 shillings apiece. It was a feature of all Smith's productions that the letters were extremely brief, a feature common to literary forgeries. The circumstance which first gave rise to suspicion was that the letters attributed to Scott, Burke, Burns, General Abercrombie, Grattan, and Thackeray all began and ended with the same words. Those signed by Sir Walter Scott all began, "I have your letter," and ended, "I remain." A form of phraseology the reputed writer never used, but which, according to Smith, was common to all the distinguished men whose handwriting he had counterfeited with considerable success. On the strength of the partial guarantee provided by the sale of some of these documents at a reputable auction room, Captain Cattle purchased a parcel of alleged Scott letters without prior inspection. A brief examination disclosed their fraudulent nature, and Smith was arrested. The Edinburgh police took the matter up, and the impostor was convicted in June, 1893, and sentenced to 18 months' imprisonment. Thackeray and Dickens are favourite subjects with most literary forgers, Washington and Benjamin Franklin running them very close for favouriteship. American collectors are particularly keen on procuring specimens of the last two named, and there is grave reason to believe that many fall easy victims. Fortunately, the facilities for comparing and testing the genuineness of the autographs of every distinguished person whose holographs are most in favour with the forger are numerous. In addition to the splendid collection of specimens extant at the British Museum Library, there are many facsimiles available. The excellent work on autograph collecting by Dr. Henry T. Scott, Upcott Gill, London, is indispensable to the collector. It contains some hundreds of specimens, specially selected for the purposes of comparison, and gives besides many very valuable rules and hints for detecting the real from the sham. Dr. Scott, writing in the autographic letters of his distinguished namesake, says, "Of Sir Walter Scott's autographs it may be observed, 1. The paper is generally letter size, gilded edged, with a soft, firm feeling to the touch, and an unglazed surface. 2. The date and residence are placed on the top and right hand, with a good space before the 'My dear Sir,' uniform margins on the left side of the paper of 1/4 of an inch, but on the right side no margin at all, the writing being carried close to the edge. The folding is done with the precision of a man of business, forming the space for the address into a nice oblong, almost in the centre of the sheet, and the first line of the address is written nearly in the centre of the space, with the remainder below. The watermarks found on the paper are one of the following: Valleyfield, 1809, C. Wilmot, 1815, J. Dickinson and Company, 1813, J. Dickinson, 1816, J. Dickinson, without date, J. Watman, 1814, J. Watman, without date, Turkey Mill, 1819, Turkey Mill, without date, G. C. and Company, 1828. The paper used by Burns for his correspondence was always large in size, rough in surface, never glossy, and all four edges had the rough edge that is the peculiarity of a Bank of England note. It is worthy of remark that in the case of the A. H. Smith Burns forgeries, suspicion was first excited by a simple but significant matter. The paper contained several wormholes. These had been carefully avoided by the writer, he knowing that if his pen touched them, the result would be a spluttering and spreading of the ink. Now it is safe to assume that these wormholes, being the effect of age, did not exist at the time of the letter, if genuine was written. As the worm did its work long afterwards, it must be regarded as a fortunate circumstance that in perforating the paper it refrained from destroying the writing, carefully selecting the wider spaces that the poet had, with commendable foresight, left for the insect's depredations. The letters of Thackeray are in two styles of handwriting, the earlier sloping slightly, the latter vertical, round, neat, and print-like, the capital I being invariably a simple vertical stroke. His is the most neat and uniformly readable hand of all the great literary characters. It is somewhat unfortunate that he was not anything like so uniform in his choice of paper. Letters are in existence on an extraordinary variety of material, from a quarto sheet to a scrap torn from half a sheet of notepaper. On many of these letters is neither address nor date, but when once the characteristics of the charming handscript have been mastered, they are never forgotten, and are recognizable amid the closest imitations. There are extant a number of forged Thackeray's. Their distinguishing features are that they are invariably very short, as if the forger feared to provide sufficient matter to supply material for comparison. Most are on single half sheets of note paper, many on quarto sheets of varying texture and quality, and the characteristic vertical eye. Thackeray's trademark always occurs. It is shaky and often out of the perpendicular, as the genuine rarely is. In the forgeries we have seen and suspect to be the work of A. H. Smith, a very significant sign is the sudden thickening of the downstroke of tailed letters like Y, F, G, producing a tiny diamond-shaped excrescence in the middle of the letter. The glass reveals that ragged edge stroke which is inseparable from the writing of the nervous copyist. It is generally safe to be cautious about very short letters. The forger well knows how difficult is the task of maintaining an assumed character, just as the mimic may succeed in reproducing the tone and manner of a person with sufficient closeness to deceive even the most intimate acquaintance of the subject, yet fail to carry the deception beyond a few words or phrases. So the literary forger invariably breaks down when he attempts to simulate handwriting over many sentences. So conscious is he of this great difficulty that he often avoids it boldly copying some genuine letter. We have had offered to us guaranteed Thackeray letters which we immediately recognized as such. In one particularly glaring case the forger had copied the original letter very fairly so far as the penmanship was concerned, but while the original was written on a half sheet of note paper, the forgery was on a different size paper, and the writing across the length of the paper instead of the breadth. This naturally disarranged the spacing between the words, which in all Thackeray's writings is a pronouncedly regular feature, and this variation was in itself sufficient to excite suspicion. The popularity of Dickens among collectors grows steadily, despite the fact that he was an industrious correspondent, and that a very large number of his letters appear from time to time in the market. The demand is ever in excess of the supply. As a consequence he has suffered perhaps more than any of the literary immortals at the hands of the forger. Yet it is safe to say that there should be no writer so safe from fraudulent imitation, for there is a peculiar distinctiveness about his calligraphic productions that once seen and noted should never be forgotten. Specimens are easily available. The catalogues of dealers are constantly presenting them, and most public libraries possess examples, either in the original holograph or in some form of reproduction. Probably no writer preserved his style with such little change as Dickens. His signature in later years varied somewhat from that of his literary youth, but the body of his hand script retained throughout the same characteristics. It was always a free, fluent, graceful hand, legible as that of Thackeray when its leading peculiarities had been mastered, but less formal and studied than his. It was always remarkably free from corrections and interlineations. He wrote with the easy freedom of the stenographer. Indeed, it is easy to recognize in the delicate, gracefully formed letters the effect of years of training in the most difficult and exacting forms of hand script. Perhaps the leading peculiarities in the Dickens holograph are these. The date of the month is never expressed in figures, but always written in full. In fact, abbreviation in any form he never countenanced. The letter Y, both as a capital and a small letter, is a figure 7, except in affix ly, when the two letters become an F, or long stroke S. The letter T is crossed by the firm downward bar, which the character readers claim as a sign of great resolution. The letter G is invariable in form. Capital E consists of a downstroke with a bar in the center. The hook of many final letters has a tendency to turn backwards. New paragraphs are marked by beginning the line about an inch from the left-hand margin. A very marked peculiarity noticeable in many letters is that the left-hand margin gradually grows wider as the lines approach the bottom of the page. The narrowing is wondrously regular. A line drawn from the first letter on the first line to the corresponding position on the last will touch nearly every other line. This peculiarity appears to have escaped every forger whose work we have examined. If the signs relied upon by the readers of character and handwriting are to be accepted, self-esteem was a pronounced characteristic of the great novelist. His writing abounds with those subtle symptoms of the prevalence of that weakness. His signature is perhaps the best known of any with which the British public are familiar. It is remarkably uniform, and remained precisely the same from the time he adopted it after the Pickwick period until his death. That which he used in youth was less striking, but none the less self-conscious. After the Pickwick period, Dickens adopted the use of blue paper and blue ink. Letters in black ink, if undated, may safely be attributed to the earlier period. His note paper was in later years of the regulation note size. The address, Gad's Hill Place, Higham by Rochester, Kent, was an embossed black Old English letter. His paper was handmade and of good quality. The envelopes were blue, of the same quality paper, but without crest, monogram, or distinctive mark. Dickens' vanity expressed itself in the habit of franking envelopes, i.e., by writing his name in the left-hand bottom corner, after the fashion in vogue when peers and MPs enjoyed the privilege of free postage. His letters of the pre-envelope period, before 1842, were on quarto sheets. These are exceedingly rare. There is one feature about autographic forgery which may always be relied upon to assist greatly in the work of detection. As a general rule, there is sufficient matter in a literary forgery to supply the necessary material for comparison. It must of necessity be a copy, if not of an existing original, at least of the general style. The process of imitation must be slow and cautious, and the signs remain in shaky, broken lines, and a ruggedness entirely absent from the writing of the real author, which is fluent and free. Even the shakiness of age, noticeable in a few distinguished handwritings, is different to the shakiness of the forger's uncertainty. Chapter 15. Forged Signatures. The most difficult phase of the art of the handwriting expert consists in the detection of forgery in signatures. It will be obvious to the student who has followed the instructions and illustrations already given that this difficulty is brought about by two principal causes. First, by the paucity of material for comparison. Secondly, because of the very important fact that a forgery must, by its nature, be a good and close copy of an original. This means that the unconscious tricks and irregularities that often abound in a long letter, written in a more or less disguised hand, are almost entirely absent from a forged signature. It follows, therefore, that the student must have some other clues and rules to guide him, for he cannot rely upon the chance of a slip or accidental trick occurring in a signature that contains at most perhaps a dozen letters. The first step in the examination of a suspected signature is to master thoroughly the various characteristics of the genuine signature. These must be studied in every possible relation, and from as many specimens as can be obtained. The magnifying glass must be in constant use, and the eye alert to detect the angle at which the pen is habitually held, the class of pen used, and the degree of pressure and speed employed. These last named points can only be discovered as a result of practice and observation, and though at first sight it may appear impossible to form a correct estimate of the pace at which a pen has travelled, the student will, if observant, soon learn to detect the difference between a swiftly formed stroke and one written with slowness and deliberation. By making a number of each kind of stroke and carefully examining them through a glass, the student will learn in an hour more than can be taught by means of verbal description. The study of the genuine signatures must be continued until every stroke and its peculiarities are as familiar as the features of a well-known face, for until one is thoroughly impregnated with the original it will be useless to proceed with the examination of the suspect. At first sight the student will probably perceive very little, if any, difference between the original and the suspect. It would be a very clumsy forgery if he could. Gradually the points of dissimilarity will become clear to him, and with each fresh examination they grow plainer, until he is surprised that they did not sooner strike him. They are so obvious that the eye cannot avoid them. They stand out as plainly as a hidden figure, after it has been detected, in the well-known picture puzzles. There are few faculties capable of such rapid and accurate development as that of observation. Thousands of persons go through life unconscious of the existence of certain common things until the occasion arises for noticing them, or accident forces them upon the attention. Then they marvel that the thing should have escaped observation. This is a truism, no doubt, but the force of every platitude does not always present itself to every one. The comparison of handwritings is so essentially a matter of cultivating the powers of observation that even if turned to no more practical account than that of a hobby, its value as a mental exercise is great. There are two principal methods by which a signature may be forged. First, by carefully copying the original as one would copy a drawing. Secondly, by tracing it. The first process is referred to as copied. The forger will, most probably, have practised the signature before affixing it to the check or other document, thereby attaining a certain degree of fluency. But however well executed, close examination with the aid of the magnifying glass will reveal those signs of hesitancy and irregularity that one may reasonably expect to find in a copy. There is no part of a person's handwriting so fluent and free as his signature. Even the most illiterate persons show more freedom and continuity of outline in their signature than in the body of their writing. This is explicable on the ground of usage. A writer may feel a degree of momentary uncertainty in forming a word that he does not write frequently, but his signature he is more sure about. He strikes it off without hesitancy, and in the majority of cases appends some meaningless flourish, which may be described as a superfluous stroke, or strokes added for the purpose of ornamentation, for added distinctiveness, or in some cases, and particularly with business men, with the idea that the flourishes help to secure the signature from forgery. Some writers will probably be surprised to learn that there is no form of signature so easy to forge as that involved and complicated by a maze of superfluous lines and meaningless flourishes. The most difficult signature for the forger is the clear, plain, copybook modelled autograph. A little thought and examination will make the reason for this clear. Let the signature be enveloped in a web of curves and flourishes, making it look like a complicated script monogram. The lines are so numerous that the eye cannot take them all in at a glance, and if copied, any slight irregularity or departure from the original is more likely to pass undetected amid the confusing network of interlaced lines. If, on the other hand, the signature be simple and free from the bewildering effects of flourishes, the entire autograph lies revealed, a clear and regular outline, and the slightest variation from the accustomed figure stands out naked and plain. Most of the successful forgeries will be found to be on signatures of the complicated order. Their apparent impregnability has tempted the facile forgery opened up. More than one forger has admitted that his initiatory lessons were prompted by an innocent challenge to imitate a particularly complicated forgery-proof signature. It must be remembered that the eye of the casual observer takes in a word as a whole rather than in detail. This explains why an author can rarely be trusted to correct his own proofs. He knows what the word should be, and in reading his work in print he notices only the general expected effect of a word. It needs the trained eye of the proofreader to detect the small c that has taken the place of the e, the battered l that is masquerading as an I. So long as the general outline of the word is not distorted, the wrong letters are often passed, and it is much the same with the signature with which one is fairly familiar. The trained examiner of handwriting, like the proofreader, knows what to look for, and discovers irregularities that would escape the notice of the untrained eye. The first part of a genuine signature that should be examined is the flourish, which includes all fancy strokes appended to it and any superfluous addition to the body of the letters. A close scrutiny through the glass will show that the lines forming the tail flourish are generally clear, firm and sharp in outline, being formed not only without hesitation, but with a dash and decided sweep that are strongly at variance with the broken, saw-edged, unsteady line of the copy. It will also generally be found to follow an almost fixed rule in the matter of its proportionate conformation. That is, supposing the writer finishes up with a horizontal line under his signature, it will be seen, on averaging a dozen or so of them, that the distance of the line from the feet of the letters is proportionally uniform. If the line be begun with a spur or curved inward hook, that feature will be repeated. The end of the flourish or final stroke at that point where the pen leaves the paper should be very carefully examined. One writer finishes with an almost imperceptible dot, as if the pen had been stabbed into the paper. Another finishes with a curve, either upward or downward. A third with a hook turned upward, either a curve or an angle, while a fourth continues the line till it becomes finer and sharper to vanishing point. Some writers are fond of concluding with a more or less bold and expansive underline running horizontally with the signature. A close examination will show a variation in the degrees of thickness of such a line, which should be carefully noted and looked for in other genuine signatures. In this connection it will be found extremely useful and instructive to study strokes, either horizontal or vertical, with a view to discovering whether they were struck from right to left, top to bottom, or vice versa. The glass will render it easy to detect from beginning from end after a few failures, which, by the way, should not be allowed to discourage, for every minute devoted to the study of handwriting is so much gain in experience, and represents so much more learned which will never be forgotten. The flourishes that occur on and about the signature proper must be treated as exaggerated loops, and their shoulders, arcs, hooks, and toes carefully measured and noted. For this purpose an average genuine signature should be selected and gauged, which is done in this way. Place over it a sheet of transfer paper. With the scale rule and a fine pencil draw horizontal lines that will touch the tops and bottoms of the bodies of the letters, lines that touch the tops and bottoms of the tail and top letters, and vertical lines that follow the shanks of every topped or tailed letter, including the capitals. The gauge, when completed, will represent a framework fitting the signature, and its use is twofold. It helps the eye to detect the variations in the general contour of the signature, and, when placed over another, brings out the points of difference. Due allowance must be made for proportion. It is obvious that the distance of letters will be greater in a signature written larger than another, but the proportionate distances will be preserved. The difference in the size of a letter is not very important, except that it offers more scope for examination. For example, a looped L may be very small or half an inch long, but if made by the same writer, the proportionate width at top, bottom, and middle will be preserved, and compare with the same measurements in the smaller letter. Signatures of the same writer do not often vary much in size, though they may be thicker or finer according to the character of the pen used, but observation will show that the difference in handwriting caused by the use of different pens is much more imaginary than real. The traced signature is produced by placing the paper over the genuine autograph, holding it to the light, generally on a sheet of glass, and tracing it with a fine point. Such forgeries are often more easily detected than the copied signature, for the reason that signs of the tracing process can generally be found by careful examination. The fine, hard point used to trace the autograph leaves a smooth hollow, which can be seen through the glass on examining the back of the check or document. If the paper be held in a line with the eye in a strong light, the ridge will be more clearly perceived. The difference between a mark made by a hard point and a pen can be tested by experiment. The hard point must of necessity be pressured with a degree of force to make the desired impression on the paper, and the result is a smooth hollow. But if a pen be pressed hard, it produces two parallel lines, and instead of a hollow, a ridge is formed between the parallels. Of course, it will be so slight as to be hardly perceptible, except through a strong glass, but it will be there nevertheless, and knowing what to look for, the expert will generally have no difficulty in satisfying himself whether the forgery has been traced or copied, a very valuable piece of evidence when once settled, for it is within the bounds of probability that the genuine signature from which the tracing was made may be discovered. It is possible, and has often occurred, that the writer of the original may have some recollection of having written to the suspected person, or in many ways a clue may be suggested. There is a well-known case of a forgery being brought home to the perpetrator through the accuracy of the tracing. It is a fact easily proved, that no man can write a word twice so exactly that if the two are overlaid they fit. If two such signatures be produced, it is safe to assume that one has been traced or otherwise mechanically produced. In the case mentioned, a signature on a check was pronounced a forgery by the person supposed to have signed it. In examining specimens of the genuine autograph, the experts came upon one which, when placed upon that on the check, proved a perfect replica, down to the most minute details, showing beyond question that it had been used to trace a forgery from. It was further proved that the original had been in the possession of the supposed forger, and the jury were asked to decide whether it was probable that a man could reproduce his signature in exact facsimile after a lapse of time, and without the original before him, as the chances against such a contingency are many millions to one, a fact the student can verify. The jury decided against the forger. At the risk of appearing tautological to a tiresome degree, it is necessary to accentuate the fact that the comparison of handwriting, and more particularly of signatures, is essentially dependent on cultivating the faculty of observation. This art cannot be taught. It can only be acquired by practice and experience, like swimming or riding. The teacher can at most indicate the method of study and some of the leading principles of conducting an investigation. Most men are not naturally observant, and the habit can be best fostered by having an object. But when once a person has been taught what to look for, he almost instinctively notices details that previously never struck him. This is especially true of the study of handwriting. The best method of practice that can be adopted by the student is to begin by making a careful study of his own signature and writing. He will be surprised at the number of facts hitherto unsuspected that will be revealed to him. The value of using his own handwriting as a subject of examination lies in this, that the student can satisfy himself how and why certain strokes are made. This he can only guess at in the writing of others. The preliminary exercise should consist in studying the effect produced by the different methods of holding the pen. The signature supplies excellent material for this class of practice. Begin by holding the pen with the top end pointed well towards the left shoulder, in the absurd and unnatural position taught by the old school of writing masters. Repeat the signature with the pen held a trifle less acutely angular, and go on till 6 or 8 signatures have been written at a decreasing angle, until the top of the pen holder points well to the right, producing what is known as a backhand. The effect of these angles must be carefully noted, and in a short time it will be found possible to arrive at a very accurate opinion as to how the writer of a particular signature habitually holds his pen, an important and valuable piece of knowledge. The practice should be extended to long sentences, and a frequent repetition of all the letters, capital and small, the magnifying glass being always used to examine the effect of the various and varying strokes. In examining a signature for comparing it with a suspected forgery, it should be copied very frequently, as the clues and suggestions the experiments will produce are of much greater service than will at first appear, and of more practical value than pages of theory, as the how and why will be revealed for much that would be obscured without this assistance. As experience grows, it will not be necessary to adopt this copying process so often, for the eye soon becomes alert at detecting slight shades of difference in strokes, and a glance will convey more than could be explained in many pages. Chapter 16. The Expert in the Witness Box. When the expert has been called upon to give an opinion upon the genuineness of writings, he embodies his conclusions in a report, of which the following may be taken as a fair example. To the Chief of Police, Sir, Rex versus Jones. In accordance with your instructions dated, I beg leave to inform you that I have made a careful examination of the document marked A, and attached hereto and compared it with the documents marked B, C, D, E, and F, also attached. I have arrived at the conclusion that the document A was written by the same hand as produced B, C, D, E, and F. The main reasons which have led me to form this opinion are these. First, although the writing in A bears at first sight no resemblance to that of the other documents, the difference is only such as experience leads me to expect in a writing which has been purposely disguised, as I believe this has been. The writing on the 5 documents B to F I take to be the normal hand of the author, and that on A to be the same writer's hand altered so as to present a different appearance. I will call the specimens B to F the genuine examples and A the disguised. Experience shows that the person who writes an anonymous letter generally seeks to disguise his hand by departing as much as he deems possible from his normal writing. The usual hand of the writer of the genuine document is a free, rounded hand, sloping upwards toward the right. The writing of A presents exactly the features I would expect to find when, as appears to be the case here, the writer has adopted the familiar trick of sloping his writing in a direction opposite to his normal hand. While the result of this change is to alter the apparent style and general appearance of the writing, the alteration does not extend to certain tricks and characteristics which are plainly obvious in the genuine letters and are repeated in the anonymous letter A. The writing in the genuine letters contain 14 very distinctive peculiarities or tricks of hand which I find repeated in the anonymous letter A. Here describe them as, for example, 1. The figure 4 in the dates is always made like the print form of that figure. 2. The small e is always of the Greek form. 3. The small t is always crossed by a bar thick at the beginning, tapering to a point with its longest part behind the shank of the t, and so on. The various points of resemblance are set out in detail, a separate paragraph for each, and each paragraph numbered. It is extremely important that a report should be fully descriptive and written in plain, non-technical language, easily understood by the jury, who will have to decide whether resemblance has been made out. Too many handwriting experts spoil the effect of their evidence by employing technical language and presuming on the part of the jury an acquaintance with the methods of comparing handwritings. Do not be satisfied by saying that certain letters resemble each other. Show by an enlarged diagram how and where, indicating the parts to which attention is called by arrows. Place the single letters to be compared in parallel columns headed with the alphabetical letter distinguishing the document in which the particular letter occurs. Use foolscap paper and write on one side of the paper only. The usual method of dealing with the handwriting expert in the witness box is shown in the following extract from a report of an actual case. Mr. D. B. was called by counsel for the prosecution and duly sworn. Question. You have had considerable experience in examining handwriting. Answer. Over 20 years. Question. Look at these documents. Hands documents to witness. Have you seen and examined these? Answer. I have. Question. Have you formed any opinion upon them? Answer. I have, and have prepared a report. In some cases the expert is allowed to read his report in full. In others he is requested to give a verbal report, but if the point be insisted upon, the judge generally permits the report to be read, either by the expert or by counsel. A copy of the report, together with the documents in dispute, are then usually handed to the jury for examination. The expert may proceed to illustrate his point with the aid of a blackboard and chalk, but much depends upon the attitude taken by the judge and counsel. Some judges insist that the expert shall confine himself to expressing his opinion, leaving counsel to deal with the explanation and comparison. Others give the expert every opportunity of showing how he has arrived at his opinions. The examination in chief is usually a very simple matter. The trouble for the expert begins when counsel for the other side gets up to cross-examine. In nearly every case the object of the cross-examining counsel is to ridicule the art and get the expert to admit the possibility of other writers possessing the same peculiarities which are said to distinguish the letters before the court. Counsel's favorite trick is to select some letter and ask the expert if he is prepared to swear that he has never seen something just like it in some other person's writing. The expert who knows his business will insist on keeping well to the front the bedrock basis of handwriting comparison, which is the application of the law of probability to cumulative evidence. It is not a question whether some other person may be in the habit of making a T or a K similar to those cited as evidences of common origin, but whether it is probable that two persons should make a dozen or more letters in precisely the same way under similar circumstances and exhibit precisely the same peculiarities of style. He should reply with the unanswerable postulate that millions of persons possess red hair, snub noses, a scar on the face, blue eyes, bent fingers, and a stammer, but is millions to one against any two persons possessing all 6 of these peculiarities. In the course of his replies the expert may justifiably help his own case by repeating, when opportunity occurs, such irrefutable axioms as, no writer can say offhand what peculiarities he may exhibit, that there are scores of ways of dotting an I or crossing a T, and that few persons know which forms they mostly affect. 50 such points may be gathered from this little volume alone, while acquaintance with the works of other writers on calligraphy will supply ample ammunition for meeting and repelling the customary form of attack on the handwriting expert. Another method of discrediting a witness is to remind him that experts have differed, the Dreyfus case being usually cited. The answer is obvious. First, it is essential to be assured that those experts were all competent, for there are degrees of competency in judging handwriting, as in every other subject on which opinion may be called. It is a notorious fact that in the Dreyfus case the most competent experts testified that the Henry letters were forgeries, the authorities called on the other side being in most cases unknown men or amateurs of no standing. A number of these self-styled experts possess no other qualification than presumed familiarity with the handwriting of Dreyfus. It is also worthy of note that several of the experts on both sides proved most inefficient witnesses, obscuring their explanations by the employment of technical phraseology which conveyed little meaning to the lay mind. Exactitude and regularity in the choice of the words used in describing the parts of letters should be strictly observed by the student. The rules given in the chapter on terminology should be mastered and adhered to. In most cases the terms there applied to letter analysis will be found to be self-explanatory. Chapter 17. Handwriting and Expression. No work dealing with the study of handwriting would be complete unless it recognized that phase of it which touches on the delineation of character by an examination of the calligraphy. That many valuable clues can be picked up by the expert who applies the principles on which the graphologist works is indisputable, nor is it necessary to accept all the theories claimed as reliable by those who practice this interesting branch of the art of writing analysis. There is no doubt that many persons have attained a remarkable degree of proficiency in deducing from the hand gestures of an unknown person a very accurate estimate of his or her character, and this fact should prove that the principles of the art of graphology are based on scientific grounds, or at least that the rules on which the student works are regular and not, as some suggest, mere guesswork or coincidence. The elder Disraeli, in his fascinating work, The Curiosities of Literature, devotes considerable space to the subject. Among other things he says, assuredly nature would prompt every individual to have a distinct sort of writing, as she has given a peculiar countenance, a voice, and a manner. The flexibility of the muscles differ with every individual, and the hand will follow the direction of the thoughts, and the emotions, and the habits of the writers. The phlegmatic will portray his words with signs of labour and deliberation, while the playful haste of the volatile will scarcely sketch them. The slovenly will blot and deface and scrawl, while the neat and orderly minded will view themselves in the paper before their eyes. The merchant's clerk will not write like the lawyer or the poet. Even nations are distinguished by their writing. The vivacity and variableness of the Frenchman, and the delicacy and suppleness of the Italian, are perceptibly distinct from the slowness and strength of pen discoverable in the phlegmatic German, Dane, and Swede. When we are in grief we do not write as we should in joy. The elegant and correct mind which has acquired the fortunate habit of fixity of attention will write with scarcely an erasure on the page, as Fenelon and Gibbon, while we find in Pope's manuscripts the perpetual struggle of correction, and the eager and rapid interlineation struck off in heat. Lavater's notion of handwriting is by no means chimerical, nor was General Paoli fanciful when he told Mr. Northcote he had decided on the character and disposition of a man from his letters and the handwriting. Long before the days of Lavater, Shenstone, in one of his letters, said, "I want to see Mrs. Jago's writing that I may judge of her temper." One great truth must, however, be conceded to the opponents of the physiognomy of handwriting. General rules only can be laid down, yet the vital principle must be true that the handwriting bears an analogy to the character of the writer, as all voluntary actions are characteristic of the individual. Professor Foley, in his very useful work, Handwriting as an Index to Character, London, C. A. Pearson Limited, says, "The changes which handwriting undergoes as maturity is reached prove how directly it is influenced by the nervous condition of the writer. The writing proper to childhood is large, round, and accompanied by a labored pen movement, whereas that which is normal as manhood or womanhood is attained is smaller, and turned off by a more rapid and fluent motion of the hand. Illness again affects the writing, as the hand is charged with more or less of the nerve fluid, so the writing is stronger or weaker, firmer or feebler, as the case may be. This goes to show the important influence which the nerve current exerts in fashioning the handwriting. Small wonder that our handwriting alters day by day. Yet it does not alter either. So far as its general appearance is concerned, I grant it seems to do so. But look at the really significant points of the writing written at different times. Give a glance at the height at which the I is dotted, the way in which the T is barred, the manner in which the letters are, or are not, connected and finished off. These things will crop up with unerring uniformity time after time. You do, of course, get a studied handwriting now and then, just as you sometimes meet with a foreign facial expression, but that does not express a true character. Simply because the control over the feelings or the power of disguising what is felt is a salient point in the character, and this very fact will serve to show that there is truth in graphology. That the pen, whether it be a fine or a broad-pointed nib, plays a certain part in determining the thickness or thinness of the strokes, I am willing to allow, but here again we have no argument against graphology, for most people have their favourite nib, just as they prefer one occupation to another, and this is the one which will best serve to define their characteristics. The same with the surface of the paper upon which they write. Some will select a smooth, others a rough kind, but whatever that may be which is adopted with comfort, it will be typical of the writer. The following are some of the more marked signs of the character they indicate. For a fuller exposition of their application, it would be well to study the work of Foley, before mentioned, and of Rosa Baum, Upcott Gill, London, 2s. 6d, with the scholarly work of J. Crépieux-Janin, entitled Handwriting and Expression, translated by J. Holt Schooling. General characteristic. The fineness of an organism will be revealed by a fine light pen stroke. Coarse, low natures make heavy, blurred, entangled lines. Activity is denoted but by the length of the letters. Where it is feeble, the letters will be widely spaced and rounded. Excitability is shown by sharp strokes and stops. The more acute and irregular the pen strokes, the greater the intensity of feeling. Aggression, which is the inclination to attack, the destructive force, is indicated by the final strokes of letters and the crossbars of T's advancing well forward, the dots of the I's placed well forward. In such a word as time, the dot would probably be between the M and E. The style is angular and well and evenly spaced, altogether a forward, go-ahead writing. Economy or acquisitiveness is shown by the finishing strokes being turned backwards and inwards, by a cramped hand, a disposition to curtail strokes, particularly the endings of letters, as if the expenditure of ink was begrudged. Secretiveness, or extra caution, has its sign in the narrow, tightly closed form of the body of the letters A, D, G, O, Q, the A and O often being merely a narrow V. The general tendency of the writing is to compression, the final strokes being very short. When very marked, the letters dwindle into an indistinct uniform condition. The substitution of dashes for punctuation is another symptom. Insincerity. Beware of the man or woman whose writing is a fine, wavy line, upright, with short, stumpy, and indistinct tops and tails, words running at their end to an almost straight line, the letters merely indicated. The flatter, finer, and more perpendicular this writing, the greater this insincerity. Such a writer would probably be a polite, pleasing, and plausible person, but double-faced as Janus. Love of praise, glory, ambition are shown by a tendency to write upwards, the lines of writing trending towards the right-hand corner of the paper. The signature will usually have a curved line below it, with a degree of flourish. Self-esteem, to which is allied conceit and ostentation, shows itself in proportion to the size of the writing. The taller and more flourished the upstrokes, and the longer the downstrokes, the greater the self-assertiveness. The flourish beneath the signature will be very pronounced, often an elaborate spider's web of interlaced lines. The writing is more or less angular, with the finals turned backwards and inwards. Willpower is shown by firm bars to the T, with a tendency to descend from left to right, bludgeoning like downstrokes to tailed letters, writing rather angular than rounded, and the final strokes finished by a heavy pressure. Straight, firm, downward strokes take the place of the tails to Y, G, F, Q. Sympathy, good nature, kindness of heart are shown by a flowing open hand, the finals of the letters being extended and thrown out with an expansive movement. The tailed letters are long and looped and often turned up the right side of the letter. The letters are well apart but not necessarily unconnected, and the style is curved. As a general rule, hard matter-of-fact natures incline to an angular style. The artistic and softer nature affects rounded, gracefully curved strokes and avoids straight perpendiculars or horizontals. Constructiveness, which implies the ability to combine and connect words and phrases, is shown by joining the words together, several being written without lifting the pen from the paper. The more simple and ingenuous the method of attaching the words, the greater will be the ability. When this joining of words is carried to extremes, it may be taken as a sign of good deductive judgment. Observation, by which is implied the keen, penetrating, inquiring mind, which in excess becomes curiosity, is marked by angularity of the strokes and finals, a small, generally neat handwriting, with the letters disconnected. Punctuation affords a very valuable clue to character reading, for reasons set out in the chapter, How to Study a Handwriting. They are the most mechanical and unpremeditated of hand gestures, and are therefore the more valuable. When, for example, a dot is thick and heavy, we infer that the pen has been driven across the paper with a strong, decided movement of the hand, which would be consistent with extreme energy and will power, whereas when the dot is light and faintly indicated we may be certain that only a moderate force has been expended upon its production, which would be compatible with less resistance and endurance in the character. Again, a dot whose outlines were blurred would show a certain sensuousness of character, strong passions, and a want of restraint over the lower propensities, whereas a dot whose edges were sharply defined would tell of refinement and a loathing against all that was coarse or vulgar. Careful attention to punctuation indicates neatness, order, method, and love of arrangement, nor is it necessary that the punctuation should be strictly correct, for the art is but imperfectly mastered by most people, even the best educated. Stops that partake of the appearance of a comma indicate a degree of impetuosity. Well-rounded stops imply calmness and tranquillity of temperament. When the full stops are fashioned after the form of a comma and droop towards the right hand, they indicate a tendency to sulkiness. When they are merely angular, we may infer of impatiency and a peppery disposition. Flourishes are always indicative of a certain amount of assertiveness. The simpler the flourish, the less artificial this self-insistence. The more elaborate, the greater the desire to seem what one is not. End of The Detection of Forgery by Douglas Blackburn. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Hints on Driving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Hints on Driving by C.S. Ward. It has been said, and not perhaps without reason, that a man who is conscious that he possesses some practical knowledge of a science, and yet refrains from giving the public the benefit of his information, is open to the imputation of selfishness. To avoid that charge, as far as lies in my power, I propose, in the course of the following pages, to give my readers the benefit of my tolerably long experience in the art of driving 4 horses, an art which I acquired under the following circumstances. My father was a coach proprietor as well as a coachman, and I am proud to say, one of the best whips of his day. He gave me many opportunities of driving a team. I will not, however, enter into all the details of my youthful career, but proceed to state that at the early age of 17 I was sent nightly with the Norwich and Ipswich mail as far as Colchester, a distance of 52 miles. Never having previously travelled beyond Whitechapel Church, on that line of the road, the change was rather trying for a beginner. But fortune favoured me, and I drove His Majesty's mail for nearly 5 years without an accident. I was then promoted to the Quicksilver, Devonport mail, the fastest at that time out of London. It must be admitted that I undertook this task under difficult circumstances, involving as it did 60 miles a night. Since many had tried it ineffectually, or at all events were unable to accomplish the duty satisfactorily, it is gratifying to me to reflect that I drove this coach more than 7 years without a single mishap. Getting at length rather tired of such incessant and monotonous nightly work, I applied for a change to my employer, the well-known and much respected Mr. Chaplin, who at that time had 1,700 horses employed in coaching. His reply was characteristic. "I cannot find you all-day coaches," said he. "Besides, who am I to get to drive your mail?" I must say I thought this rather severe at the time, but, good and kind-hearted man as he was, he did not forget me. Not long after this interview, the Brighton Day mail being about to start, he made me the offer, to drive the whole distance and horse the coach a stage, with the option of driving it without horsing. Like most young men, I was rather ambitious, and closed with the former conditions. The speculation, however, did not turn out a very profitable one, and the railway making great progress, I sold my horses to Mr. Richard Cooper, who was to succeed me on the box. I was then offered the far-famed Exeter Telegraph, one of the fastest and best appointed coaches in England. My fondness for coaching still continuing, and not feeling disposed to settle to any business, I drove this coach from Exeter to Ilminster and back, a distance of 66 miles, early in the morning and late at night. After driving it 3 years, the railway opened to Bridgewater. This closed the career of the once celebrated telegraph. But those who had so long shared its success were not inclined to knock under. My brother coachman and myself, together with the 2 guards, accordingly started a telegraph from Devonport to London, a distance of 95 miles by road, joining the rail at Bridgewater, thus making the whole journey 250 miles in one day. At that time there was a coach called the Nonpareil, running from Devonport to Bristol. The proprietors of this vehicle, thinking that ours would take off some of their trade, made theirs a London coach also, and started at the same time as we did. We then commenced a strong opposition. I had a very good man to contend against, William Harbridge, a first-class coachman. We had several years of strong opposition, the rail decreasing the distance every year, till it opened to Exeter. The Nonpareil was then taken off, and they started a coach called the Tally-Ho, against the poor old telegraph. Both coaches left Exeter at the same time, and this caused great excitement. Many bets, a bottle of wine, dinners for a dozen, and £5 notes, were laid as to which coach would arrive first at Plymouth. I had my old friend Harbridge again as my competitor. The hotel that I started from was a little farther down the street than the one whence the Tally-Ho appeared, so that as soon as I saw my friend Harbridge mounting the box, I did the same and made the running. We had all our horses ordered long before the usual time. Harbridge came sailing away after me. The faster he approached, the more I put on the steam. He never caught me, and, having some trifling accident with one of his horses over the last stage, he enabled me to reach Plymouth 35 minutes before he came in. My guard, who resided in St. Albans Street, Devonport, hurried home, and as the other coach passed, he called out and asked him to stop and have some supper. They also passed my house, which was a little further on, in Fore Street. I was sitting at the window, smoking, and offered them a cigar as they passed, a joke they did not, of course, much relish. The next night they declared they would be in first, but it was of no use. The old telegraph was not to be beaten. Thus it went on for several weeks. Somehow they were never able to get him first. We did the 50 miles several times in 3 hours and 28 minutes, that is, at the average rate of 1 mile in 4 minutes and 9 seconds, including stoppages. And for months together we never exceeded 4 hours. Still, in every contest, one party must ultimately give in. That one, however, was not the telegraph. We settled our differences and went on quietly for the remainder of the time, occasionally having a little flutter, as we used to call it, in those days, but we were always good friends. Should this narrative chance to meet the eye of some of those who used to travel with us in bygone times, they will doubtless well remember the pace we used to go. After a few years the railway opened to Plymouth, and many gentlemen asked me to start a fast coach into Cornwall, promising to give it to their patronage. I accordingly started the Tally-Ho, making it a day coach from Truro to London, joining the rail at Plymouth. This was a very difficult road for a fast coach, but we ran it till Government offered the contract for a mail. We then converted the Tally-Ho into a mail, and ran it till the rail opened to Truro. It will have been seen that I kept to coaching nearly as long as there were any coaches left to drive. I had for some years given up driving regularly, having taken the horse bazaar at Plymouth, where I used to supply officers of the garrison with teams, and give them instructions in driving. This I still continue to do, and in every variety of driving. It gives me, indeed, much pleasure to see many of my pupils daily handling their teams skilfully, not a few of them giving me good reason to be really proud of them, as I know they do me credit. In my description of my driving career, I stated that I had never had an accident. I ought to have said no serious casualty, never having upset or injured anyone. But I have had many trifling mishaps, such as running foul of a wagon in a fog, having my whole team down in slippery weather. On many occasions I have had a wheel come off, but still nothing that could fairly be termed a bad accident. During the last 25 years I have been engaged keeping livery stables and breaking horses to harness, and in that period I have had some very narrow escapes. In one instance, the box of a new double brake came off and pitched me astride across the pole between two young horses. I once had the top of the pole come off when driving two high-couraged horses. A horse set to kicking, and ran away with me in single harness. As I was of course pulling at him very hard, my feet went through the bottom of the dog cart, he kicking furiously all the time. Fortunately I escaped with only a few bruises. On another occasion, in single harness, a mare began kicking, and, before I could get her head up, she ran against the area railings of a house in Princess Square, Plymouth, broke both shafts, and split the brake into matches. Myself and man nearly went through the kitchen window into the arms of the cook. She did not, however, ask us to stop and dine. I can mention many little events of a similar kind, and consider myself very fortunate in having never had anything more serious than a sprained ankle or wrist during my tolerably long career. I will now commence my instructions. Rule 1. Selection of the team. The first thing the pupil should do is to select 4 horses as nearly as possible of the same temper. Never keep a puller, for it takes your attention from things that require all your care, makes your arms ache, in fact, does away with all pleasure. I should recommend hiring or purchasing 4 horses that will give you no trouble, and when you can pull them about and do nearly as you please with them, you can then get your permanent team, which will require very judicious selection, particularly if you intend to pride yourself upon color as well as action. I was told by a gentleman that he was 10 years getting a perfect team of black browns. He did not confine himself to price, and he certainly now has a very nice team. And they ought indeed to be perfect, after all the time, labor, and expense that have been bestowed upon them. Rule 2. Mounting the box. Put the forefinger of your right hand through the leading reins, and the third finger between the wheel reins. Fill your wheel horse's mouth slightly. Take your near side reins a little shorter than your off, so that in case your horses attempt to start before you are properly seated, you have the reins all of the same length, and, being properly separated, you can put them into your left hand as quickly as possible, and at once have your horses under control. This will, if attended to, always prevent accidents. Some gentlemen get on the box and have the reins handed to them by a groom, who does not know how to separate them. This is not only an unbusinesslike, but a dangerous practice. Rule 3. The seat. Place yourself well on the box, sit upright, but easily, with your knees a little bent. Some gentlemen almost stand, with a thick cushion reaching above the rail of the box, and their toes several inches over the footboard. This is not only unsightly, but attended with risk, for if you came in contact with a curbstone or any trifling obstruction, you might very readily, and most likely would, be thrown from your seat. The rail of the box ought always to be a few inches above the cushion. Rule 4. Turning. In going round a corner, point your leader. That is, take hold of your leading rein and get your leaders well round. Then take hold of your wheel rein as well. All 4 horses will come round as evenly as though they were on a straight road. Most persons are careless about the mode of going round a corner. As long as they get round safely, they think it quite sufficient. They take hold of both reins and haul away. The consequence is, they get the fore part of the carriage and the wheel horses round before the leaders are square. This, I think, looks very bad, for it is a really pretty sight to see 4 horses coming round straight, and thus showing that they are under perfect control. Always steady your carriage before attempting to turn, in case you should chance to meet anything coming in the opposite direction. Besides, there is no object in going fast around a corner. Even if pressed for time, always use precaution, for in driving, as in other phases of life, you will find it much easier to keep out than to get out of grief. Rule 5. Descending a hill. In going down a hill, steady and feel the weight of the carriage you have behind you. Go off the top as quietly as you can, for you will discover before you get halfway down, if it is at all a steep hill, the impetus will be so much increased that you will have quite enough to do to keep your coach steady and your horses under control. The patent drag is a great boon, which we had not in the old coaching days. I have many times gone off the top of a hill, and, before I got halfway down, wished that I had put on the shoe. But another coach coming behind, with perhaps a lighter load than I had, they would have passed me while I was putting on the drag. This was the reason we sometimes neglected it. But you can always go faster downhill with a drag than without it. Rule 6. Position of the hands. Keep your left hand up, with about 10 or 12 inches of your chest, with your arm and wrist a little bent. You will then have your reins in such a position that your right hand will be able to assist the other, without throwing your body forward to reach them. Many, instead of putting their right hand just in front of the left and drawing the rein back towards them, put the right hand at least a foot before the other, and push the reins. Consequently, they lose nearly all power over the horses, and draw the reins away from the left hand. Besides being unskillful, this has a very ugly appearance. Rule 7. Uniformity of draught. To drive slowly is much more gentlemanlike, and at the same time more difficult than going fast. Keep your horses well together. To do this properly, you must know how to arrange their couplings. I think I cannot better explain this than to ask my readers to notice the working of the horses. If you see one a little in front of the other, you may judge that he is either stronger or more free. Consequently, his coupling requires shortening, or that of the other horse lengthening to shorten it. You must bring the buckle towards you, and to let it out, put the buckle towards the horse's head. Most inexperienced persons resort to the whip, not knowing what is the cause of the fault they wish to remedy. This will make the strong or free horse throw himself more into his collar. The other, meanwhile, cannot get up to him, however much he may try. The result is, he becomes more and more disheartened. If you use the whip at all, it must be very lightly and quietly, so that the freer or stronger horse may not hear it. At the same time, hold them both well together. If he is not a sluggard, he will gradually work up to the other. Again, if you notice one horse carrying his head unpleasantly, you may judge there is some cause for it. Perhaps he is curbed too lightly, or his coupling is too short, or his rein ought to be over that of the other horse instead of under it, for, as may be supposed, all horses do not carry their heads alike. But all these little matters require watching and studying, and with practice they will all become familiar enough, and you will notice whether or not all your horses go pleasantly together, for depend on it, the more pleasantly they go, the more pleasure and comfort you will experience in driving them. And, as the old coaching term expressed, when you can cover them over with a sheet, you may conclude they are going about right. Rule 8. The use of the whip. I will now come to the whip, the use of which most young beginners want to acquire in the first instance. Let me advise them to practice the art of catching it in their sitting or bedroom, for if they try to learn it when they are driving, they annoy their horses. A gentleman whom I was teaching said it was so simple he would not go to bed till he could catch it properly. I saw him a fortnight afterwards, but he had not even then succeeded. He told me he had not been to bed, but I will not vouch for the accuracy of this part of the anecdote. The art, like many others, is very easy when you know how to do it. The turn of the wrist, with a slight jerk of the elbow, is the proper way to accomplish it. The less the whip is used while driving, the better, for it will only get you into trouble if used improperly. If a horse shies, never flog him for it. Timidity is generally the cause of shying, unless his eyes are defective. Of course, whipping can do no good in that case. Speak kindly to him, that is the best way, if he be young. As he becomes better acquainted with objects and gains confidence, he will most likely give up the trick. I will make a few more observations on the whip. If you can use it well, use it seldom, and before you strike a horse, always take hold of his head. If you do this, you will find the slightest touch will have the desired effect. It is a pretty art to be able with certainty to touch a leader under the bar, without making a noise with the lash or letting any of the other horses know anything about it. The near leader is the most difficult one to reach, as you must completely turn your wrist over. Very few can do it well. In fact, many of the old professionals could never do it neatly. I trust that some will benefit from these instructions, for there are really few more agreeable sights than that of a good-looking team handled neatly by a gentleman, who sits well with, perhaps, a lady beside him on the box. I am much pleased to find that the taste for four-in-hand driving is increasing of late, and am glad to say some gentlemen drive very well. It is easy enough to detect those who are self-taught from those who have received instruction from a professional man. Many think that driving can be acquired without teaching. I wonder if any gentleman would like to dance in a ballroom without first taking lessons, and yet some do not hesitate to drive 4 horses, a feat attended with much danger, not only to the public generally, but to themselves and those who accompany them, if undertaken without due knowledge. Before concluding, I will relate to some of the difficulties we had to encounter in foggy weather. We were obliged to be guided out of London with torches, 7 or 8 mails falling one after the other, the guard of the foremost mail lighting the one following, and so on till the last. We travelled at a slow pace, like a funeral procession. Many times I have been 3 hours going from London to Hounslow. I remember one very foggy night, instead of my arriving at Bagshot, a distance of 30 miles from London and my destination, at 11 o'clock, I did not get there till 1 in the morning. I had to leave again at 4 the same morning. On my way back to town, when the fog was very bad, I was coming over Hounslow Heath, when I reached the spot where the old powder mills used to stand. I saw several lights in the road, and heard voices, which induced me to stop. The old Exeter mail, which left Bagshot 30 minutes before I did, had met with a singular accident. It was driven by a man named Gambier. His leaders had come in contact with a hay cart on its way to London, which caused them to turn suddenly round, break the pole, and blunder down a steep embankment, at the bottom of which was a narrow deep ditch filled with water and mud. The mail coach pitched on to the stump of a willow tree that overhung the ditch. The coachman and outside passengers were thrown over into the meadow beyond, and the horses went into the ditch. The unfortunate wheelers were drowned or smothered in the mud. There were 2 inside passengers who were extricated with some difficulty, but fortunately no one was injured. I managed to take the passengers, with the guard and mail bags, on to London, leaving the coachman to wait for daylight before he could make an attempt to get the mail up the embankment. They endeavoured to accomplish this with cart horses and chains. They had nearly reached the top of the bank when something gave way, and the poor old mail went back into the ditch again. I shall never forget the scene. There were about a dozen men from the powder mills trying to render assistance, and, with their black faces, each bearing a torch in his hand, they presented a curious spectacle. This happened about 30 years ago. Posts and rails were erected at the spot after the accident. I passed the place last summer. They are still there, as well as the old pollard willow stump. I recollect another singular circumstance occasioned by fog. There were 8 mails that passed through Hounslow. The Bristol, Bath, Gloucester, and Stroud took the right-hand road from Hounslow. The Exeter, Yeovil, Poole, and Quicksilver, Devonport, which was the one I was driving, went the straight road towards Staines. We always saluted each other when passing, with "Good night, Bill," Dick, or Harry, as the case might be. I was once passing a mail, mine being the faster, and gave my wonted salute. A coachman named Downs was driving the Stroud mail. He instantly recognized my voice and said, "Charlie, what are you doing on my road?" It was he, however, who had made the mistake. He had taken the Staines instead of the Slop road out of Hounslow. We both pulled up immediately. He had to turn round and go back, which was a feat attended with much difficulty in such a fog. Had it not been for our usual salute, he would not have discovered his mistake before arriving at Staines. This mishap was about as bad as getting into a wrong train. I merely mention the circumstance to show that it was no joke driving a night mail in those days. November was the month we dreaded most. The fogs were generally so bad. A singular event happened with the Bath mail that ran between Bath and Devonport. Its time for arriving at Devonport was 11 o'clock at night. One eventful evening they had set down all their outside passengers except a Mrs. Cox, who kept a fish stall in Devonport market. She was an immense woman, weighing about 20 stone. At Yelmton, where the coachman and guard usually had their last drain before arriving at their destination, being a cold night, they kindly sent Mrs. Cox a drop of something warm. The servant girl who had bought out the glass, not being able to reach the lady, the ostler very imprudently left the horses' heads to do the polite. The animals hearing someone getting on the coach, doubtless concluded that it was the coachman, at the same time finding themselves free, and being, probably, anxious to get home, started off at their usual pace, and performed the 7 miles in safety, passing over the Lara Bridge, and through the toll bar, keeping clear of everything on the road. Mrs. Cox, meanwhile, sat on the coach, with her arms extended in the attitude of spread eagle, and vainly trying to attract the attention of those she met or passed on the road. She very prudently, however, abstained from screaming, as she thought she might otherwise have alarmed the horses. They, indeed, only trotted at their ordinary speed, and came to a halt of their own accord at the door of the King's Arms Hotel, Plymouth, where they were in the habit of stopping to discharge some of the freight of the coach. The boots and ostler came running out to attend to their accustomed duties, but, to their astonishment, beheld no one but the affrighted Mrs. Cox on the coach, and 2 passengers inside, who were happily wholly unconscious of the danger to which they had been exposed. The coachman and guard soon arrived in a post-chaise. Poor Mrs. Cox drank many quarters of gin to steady her nerves before she felt able to continue her journey to Devonport, where she carried on a prosperous trade for many years. Many people patronized her, on purpose to hear her narrate the great event of her life. I often used to chaff her, and hear her repeat the history of her memorable adventure. I will add a little anecdote of Bob Pointer, who was on the Oxford road, giving his ideas on coaching to a young gentleman who was on the box with him, on his way to college. He said, "Soldiers and sailors may soon learn to fight. Lawyers and parsons go to college, where they are crammed with all sorts of nonsense that all the nobs have read and wrote since Adam. Of course, very good if they like it, but to be a coachman, sir, you must go into the stable almost before you can run alone, and learn the nature of horses, and the difference between corn and chaff. Well can I remember the first morning I went out with 4 horses. I never slept a wink all night. I got a little flurried coming out of the yard, and looking around on the envious chaps who were watching me. It was as bad as getting married. At least I think I should think so, never having been in that predicament myself. I have escaped that dilemma, for," he concluded, "when a man is always going backwards or forwards between 2 points, what is the use of a wife? A coachman could never be much more than half married. Now, if the law, in the case of coachmen, allowed 2 wives, that would be quite another story, because he could then have the tea things set out at both ends of his journey. Driving, sir, is very like life. It's all so smooth when you start with the best team, so well behaved and handsome. But get on a bit, and you will find you have some hills to get up and down, with all sorts of horses, as they used to give us over the middle ground. Another thing, sir, never let your horses know you are driving them, or, like women, they may get restive. Don't pull and haul, and stick your elbows akimbo. Keep your hands as though you were playing the piano. Let every horse be at work, and don't get flurried. Handle their mouths lightly. Do all this, and you might even drive 4 young ladies without over ruffling their feathers or their tempers." My readers will not perhaps deem it altogether an inappropriate conclusion to this very humble treatise, if I annex for their amusement, if not for their edification, the last dying speech of the coachman from Bembridge, and some 2 or 3 other mementos of a period and of an institution which have both, alas, long since passed away, and for ever. The last dying speech of the coachman from Bembridge. The days, nay, the very nights of those who have so long reigned supreme over the nonpareils and the brilliants, the telegraphs and the stars, the magnets and the emeralds, are nearly at an end, and the final way-bill of the total eclipse is made up. It is positively their last appearance on this stage. In a few weeks they will be unceremoniously pushed from their boxes by an inanimate thing of vapour and fly-wheels, by a meddling fellow in a clean white jacket and a face not ditto to match, who, mounted on the engine platform, has for some weeks been flourishing a red-hot poker over their heads, in triumph at their discomfiture and downfall, and the turnpike road, shorn of its glories, is left desolate and lone. No more shall the merry rattle of the wheels, as the frisky 4-in-hand careers in the morning mist, summon the village beauty from her toilet to the window-pane to catch a passing nod of gallantry. No more shall they loiter by the way to trifle with the pretty coquette in the bar, or light up another kind of flame for the fragrant Havana, fished from among the miscellaneous deposits in the depths of the box coat pockets. True, the race were always a little fond of raillery, and therefore they die by what they love. We speak, of course, of professional demise, but no doubt they hold it hard, after having so often pulled up, to be thus pulled down from their high eminences, and compelled to sink into mere landlords of hotels, farmers, or private gentlemen. Yet so it is. They are regularly booked, their places are taken, by one who shows no disposition to make room for them. Even their coaches are already beginning to crumble into things that have been, and their bodies, we mean their coach bodies, are being seized upon by rural loving folks, for the vulgar purpose of summer houses. But a few days and they will all vanish. And like the baseless fabric of a vision, leave not a trace behind. No, not even a buckle or an inch of whipcord, and if, some years hence, a petrified whipple-tree, or the skeleton of a coachman, should be turned up, they will be hung up side by side with rusty armour and the geological gleanings of our antediluvian ancestors. We cannot part with our civil, obliging, gentlemanly friends of the road without a feeling of regret, and an expression of gratitude for the benefits they have done us. It was pleasant, after a warm breakfast, to remove our heels from the hob, and ensconce oneself by the side of our modern whip, to establish a partnership in his cosy leathern apron, to see him handling his 4 spirited bays as though his reins were velvet, and having, with a few familiar words and a friendly cigar, drawn the cork from the bottle of his varied information, to learn, as we slapped along at 10 miles an hour, whose park it was, stretching away to the left, to listen to his little anecdotes of horse and flesh, and his elucidation of the points of the last Derby. Peace to the manes and to the names of our honest coachmen, one and all of them, and of their horses too. We speak of their whippish names, for in the body we hope they may long tarry, and flourish to boot in other departments of the living. An old friend and a new face. To the Editor of the Exeter and Plymouth Gazette. Sir, you will oblige me by inserting the following in your paper, which may be amusing to some of our readers. It is a fact well known that when the subscription coaches started, in the year 1812, William Hanning, Esquire, a magistrate of the county of Somerset, residing near Ilminster, was a strenuous advocate for their support, and it was in great measure owing to his exertions that they were established. This gentleman, from some motive or other, or perhaps from his known fondness for new speculations, is now the avowed supporter of a new coach, called, above all other names, the Defiance, and it is professedly meant as an opposition to the subscription coaches. It started from Exeter for the first time on Sunday, April the 13th, 1823. One really would have supported that under such patronage, a name better calculated to keep the peace of His Majesty's liege subjects, and to preserve harmony and goodwill among men, would have been adopted for this coach, and that some other day might have been selected for its first appearance. However, the Defiance started on the Sunday afternoon, amidst the shouts and imprecations of guards, coachmen, and ostlers, contending one against the other, and having one ill-looking outside passenger, whose name was Revenge. An interesting occurrence took place at Ilminster. The new Defiance was expected to arrive there, on its way from town, between 9 and 10 on the Sunday morning, and it was determined to honour it with ringing the church bells. The heroes of the belfry were all assembled, every man at his rope's end, their souls on fire, and eager for the fray. The squire was stationed about a mile from Ilminster, and seeing the coach, as he thought, coming at a distance, he galloped through the street in triumph, gave the signal, and off went the merry peal. Every eye was soon directed to this new and delightful object, when, guess the consternation that prevailed upon seeing, instead of the new Defiance, the poor old subscription, trotting nimbly up to the George Inn door, and Tom Goodman, the guard, playing on the key bugle with his usual excellence, "Should old acquaintance be forgot?" The scene is more easily imagined than described. It would have been a fine subject for Hogarth. The bells were now ordered to cease. The squire walked off and was seen no more. Honest Tom was not accustomed to this kind of reception. He had enlivened the town with his merry notes 1,000 times, but now everyone looked on him with disdain, as if they did not know him. He could scarcely suppress his feelings, but after a few minutes' reflection he mounted his seat again, and, casting a good-tempered look to all around, went off, playing a tune which the occurrence and the sublimity of the day seemed to dictate to him. Through all the changing scenes of life, who were going to church admired Tom's behavior, and said it had a very good effect. Tom arrived safe with his coach at Exeter about 1 o'clock, having started from London 1 hour and a half after the Defiance, and performed the journey in 19 hours and a half. The Defiance arrived about an hour after the Subscription, but the proprietors of the latter did not approve of this system, and gave Tom a reprimand, directing him in future to keep on his regular steady pace, and not to notice the other coach, which he promised to attend to, but said he only wished to show them, on their first journey, the way along. This, under all the circumstances, was admitted as an excuse. Tom went away much pleased with the adventures of his journey, and said he should never meet the Squire again without playing on his bugle, "Hark to the merry Christchurch bells." I beg leave to remain, Mr. Editor, your obliged servant, a friend to the Subscription Coaches. All the world is a stage-coach. It has its insides and outsides, and coachmen in their time seem much fun. From an old play. Going to the tune, "The Huntsman Winds his Horn." Some people delight in the sports of the turf, whilst others love only the chase. But to me the delight above all others is, a good coach that can go the pace. There are some, too, for whom the sea has its charms, and who'll sing of it night and morn. But give me a coach with its rattling bars, and a guard who can blow his horn. But give me a coach, and such. When the coach comes around to the office door, what a crowd to see it start! And the thoughts of the drive cheer up many who leave their friends with an aching heart. The prads are so anxiously tossing their heads, and a nosegay does each one adorn, when the dragsman jumps up, crying out, "Sit fast!" while the shooter blows his horn. When the dragsman jumps up, and such. Now merrily rolls the coach along, like a bird she seems to fly, as the girls all look out from the roadside inns, from a wink from the dragsman's eye. How they long for a ride, the man who's the pride of each village through which he is born, on that coach which he tools with so skilful a hand, while the guard plays a tune on his horn, on that coach, and such. How all the girls all dote on the sight of the coach, and the dragsman's curly locks, as he rattles along with 11 and 4, and a petticoat on the box. That box is his home, his teams are his pride, and he ne'er feels downcast or forlorn, when he lists to the musical sound of the bars, and the tune for the shooter's horn. When he lists, and such. I have sung of the joys one feels on a coach, and the beauty there is in a team. So let us all hope they may ne'er be destroyed by the rascally railroads and steam. There are still some good friends who'll stick by the old trade, and who truly their absence would mourn. So here's a health to the dragsman, success to the bars, and the guard who blows his horn. So here's a health, and such. And now the tune, "The Queen, God bless her." See that splendid fast coach, well named Tally-ho, with prads that can come the long trot. Do their 12 miles an hour, like flashes they go, spinning smoothly along as a top. With Ward and John Hex, or Hardcastle and Judd, how devoted they are to the fair. In their vests there you find the red rose in the bud, perfuming the summer's soft air. Tally-ho, and such. 4 within and 12 out, see they usually start, and the horns sounding right merrily. Good humour and glee do these gay lads impart, and their management's right to a T. But how shall we grieve when the famed Tally-ho shares the fate of those now long gone by? Yet we'll toast its fond memory wherever we go, for the sound of its name shall never die. Tally-ho, and such, and such. End of Hints on Driving, by C.S. Ward. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
A Declaration of the Causes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A declaration of the causes which moved the chief commanders of the Navy of her most excellent Majesty the Queen of England, in their voyage and expedition for Portingal, to take and arrest in the mouth of the river Lisbon certain ships of corn, and other provisions of war, bound for the said city, prepared for the services of the King of Spain, in the ports and provinces within and about the Sound, the 30th day of June, in the year of our Lord 1589, and of her Majesty's reign the 31st. By Anonymous. Whereas it is a thing out of controversy, that certain merchants resident and inhabiting within and near unto the Sound in the kingdom of Denmark, commonly called the merchants of the Hanse towns, will grievously exclaim among foreign nations against the chief commanders of the fleet of the most excellent Queen of England, as infringers of the law of nations, and of the ancient contracts made betwixt the kings of England and the Hanse merchants, and as contemners of the neutrality which the said Hanse merchants do challenge to themselves, whereby they think and hold it lawful for them to exercise the traffic of all merchandises whatsoever, with all people whatsoever, even in the times of greatest hostility between whatsoever kings and princes, by reason of the intercepting and arresting of certain of their ships, passing to the aid and furnishing of the King of Spain with corn and provisions of war. It seemed good unto her foresaid excellent Majesty, in respect of her goodwill, together with singular affectation and love to the sacred empire, the Emperor's Majesty himself, the noble princes of Germany, and to all and singular the estates of the empire, in this public sort to make it manifest for what causes the aforesaid Hanse ships were stayed by the officers of her fleet, and as lawful prizes taken and confiscated, which is done to no other end of purpose, but to make it evident that the same action doth stand and agree with equity and justice, and to be a thing most probable the other princes whosoever, their servants and officers in the like case, and upon the like occasion, would not have failed to take the like course. For it is a thing notorious and sufficiently known, not only to the few Hanse towns, but also to all Christendom, that the King of Spain is transported with a mortal hatred against the Queen's Majesty of England, a witness whereof is the intended, but not performed invasion of the kingdom and dominions of England by the said King the year last past, furthered by him with all his force, but by the mercy of God utterly disappointed, which exulcerate malice of the King's mind, not lately sprung up, but of long time lurking in the closet of his heart, yet foreseen and still prevented by the Queen's Majesty, she often by her messengers sent to him for that purpose, as with most gentle medicines endeavoured to assuage, to reduce him to a new mind meeter for a prince, and so great a king as himself, to the end that removing out of both their minds not only the stain, but also the suspicion of the stain of discontentments, they might dispose themselves to enter and conclude a firm peace and durable friendship, according to the ancient leagues between their progenitors and fathers and their kingdoms, for the space of many years happily continued. The king is a man bewitched by the Bishop of Rome, the very firebrand and bellows of all the civil wars in Christendom, neglecteth the remedies and conditions of peace that have been offered, and persevereth according to his beginning, in his hostile intediment against her Majesty, not otherwise contentable or satisfiable than with her destruction, the slaughter and bloodshed of her people most obedient unto her, and to be short, with the conquest of the whole kingdom. And for the better effecting hereof, he hath oftentimes sent his messengers, you would rather say his fire-flingers, into England, and of later years two special persons, of all the rest most eager and furious, Girald d'Espes and Bernardine Mendoza, who ceased not to sound and persuade the minds of all those whom they could grow in acquaintance with, and were men given over to all mischiefs and diabolical practices, promising them and bestowing upon them extraordinary rewards, of purpose to stir them up to move domestical conspiracies against her Majesty. And how much they prevailed in their attempts it is not material in this place particularly to discuss, for so this work would grow large. The three principal conspiracies, the one of the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, and of their partisans, the second of the Duke of Norfolk, the third of the two Pagets brethren, as also of the two Throckmortons and of their confederates, whereof some were condemned and executed for their intended overthrow of the Queen's Majesty and of the state of the Commonwealth, and the rest are fled, and wander up and down in uncertain places, and are to this day maintained at the charge and by the purse of the Spanish King, are in this matter very sufficient witnesses. But the patrons and complotters of these rebellious, being subtle and cautelous in their actions, howsoever apparent the facts of their seditious ministers seem to be, yet peradventure the Spaniard himself will deny them to be his precepts and directions. Did he then chastise those his ministers, being returned unto Spain, as transgressors of his pleasures? Did he detain from them all rewards and preferments, as having ill deserved them? Hath he blamed the actors of such facts, and excused himself to the Queen? I would to God it were so. But go to, let these witnesses pass. May he be taken for a man of a good spirit, and of no poisoned mind against her Majesty. Let then Guilmus Cataneus, the Pope's secretary that now is be produced, let his work of the life of Pius Quintus, sometime Bishop of Rome, be read. The said Cataneus in that book of his reporteth, that Philip the King of Spain complained bitterly and with great grief to the Cardinal of Alexandria, sent unto him into Spain in the year 1572, because the conspired practice, as well against England as Ireland, not long before entered upon by his authority and advice, had not that success that he looked for. Add hereunto the ships and forces sent twice out of Spain into Ireland, under the pretext of the Pope's name. As for the late treaty of peace with the Duke of Parma in Flanders, entered into upon the mediation and request of the good prince the King of Denmark, how smooth and how sly a touch was that! For her Majesty being wholly bent to that treaty, with a sincere mind and unfeigned desire, behold as then at her doors that huge and mighty fleet of Spain, behold a sort of armies brought out of Italy and Germany into Flanders, labouring and providing for nothing else but the desolation of the kingdom of England and the destruction of the Queen. For the conspirators had, as it were with their fingers, appointed every one of us to the slaughter. They had distributed our houses and lands, and a new prince, a foreigner, was already ordained and created to enjoy the kingdom. If the Spaniards seem to object against these so grievous, so deadly, and so strange devices, the succours which her Majesty hath yielded to the Low Countries, let them consider well, and they shall find that most of these practices have in time preceded the transporting of any aid to them. Let them deny, if they can, that they solicited many English subjects to rebel before her Majesty, so much as thought of the relieving of her ancient confederates by her honest and just means. She appealeth to the King himself, and to his viceroys in Flanders, how often and what messengers she sent before that into Spain and Flanders, for breeding a concord and agreement betwixt the King and the Netherlanders, not with hard, but with honourable and equal conditions. Against which advisos and requests, when the king began to be obdurate, and the ancient contracts of amity betwixt the Netherlanders and the kings of England could not suffer them to be deprived of their lawes and liberty, and be exposed as a prey to strangers, she at the last received them, being too much oppressed into her protection, only of a desire to relieve the poor afflicted people, and not to offer the smallest injury to the king. For if she had been disposed to regard her own commodity, she might have taken another course, but she did not so, seeking rather as yet earnestly and diligently, without any conditions, if not too unreasonable, and such as may stand with her honour, and the profit of the state of Christianity, how a commodious and secure pacification may be made betwixt the king and the states of the Low Countries. In vain, and contrary to reason, hath she maintained with great charge that honourable embassage to the Duke of Parma the last year. In vain was she advertised of the monstrous navy of Spain, and the miraculous swarms of forces with Parma in Flanders, destined and prepared for her ruin, and the spoil of her kingdom. She remained still without all intention or disposition to send any further forces into Flanders, and was after a sort negligent, both of defending herself, and of extending the limits of her government beyond the seas, with purpose to live in quietness without fear, and in peace without ambitious desire of rule. And howsoever she may be thought greedy of other dominions, she sent to Parma very noble and excellent ambassadors, who being delayed from day to day, from month to month, without anything accomplished, she notwithstanding took it patiently, and suffered so far these dangerous delays, that the Spanish soldiers, panting with haste and greediness for the blood and butchery of her Majesty, and people most dear unto her, were come upon her coasts and before her doors. In this sort was her hope deluded, and her opinion frustrated by him, contrary to the royal dignity of both the kingdoms of England and of Denmark. And if the victorious hand of God had not herein derided the cunning devises and purposes of the Spaniards, if it had not scattered so great a terror to all Christendom, and drenched their carcasses in the sea, what should the state of the said Han's merchants have been, so busily and so contrary to all equity and justice, hastening to furnish him with corn and provision for the wars? Whither should the long and sacred quiet of the Roman Empire have gone to hide itself? Where should all other nations that profess the truth of Christianity think that they might have shrouded themselves to be free from his tyranny, and safe from his murderers and cruel executioners? If they saw not that their own destruction was joined with the ruin of the Queen of England, either it must be said that they would deny Christ, or that they were blinded to their own misery by the vengeance of God for their secret sins. For where the cause of hostility is all one, the like effect and issue is to be looked for at the hands of a cruel and raging enemy of the truth. For in a manner, all the inhabitants of the Han's towns are very good favourers of the reformed religion, and mortal enemies to the Romish errors. And would any man then believe that men so well instructed could more respect their private gain, I will not say their filthy lucre, than their own security, the preservation of their country, and the propagation of true religion? But what? Will the inhabitants of the Han's towns pretend that they knew not the Queen of England's pleasure? The city of Hamborough, by their letters written unto the Queen's Majesty, the 21st of September, in the year 1585, having besought her, that their ships might pass quietly unto Spain and Portugal, without stop or hindrance either in their passage or repassage, by her Majesties captaines at sea, received not they answer to this effect? We doubt not but you have heard what occasions of discord are lately fallen out between us and the King of Spaine, whereof we cannot thoroughly conjecture what troubles are like to ensue. If peace arise, we meane to denie you nothing, being our ancient confederates. But if it grow to a warre, we wish you advisedly to consider, that it standeth not with the safety of our kingdom, to suffer our enemies to be aided with corne, and provisions of warre, thereby to be armed against us, which things, according to your accustomed wisdomes, you calling to mind, we hope you will demand nothing at our hands, which may be hurtfull to our state. As for the transporting of other sorts of merchandise into those parts, whereby our enemies may neither be aided with victuals, nor necessaries of warre, we will not hinder you, but will permit your ships to ride on our coastes, and to passe long with all favour for the performance of their intended navigatio, with which our answer we hope you will be fully satisfied and contented, the present state of things considered. Secondly, whereas 2 years after that, to wit, the last year the said burgomasters of Hamborough sent Sebastian Bergen, their secretary and agent, with letters unto the Queen of England, desiring that under the colour and title of neutrality they might freely passe into Spaine and Portingall, and repasse again with all kind of merchandise whatsoever, was not the said Sebastian answered in this wise by the lords of her Majesties council? Whereas the King of Spaine, having sent out his navy to invade this realme, to root out the Christian religion, and to work the ruine and destruction of the Queenes Majesty, hath declared more clearly than the light it selfe, what he would have the Queen of England to think of him. She deemeth it not reasonable, upon any colour, to grant either to the Hamburgers, or any other the Hanse townes whosoever, to carry corne, gunpowder, and other appurtenances for the warre to so obstinate and manifest enemy of the true Christian religion, that such as presumptuously durst attempt the contrary, should suffer the punishment of their unbridled licentiousness. If they fell into the hands of the captaines, or other subjects of the Queen of England, their goods and merchandises, whatsoever thus transported against her Majesties, will be made good prizes to any man that can take them, no excuse of neutrality prevailing to the contrary. Moreover, it is not to be omitted, that the lords of her Majesties council aforesaid, having called for Maurice Timberman, resident in London, and alderman, as they call him, of the Stiliard, commanded him to give warning to all the Hanse townes, that her Majesty willed, and according to her sovereign auctority in her dominions, commanded that they should forbear from thenceforth, from the beginning of the month of January last past, from carrying of corne, and generally of all provision of warre, cables, masts, and like merchandise into Spaine and Portingall, whereby the enemy of her kingdom might be the better furnished, under the paine of losse both of ships and goods, to be inflicted upon such as should violate this her princely commandment. That the Hanse townes were not ignorant of this inhibition, appeareth by the letters of the cities of Lubeck and Hamborough, written afterward to the Queen Majesty, the 26th of March, and from Dantisk, the 13th of the said month, before those ships set out from home, which are now taken. The same in like manner is apparent by many bills of the hiring and freighting of their ships, wherein among others this one thing is worth noting, which was there found, that they covenanted in plain words with the ship-masters, that they should not pass into Spaine and Portingall through the English Channel and usual way, but on the backside of the kingdomes of Scotland and Ireland, a new and strange, and without doubt a dangerous course, by which their intention and deed they declared how little they cared for good meaning, and how careful they were to arm and furnish the common and known enemy of the Queen of England. But as always for the most part it falleth out, deceit doth never thrive with any man, and when men think most to deceive, they are deceived, and suffer the penalties of their guile. For falling into the hands of her Majesty's army upon the coast of Portugal, and even in the entrance of the haven of Lisbon, they were brought back into England, and by the law of nations are become prizes to him which took them. Here now they cry out, that the commanders of our fleet have dealt injuriously with them. They exclaim that the leagues are broken, that their old privileges in England are violated, which they challenge to belong to their cities, and ought to be kept and maintained, as though that any man were so mad, so far from the truth of things, so careless of his own safety, so great an enemy to public security, that with all his might and endeavour would not prevent the mischief and destruction hanging over the commonwealth. He that withstandeth not wrong when he is able, is in as great fault as if he destroyed the commonwealth. The preservation of the people hath been ever accompted among all nations, for the very supreme law. Are not the Hanse towns ashamed to maintain and pretend a privilege, that is to say, a private law against a public and sovereign law? Did ever any king or prince, witting and wearing, suffer such a kind of traffic which should make his enemy overmighty? And though he did not disfurnish himself, yet should leave himself more open unto his fury, which otherwise were like to be unarmed and unable to wage war against him. In the year 1545, at which time the wars grew hot betwixt the kingdoms of England and France, when the subjects of Charles, the Emperor the 5th of that name of noble memory, would needs have had free liberty of passage with all commodities into France, under pretext of their neutrality. What was the Emperor's answer, being a prince of great equity? Did he not openly pronounce that course of theirs altogether unlawful? Let the contract itself, concluded the 6th day of April, be looked into. When the kings of Denmark and of Swethland were at difference one with another, was it permitted to those Hansmen to convey freely anything into one of their kingdoms, which was not indeed seized upon and confiscated, if it fell into the laps of the other, not having first obtained special liberty for the same? Was this stately and so much privileged name of neutrality at that time of such force, that without using of any mediator, it could recover again their goods out of the hands of the Danes and Swethens, and countenance the same in safety and security? Let them acknowledge that whereof they are not ignorant, that although the Emperor Ferdinand and other princes of the empire dealt in their behalf by way of entreaty and meditation, and that from the solemn assembly of the said empire, yet they in this case prevailed nothing at all with Eric the king of Swethland. And further, in the time of hostility between the empire, wherewith as then the king of Poland joined against the great Duke of Muscovy, went these matters otherwise then? Could either the English merchants or any other frequent the Narve in Livonia, or any other parts of the Duke's dominions freely, and without danger. Did the Hansmen, which then were for their King and Emperor, deliver and restore again the ships which they had intercepted and taken, from those which made such attempts? Many men's goods surprised by the Hansmen and others, as then entertained against the Muscovite, and by them still detained, without any precedent prohibitio of passing to the said Muscovite, are hereof very good witnesses. It is also a thing well known, that the noble Prince of Orange and the States exercised the like justice as well against the Hansmen as others in times past. And verily the foresaid Prince in these arrests did that which was according to the tenor and prescription of the laws of the equity of nations. For that same privilege of neutrality is in such sort to be used and enjoyed, that in helping one of our confederates we hurt not another, so that he which helpeth one, and thereby damnifieth another, falleth from his privilege and contract, not because he helpeth one of his confederates, but because he doeth prejudice another, and by that fact of his makes himself an enemy, as offering the first injury, and therefore in so doing he is to be taken and reputed for an adherent and assistant to the enemy, and a very enemy himself. This then being the state of these things, what law, what reason or example may be objected to the contrary, but that it is lawful for the Queen of England, whose sceptre, diadem, kingdom, living, and life are greedily thirsted after by the Spaniard, so potent and so malicious an enemy, to do that against his faughters and favourers so often premonished, which was lawful for the Emperor, for the Empire, for the King of Sweden, for the King of Denmark, for the Prince of Orange, for the States of Netherland, yea, for the Hansmen themselves to do in the like cause, but not in the like danger and extremity as this is. Nay, if we thought it requisite to allege anything out of the privileges themselves, whereof they have so often and so much complained, as being many years withheld from them by injustice, we might offer the charter of Edward, the first King of England, to be perused, granted in the 3rd year of his reign, in which charter we read these express words: that all the aforesaid merchants may at any time carry, or cause to be carried into or out of the kingdom of England, their merchandises, which they shall bring with them, or buy here, or otherwise come by, excepting to the countries of the manifest and notorious enemies of this kingdom. So that either they must deny that the King of Spain, having practised such cruel and horrible things, I would to God we might not say still practising the same, is an enemy to the Queen of England, or else by the words of the aforesaid charter they must confess that they are included within those bounds and limits, which they may not pass if they desire to be called and accompanied friends. We may add to all this, that it is a thing able to be shewed and proved in the courts of records of the kings of England, that heretofore the wars arising and continuing betwixt the kings of England and of France, the goods of these Hansmen were so subject here in England to arrests, as now they are, until they grew more wary, and had put in sufficient sureties, that they would not from that time transport any part of their goods into the provinces and dominions of the French king. By these reasons we take it plainly and fully demonstrated, that her Majesty's captains by sea, in the present arrest of the Hansmen's goods, have committed no injustice against their pretended privileges, but rather that they have utterly lost them for this prank of theirs, in causing victuals and martial furnitures to be conveyed to the countries of her manifest and notorious enemies, directly contrary to the word specified in the privileges. Although her Majesty is not purposed, notwithstanding all present extremities, and this most vile and most barbarous part of the Hanse merchants, to proceed in dealing with them, according to that severity of law which justly she might execute, but is now thus far only resolved to confiscate all the corn and provisions of war, and as for the ships themselves, and other sorts of merchandise in them, she is content to dismiss them for the present. But now touching the matter of their privileges, for which they keep such a stir, in complaining to the Emperor, the States of the Empire, and all other princes else, which nevertheless are clearly found to have been broken and forfeited in the time of Edward the Sixth, that most noble and famous prince. The Queen of England can sufficiently prove that these Hansmen have deserved no benefit or favour at her hands, even by the laws of the Empire itself, if her Majesty thought the argument necessary to stand upon. It is a very apparent thing, that her Majesty neglecting and not regarding the unjust pretences and forged suggestions, wherewith these Hansmen have charged her among strangers, hath yielded to them no less a benefit of free negotiation than to her own subjects, without any other restraint but this, that in lieu and memory of so singular a favour, they also on their parts should grant the like freedom in their ports and cities to her subjects and merchants. And yet, like unkind people, and without respect to this favour, they return to their old bias, and cease not to attempt things dangerous to her Majesty, and by the opinions of all princes in no case to be suffered. These Hansmen were at the like controversy sometimes with the kings of Denmark and Sweden, by reason of certain like privileges in the kingdoms of Norway and Swedland, and the matter grew so hot that it brake out to an open war, but with what fruit or gain to the state of the Hansmen? This was the issue. They were forced to accept such conditions of privileges, not as they challenged, but as the foresaid kings thought just and equal, by which precedent they might learn if they were wise, not to accept only, but most gladly and thankfully to accept the conditions offered by her Majesty, as proceeding from such a kind of liberality, that may make them in this case superiors to all other strangers, equal and alike with her own subjects. But if they continue in this their stubbornness and ingratitude, let them take heed, lest they pluck upon themselves that most just reward of their most perverse behaviours, whereof they have felt the smart before this, both in Swedland, Norway, and Livonia also. Seeing then these Hansmen have received from her Majesty many great benefits, but no ill deserts at any time, she desireth the Emperor's Majesty, and the rest of the princes and states of the Empire, to give no credit to the rumours spread abroad by them, or by the friends of the Romish Church, or by such as are corrupted with Spanish pensions, men suborned of purpose to scatter these false surmises, to the end that we being drawn to a mutual dislike and hatred, they in the meantime may the sooner and the more easily bring us and the religion which we profess, if it were possible, under foot. And further her Majesty entreateth, that this heavy war entered into with the Spaniard, for the maintenance whereof no large but huge sums are of necessity required, and wherein the quarrel is not in her own behalf only, but for the safety of all the kings, kingdoms, and dominions of Europe, that professe the sincerity of true religion, and for that cause are as much hated of this Spanish enemy and his Romish confederates, as her Majesty is, may at the least in this one thing seeme more tolerable, and less difficult and laborious to be continued, in not suffering the foresaid Hansemen to transport to the forenamed common enemy out of their kingdoms, dukedoms, ports, and straits, any victuals or instruments of war, by ordaining secure corrections upon the rebellious and disobedient, and such as shall dare to attempt the contrary, and to think of her Majesty and her actions as of a prince most careful, both of the universal peace of religion, and of the safety of all and singular princes her confederates, and that they would be joining their counsels and forces in one, use all their power and ability to extinguish the practices of the Romish priesthood, that so a sincere, holy, and largely extending peace, free from treacheries, may be entered, concluded, and established throughout all Christianity, to the honour of Almighty God, and the tranquillity of all kings, princes, and estates, with all increase to happiness. In which cogitation her Majesty most sincerely and constantly abideth, and will not cease, God blessing her, to remove all impediments for her part, to procure this good effect according to her honourable desire. But now, having hitherto spoken of the open violence of the Spanish king and the Bishop of Rome, give us leave to use a few words also of another matter, not less odious than the former, consisting in the subtlety of the little fox, which is a thing so much the more diligently to be looked unto, by how much the more close and secret it is, and a thing that creeps far without many men's knowledge. It is that same privy legation and sending, as it were, in corners of certain falsely termed Jesuits and seminaries into this kingdom, to withdraw the minds of the simple and ignorant people from their dutiful obedience to the Queen's Majesty and the realm. But as these kind of men do spring of certain renegades and fugitives naturally born subjects, who at home, either for poverty grow desperate, or by reason of their vicious lives could not long lie hid, so being now sent home again by the Pope, cease not, under the habits of their superstitious profession, to run from house to house, fro town to town, stirring up the people by their whisperings to rebellion, and scattering certain popish bulls, made and sent for that purpose, teaching the people out of them, under the pain and excommunication, and of a curse, that there is no hope of salvation remaining them, except they change their affections, and cast off their due obedience to her Majesty. Those of her Majesty's subjects, which being taken with these bulls, and called in question for the same, have revealed their practices, and being moved with a conscience of their offence, do return to a better mind, and do forsake that filthy sink or dunghill of the company and opinions of Jesuits and seminaries, are pardoned of their former transgressions, and pass without punishment. But as for those that are rooted in their wickedness, and remain stiff-necked in their offence, they being demanded, whether if an invasion of the kingdom should be made by the Bishop of Rome or the Spanish king, they would, as good subjects ought to do, stand for the Queen or no, they answer stoutly and proudly, that they are bound whensoever it should seem good to the said Bishop of Rome, to make any invasion of the kingdom, and dominions of her Majesty, to assist and further the said invasion, by all the ways and means they can. I ask now of you, what prince soever you be, having the authority of a prince, what you would do with such monsters as these are, given over after this sort to such devilishness? Would you suffer the cloak of popish religion and obedience to exempt such traitors from the severity of justice? Would you suffer them to live that would you should not live? Surely no prince or monarch ought or may tolerate such monstrous creatures, except he purposeth voluntarily to neglect good laws, his people, kingdom, and life, and sin grievously against God himself. And these are the monsters that are in England committed to execution, howsoever the companions of their treasons by their infamous libels spread against the people cry out, and say they suffer for the cause of religion only, and for their consciences. Many of her subjects, and they no obscure men, but some of the nobility, and some others of the degree of knights, are witnesses, that howsoever they stand catholically affected, yet as long as they contain themselves within the compass of their duties and obedience to her Majesty and the state, are neither committed to prison, nor in any ill sort used, only for breaking the laws of frequenting the churches, are peradventure rated at some pecuniary fine. The end and purpose why we speak and publish these things is to let all good princes and magistrates, and some others desirous to know the truth of things, understand how and by what means, as openly, privily, by force of arms and practices of treachery, the state of her Majesty is drawn to resist this force, and to avoid these frauds, and with what injurious allegations the execution of laws and justice is as it were torn and rent in pieces, not only by malicious imprinted libels, but also by painted tables and pictures, signifying I know not what monstrous things, resemblances of some barbarous cruelty, as they falsely calumniate and exclaim, to be used against the foresaid Jesuits and seminary priests, that is to say, against men guilty of high and horrible treason. But as for her Majesty, she desireth to stand as a person void of all truth and credit with good princes. If she ever punished any of these men with any strange or new kind of torment, then is appointed by the prescript of the ancient laws of this realm provided against such persons, as shall be found and convicted for rebels and traitors. Fine. End of A Declaration of the Causes by Anonymous. Recording by Liberty Stump, Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Rules and Regulations of the Insane Asylum of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. Rules and Regulations of the Insane Asylum of California, prescribed by the Resident Physician, August 1st, 1861. Resident Physician. The Resident Physician, who shall also be the Superintendent, shall be the Chief Executive Officer of the Asylum. He shall have the general superintendence of the buildings, grounds, and property, subject to the laws and regulations of the Trustees. He shall have the sole control and management of the patients. He shall ascertain their condition, daily prescribe their treatment, and adopt such sanitary measures as he may think best. He shall appoint, with the approval of the Trustees, so many attendants and assistants as he may think proper and necessary for the economical and efficient performance of the business of the Asylum, prescribe their several duties and places. He shall also from time to time give such orders and instructions as he may judge best calculated to ensure good conduct, fidelity, and economy in every department of labour and expense, and he is authorized and enjoined to maintain salutary discipline among all who are employed by the institution, and uniform obedience to all the rules and regulations of the Asylum. Assistant Physician. First, the Assistant Physician shall perform the duties and be subject to the responsibility of the Superintendent in his sickness or absence, and he may call to his aid, for the time being, such medical assistance as he may deem necessary, and perform such other duties as may be directed by the Superintendent and prescribed by the bye-laws. Second, he shall prepare and superintend the administration of medicines, visit the wards frequently, and carefully note the condition and progress of individual cases, see that the directions of the Superintendent are faithfully executed, and promptly report any case of neglect or abuse that may come under his observation, or of which he may be informed. Third, he shall assist in devising employment and recreation for the patients, and endeavour in every way to promote their comfort and recovery, keep such records of cases as the Superintendent may direct, assist in preparing statistics and conducting correspondence, and he shall perform such other duties of his office as properly belong thereto. General Rules. 1. Persons employed in the service of the Asylum will learn that character, proper deportment, and faithfulness to duty will alone keep them in the situations in which they are placed, and they should consider well, before entering upon service, whether they are prepared to devote all their time, talents, and efforts in the discharge of the duties assigned to them. The institution will deal in strict good faith with its employees, and it will expect in return prompt, faithful, and self-denying service. 2. No one can justly take offence when respectfully informed by the Superintendent that his or her temperament is better adapted to some other employment, and those receiving such information should regard it as kindly given, that they may have opportunity to avoid the unpleasantness of being discharged. 3. Those employed at the Asylum be expected to hold themselves in readiness for duty when directed by its officers, and the neglect of any labour or duty on the ground that labouring hours are over, or to hesitate after proper direction on such pretexts, will be regarded as evidence against the fitness of the employee for the place he or she may hold. 4. It must be remembered by all the employees that their duties are peculiar and confidential, and that there is an obvious impropriety in disclosing the names, peculiarities, or acts of the inmates. It should never be forgotten that the most cruel wounds may, by imprudent disclosures, be inflicted on those whose conduct and language during their misfortune should be covered with the veil of deepest secrecy. Conversations in relation to the Asylum and its inmates, sought by the idle and mischievous, should be studiously avoided. 5. All persons employed in the Asylum are required to cultivate a calm and deliberate method of performing their daily duties, carelessness and precipitation being never more out of place than in an insane asylum. Loud talking, hurrying up and down stairs, rude forms of address to one another, and unsightly styles of dress are wholly misplaced where everything should be strictly decorous and orderly. 6. In the management of patients, unvarying kindness must be strictly observed by all. When spoken to, mild, pleasant, and persuasive language must never give place to authoritative expressions of any kind. All threats, taunts, or other kinds of abuse in language are expressly forbidden. A blow, kick, or any other kind of physical abuse inflicted on a patient will be immediately followed by the dismissal of the person so offending. 7. Employees having charge of patients outside of the wards, whether for labour or exercise, will be held responsible for their safe return, unless, by the direction of an officer, they shall be transferred to the charge of some other person, and when patients employed out of doors become excited, they must be immediately returned to the wards whence they were taken, and the fact reported at the office. 8. It will be expected of all employed in or about the asylum to check, as far as possible, all conversations or allusions on the part of patients to subjects of an obscene or improper nature, and remove, when in their power, false impressions on their minds respecting their confinement or management, and any person who shall discover a patient devising plans for escape, suicide, or violence to others, is enjoined to report it to an officer without delay. 9. The place of duty of those having charge of patients is in the wards, or in the yards, or in the garden with the patients. During the day, and while the patients are out of their sleeping apartments, they have no business in their rooms, except for a momentary errand to adjust their own clothing, and any employee who shall enter his or her room and engage in reading, writing, entertaining visitors, or be otherwise off duty, will be acting in violation of rule. 10. The employees are not permitted to correspond with the friends of patients, and all letters or packages to or from patients must pass through the hands of the superintendent or assistant physician. All making of dresses, working of embroidery, or any mechanism for the use of employees is prohibited, unless by the special permission of the superintendent, and no employee of the institution shall ever make any bargain with any patient, or his or her friends, or accept any fee, reward, or gratuity from any patient, or his or her friends, without the superintendent's consent. 11. Employees will not be permitted to leave the asylum without the consent of the superintendent or assistant physician, and when allowed to leave they will be expected to return by 9 o'clock p.m., unless expressly permitted to remain out longer. Before leaving they must hang up their keys in the place, in the office, provided for that purpose. Non-residents will not be permitted to remain in the institution at night without the knowledge and consent of the superintendent or assistant physician. 12. No person will be employed in or about the asylum who is intemperate in habits, or who engages in gambling or any other immoral or disreputable practice, and as the patients are not allowed the use of tobacco within the asylum, the employees are expected not to use it in any form in their presence. 13. While employees are not prohibited from occasionally visiting each other in their wards, it should never become a habit, and the indulgence is only allowed in view of the spirit of emulation, which may thus be encouraged, or sometimes inspecting each other's sphere of duty. When it is discovered that the permission is abused, or that visits are being spent in idle conversation, it will be held as a violation of rule. 14. The two departments of the institution, male and female, must always be separate to its employees, and no person whose post of duty is exclusively in the one shall ever be permitted to enter the other, unless some express or proper occasion shall demand it. And any one who shall discover and not disclose, or who shall in any way encourage an acquaintance between two patients of opposite sex, will be held highly culpable for such misdemeanour, and will be forthwith dismissed from service. 15. No employee will be permitted to appropriate to his or her use any article belonging to the asylum, or purchased for the use of the patients, however small or comparatively valueless it may be. From the salary of the person so offending, the cost of the article will be deducted, and he or she dismissed from service. Steward. 1. The steward shall have a general oversight of the business of the farm, garden, grounds, fences, and buildings. He shall assist in maintaining the police regulations of the asylum, observe the deportment of those employed in subordinate positions, see that they do their duty, and report to the superintendent any instance of neglect or misconduct that he may observe, or of which he may be informed. He shall see to the opening and closing of the house, that the employees rise and commence their duties at the ringing of the bell, and return at proper season at night, that the bell is rung promptly at such hours as may be designated from time to time by the superintendent. He shall have a general care of the male patients, see that they are kindly treated, that their clothes are taken care of, that their food is properly cooked, served, and distributed, that the rooms, passages, and other apartments are kept clean and properly warmed and ventilated, and that every thing pertaining to the asylum property is kept in order and in good repair. 2. The steward shall receive and store all provisions, fuel, clothing, etc., provided by contracts, and also all supplies purchased under the direction of the superintendent, and he will be held responsible for the safe keeping and economical distribution of the same. 3. He shall keep just, accurate, and methodical accounts of all articles received and all articles purchased by him, together with all distributions of supplies to the several departments of the institution, each and every day's accounts exhibiting, in detail, the number, quantity, weight, or measurement, as the nature of the case may be, of each and every article received, and from whom, and distributed, and to whom. 4. On the receipt of supplies, whether obtained under contract or purchased by the order of the superintendent, the steward shall require a bill or invoice of the same, and if, upon a careful examination of the quality, quantity, weight, or measurement of the article or articles, they shall be found to correspond with the item or items of the bill, he shall enter the aggregate amount, with the date and number of the invoice, in a book provided for that purpose, after which he shall endorse the bill correct, and file it, together with an abstract of his daily disbursements, in the office of the superintendent. 5. The steward will be expected to devote his whole time to the interests of the institution, assist in every way in his power to preserve order in the house, and faithfulness among the employees, and see that all the rules and regulations of the asylum are fully observed. Matron. 1. The matron shall have charge of the female department of the asylum. It will be expected of her to be with the female patients in all the wards as much as possible, see that they are kindly treated, that their food is properly cooked, served, and distributed, that their apartments are kept clean and in good order, and properly warmed and ventilated, that the female employees attend to their duties in all respects, and report to the superintendent in any departure on their part from the rules and regulations of the institution. 2. The bedding, table linen, napkins and drapery furniture, carpets, table covers, and all similar property of the female department, as well as the clothing of the female patients, shall be under her general care and supervision. She shall direct the employment and amusements of all the inmates in the female wards. In short, it will be expected of her to look frequently and carefully into every interest connected with her department, and thus, by devoting her whole time to the institution, aid in every way in her power in securing the comfort and recovery of the patients, and the general welfare of the asylum. Clerk. 1. It shall be the duty of the clerk to keep a correct account, in a book provided for that purpose, of all supplies received by the steward under contract, or purchased by him under direction of the superintendent. He shall keep a careful account of all articles used and consumed in the asylum daily, and at the end of every month he shall make an exhibit of the receipts, expenditures, and disbursements, arranging the different articles used under the appropriate headings, that the actual cost and consumption of each article for each day shall be correctly shown. He shall keep the asylum account, the physician's dwelling account, the garden account, the office account, the farm account, and the improvement and repairs account, each separate and distinct from the other, and make out separate and distinct monthly exhibits of each. He shall also make out, in connection with the exhibits of the above accounts, a table showing the combined total cost per day, and the combined total cost per month, with an average cost per day, and the average cost of each patient per day, and the average cost of each patient per month, together with any other items that may be of interest and utility to the asylum. He shall make out a table showing what bills are to be paid on the last month's expenditures, and also a table exhibiting the superintendent's estimate for the expenditures of the ensuing month. 2. It shall be the duty of the clerk to keep a correct account of the patients received, entering at the time of their admission, in a book provided for the purpose, a condensed copy of each commitment, with the facts set forth in the certificate of the examining physicians accompanying the same. He shall also note in the same connection the condition of the patient as found by the Superintendent or Assistant Physician at the time of admission. Supervisors. 1. The Supervisors shall have a general oversight of the duties of the attendants. They shall spend their time chiefly in the wards, and they shall see that the rules prescribing the duties of the attendants towards the patients are faithfully observed, that the patients are well treated, and in all respects properly cared for. They shall, in an especial manner, have the oversight of the sick, and see that watchers are detailed for such as require it. 2. They shall have the care of the clothing of the patients, and the bedding, table linen, towels, etc., of their respective divisions. On the arrival of a patient at the institution, whatever clothing is bought shall be committed immediately to the supervisor of the division to which the patient is sent. A clothing account shall be opened for each patient in a book provided for the purpose, in which shall be entered every article brought to the institution, including what may be on the patient's person, and also whatever may afterwards be received or purchased for the patient's use. 3. Money, jewellery, or other valuables shall be brought to the office for safekeeping, except where their retention by the patient is expressly permitted by the Superintendent or Assistant Physician. On the discharge or removal of a patient, the clothing in his or her possession shall be carefully compared with the clothing account of said patient, that any losses may be discovered or accounted for. 4. The clothing belonging to the patients in each division shall be deposited in a room set apart for the purpose, the key of which shall be in the custody of the supervisor, and, at some particular hour of the day, the supervisors shall be in attendance in their respective clothing rooms to exchange or supply such clothing as the wants of patients may require, and attendants are enjoined not to call on the supervisors for that purpose at any other times, if avoidable. Clothing required for daily use shall be kept in the ward closets. 5. The supervisor shall have charge of the sewing rooms, and when any patient is in want of new clothing the fact shall be reported to the supervisors, who will receive instructions from the superintendent in regard to its supply. No clothing shall be purchased out of the asylum if it can be manufactured in the sewing rooms. 6. The supervisors shall be careful that the clothing of patients is adapted to the season, and especially to see that patients are not suffered to go out, either for exercise or labour, without a careful inspection of what is worn. 7. All articles belonging to patients shall be legibly marked, and the supervisors are expected to see that the clothing of each patient is devoted to his or her use, and to the use of no other. 8. The supervisors shall see that each patient is supplied with a full change of underclothing once a week, and that their outer clothing and all bed clothing is changed as often as their strict cleanliness shall require. Attendants. 1. Those employed in the wards in the care of the patients as their attendants should remember that their first duty is to treat them with unvarying kindness, respect, and attention. Feelings of mutual goodwill can, with few exceptions, be successfully cultivated between attendants and those under their immediate care, and doubts may be justly entertained of an attendant's fitness when these are wanting. 2. The first effort on the part of an attendant on receiving a patient should be to win his or her confidence, however insensible the patient may be to kindly advances. Patients generally enter the wards with the thorough conviction that evil is intended them, and the first show of harshness or force, however slight, will confirm that impression, while kind assurances and manifestations of sympathy quickly disarm them of their false impressions, and the first great step in the way of cure is begun. The attendant should regard the patient as an honoured guest who comes, tarries for a short time, and goes on his way, to give to the world a good or evil report of his entertainer. 3. When a patient manifests opposition to the will of the attendant, the point should never give rise to protracted discussion, as opposition may be only increased thereby. Patients will usually yield when mildly and kindly informed that they are only asked to comply with a rule binding on all, and that the request is not merely arbitrary. Whenever continued resistance is anticipated, it is better to yield the point to the patient if the request made is one of no great importance, and report the case to the superintendent or assistant physician. 4. The muffs, sleeves, wristbands, or other means of confinement are never to be used unless by order of the superintendent or assistant physician, and the attendant shall never, under any circumstances, use greater force than is sufficient to secure the patient, himself, or others from the efforts of his or her violence, and after the patient is secured in his or her room, the superintendent or assistant physician shall be informed of what has occurred. 5. During the evening, after patients have retired, one attendant or assistant shall always be present in each ward to discover any disturbance, and to administer to any necessity that may arise, and no attendant shall ever leave the ward in which he or she is engaged without informing an assistant of his or her intended absence. During the day, attendants are expected to make the patient's and the patient's clothing and sleeping apartments the objects of their most careful attention. 6. On rising in the morning, attendants shall see that the patients are properly dressed, washed, hair combed, and otherwise in good condition to appear at breakfast. The bed shall be made, rooms, halls, dining rooms, water closets, and stairways put in good order by 9 o'clock from April to September inclusively, and by 10 o'clock from October to March inclusively. All soiled clothing, bedding, etc., shall be taken from the building at the earliest possible hour, before the air of the wards becomes contaminated thereby. A straw bed once soiled or wet shall be immediately emptied, and the tick sent to the laundry. The wards and stairways shall be washed and swept as often as necessary to secure perfect cleanliness. Attendants will be assisted by the patients in the discharge of these duties, but are themselves alone responsible for their prompt and faithful performance. When attendants or assistants are engaged with their patients in any kind of outside labour, they shall keep a correct account of the time of the patient employed, and report the same at the office at the close of every week. 7. Attendants in this institution are considered the companions, not keepers, of the patients, and regarding themselves as such, they shall strive to keep every one, whose physical health will admit it, engaged in some kind of amusement or employment in labour, as designated from time to time by the superintendent or assistant physician. The cultivation of fruit and flowers, the use of the library, reading room, gymnasium, bowling alleys, and other means for mental, moral, and physical training should be in every way encouraged. 8. The attendant should see that the patients indulge in no pernicious practices. Those given to solitary habits must receive special attention, and, as far as possible, induced to participate in the pursuits and amusements of others. Indolent patients should be led about the wards and yards, and induced to join in exercises. Those, on the contrary, who are weak and restless, should be induced to take repose. 9. Attendants are forbidden to make walking out with their patients a pretext for doing errands or making calls for themselves, and they must not go to town with the patients when the state of the roads and fields allow exercises in other directions, and they must be especially vigilant that patients, when out, do not obtain possession of any dangerous implements, matches, or other articles improper for them to have, and strict search must be made for such immediately on their return to the asylum, and before they shall have time to secrete them in the wards. 10. On the morning of Wednesday and Saturday of every week, each patient shall receive a tepid bath, unless by reason of sickness or otherwise. Exception shall be made by the superintendent or assistant physician. The male patients shall be shaven, and an inspection shall be made that their hair and nails may be suitably trimmed, and the person generally in cleanly condition. In trimming the hair, no more should be taken off than necessary to secure a better appearance of the patient, the practice of cutting the hair of the insane close to the head being positively forbidden, unless for some special reason it shall be so ordered by the superintendent or assistant physician. 11. On Mondays and Thursdays the attendants shall collect all clothing designed for the wash, and deliver the same, with lists thereof, to the supervisors at the assorting rooms, and on Wednesdays and Saturdays they will assist the overseers of the laundry to assort the clothing, and place the articles of each ward to themselves for the inspection of the supervisors, who will compare them with the washing lists and make their return thereon. Assistants. 1. The assistants will be employed with the attendants in the care of the patients, their rooms, clothing, etc., They will be under the immediate direction and control of the attendants, and they are expected to observe with care the rules prescribed for the management of the patients and the government of the asylum. Meals. 1. The meals of the patients shall be served promptly at the following hours: December, January, February. Breakfast 7 a.m., dinner 1 p.m., supper 7 p.m. March, April, May, September, October, November. Breakfast 6:30 a.m., dinner 12:30 p.m., supper 6:30 p.m. June, July, August. Breakfast 6 a.m., dinner 12 p.m., supper 6 p.m. 2. The attendants are required to see that their patients are properly prepared for their meals, that their faces are washed, hair combed, and clothing adjusted, that each may present a cleanly and orderly appearance. 3. At meals the attendant shall always be present to carve, to distribute the food, to see that each one has a proper supply, and that they all take their meals in a proper manner. Each shall be supplied with such liberal allowance as the nature of the case may require, but all waste, gluttony, or improper habits at the table shall be mildly checked by the attendants. They shall be allowed time to take their meals at leisure. Habits of eating differ, and all, the old particularly, should have time to eat without hurry. 4. Food that has been handled or rendered unfit for use shall be sent back in a receptacle provided for the purpose, but whatever is fit to be served in another form shall be carefully laid aside for future consumption. 5. Some very plain food should be kept in the dining-room closets for the use of those whose meals may have been interrupted, or for old persons, or for convalescent patients who sometimes require food oftener than under ordinary circumstances. 6. Care must be taken that no patient carries away from the table a knife, fork, spoon, or any article of food, and to be sure of this, the knives, forks, and spoons should be counted after each meal, and search be made for any lost article. Watchman. 1. The duties of the watchman will commence at 7:30 p.m., at which time he will visit the office to receive instructions for the night. 2. He is expected while on duty to be faithful and vigilant, to visit every part of the male department and the outer walls of the female department at least every hour during the night, making as little noise as possible, never conversing in a loud tone, and opening and shutting the doors as quietly as possible. 3. He is expected to be kind, gentle, and soothing in his manners to the patients, and use every means in his power to tranquilize those who are excited, and to allay the fears and apprehensions of the timid. He will pay particular attention to the sick, the suicidal, and those recently admitted, will see that the patients are properly supplied with water when it is asked for, and will attend to all other reasonable wants, will notice any unusual noise in the patient's room, endeavour to ascertain the cause, and, if necessary, report the same to the attendant. He will notice anything unusual occurring during the night, and enter the same on a slate provided for the purpose, and he shall report any irregularities, neglect of duty, or violation of rules which may come under his notice. 4. It will be the duty of the watchman to look after the heating apparatus during the night. He must be very watchful against fire, and in case of its occurrence must report immediately to the superintendent and officers without giving general alarm. He shall keep the hose and fire ladders always in good order, and in readiness for use. He shall ring the bell at the hour for rising in the morning, and he will be expected to perform such other duties as may be required of him. At 6:00 a.m. he will be relieved by the porter, and his services will not be demanded again till the time for duty in the evening. Watchwoman. 1. The watchwoman will have the charge of the interior of the female department during the night, and in the management of the patients and the discharge of other duties will be governed by the rules and regulations laid down for the government of the watchman. Porter. 1. The time of service of the porter commences and ends in alternation with that of the night watchman. Cleaning, heating, and lighting the front rooms of the centre building belong to him. He shall see that the front windows and doors are kept secured during the day, and that visitors about the premises do not transgress the rules of propriety by talking with the patients at the windows. 2. He is expected to keep within the sound of the office bell, unless absent on duty. He shall attend to all messages when required, and receive and conduct visitors, observing towards all the utmost politeness and attention, and he will be expected to perform such other duties as may be required of him. Gardener. 1. The gardener, with the aid of such patients as can be taken out for that purpose, shall have the care of the orchard, garden, and grounds around the asylum and physician's house. He shall have charge of the cultivation of the vegetables, fruit, and flowers, and he will be held responsible for their safe keeping and delivery at the asylum, as directed from time to time by the superintendent or steward. 2. He shall keep a pass-book, in which shall be entered by the steward the number, weight, or measurement of the products of the garden and orchard, delivered from time to time to the asylum and physician's house, together with an accurate account of the time employed by the patients in his department of labour, and he shall report the same at the office every Saturday evening. 3. As the fruits and flowers are intended for the use of the patients, the gardener is enjoined not to permit visitors or employees to pluck or otherwise disturb them without permission from the superintendent or assistant physician. Carpenter. 1. The carpenter, who is also engineer, shall have charge of the workshop, tools, etc., belonging to his department of labour. He shall, with his assistants, who will be subject to his direction, attend to the repairs, alterations, and improvements made under the direction of the superintendent or steward. He shall also have charge of the engine house and tools connected therewith, and will be expected to run the engine as often as may be necessary to keep a full and ample supply of water in the tank for the daily and nightly use of the asylum. 2. He shall keep a book in which shall be entered the amount of lumber used, and the time employed by himself and assistants, together with the time employed by the patients, upon each item of labour in his department. He shall also keep in the same book the amount of fuel consumed, and the running time of the engine in pumping water and in sawing wood and lumber. 3. He shall make a report to the clerk every Saturday night, showing all the business and labour of his charge during the week. Overseers of laundry. 1. The overseers of laundry will have charge of the house and furniture of the laundry. They will be held responsible for the safe keeping of the clothing delivered to them, until they shall be washed, ironed, and returned in a suitable condition for immediate use to the assorting room, and placed in the charge of the supervisor. 2. They shall keep the house and furniture in good order, and see that everything is safely locked up at night. They shall observe the rules and regulations of the institution, and see that they are observed by all who are employed under them, and shall report any remissness or neglect of duty to the superintendent or steward. Farmer. 1. The farmer, under the direction and control of the steward, shall have under his immediate charge the lands used for farming purposes, the farming implements, the horses, cattle, hogs, chicken, and produce of the farm, together with the hay, grain, straw, etc., purchased and delivered at the asylum. 2. He will keep a book, in which, under the head of general accounts, he will charge the farm with the wages paid for labour and the labour performed by the patients, the cost of farming implements, the amount paid for blacksmithing, the grain, hay, bran, shorts, straw, etc., received, and all other articles or items of expenditure for farming purposes. Under the same head he will credit the farm with all products received, with the labour of himself and hands in making fences, gates, putting up buildings, etc., together with all articles which may be sold. 3. He will also keep, in the same book, separate accounts under the following heads: for the asylum, for hogs, for cattle, etc. On account for the asylum, he will charge every article of produce, grain, hay, straw, etc., together with the pork, beef, veal, chickens, etc., delivered from time to time to the steward, for the use of the asylum and the physician's house, and credit the asylum with every article, of whatever nature or kind, purchased by the steward and placed in his keeping. On account for hogs he will charge amount paid for sows, pigs, shoats, etc., amount paid for grain fed per day, amount paid for butchering, and amount paid for any expenses not included in the above. He will credit the number and weight of hogs sold, and the amount of pork supplied. On account for cattle he will charge amount paid for cattle purchased, amount paid for grain, hay, shorts, bran, etc., fed per day, and the amount of any other expenditure incurred for cattle. He will credit the quantity of milk and butter obtained daily, and the number and weight of cattle fatted and killed, including the hides and tallow. 4. As the farmer will be held responsible for the safe keeping of all grain, hay, straw, bran, shorts, cattle, hogs, horses, farming implements, or anything else connected with the farm, the steward will see that no such article is left at the asylum, unless received by himself in person or by the farmer. 5. The farmer will be careful to confer often with the steward in reference to all matters pertaining to his charge, give timely notice as to all his wants, and he will be expected to be faithful and industrious in the use of every means in his power to render the farm productive and profitable to the asylum. 6. He shall make a report embracing all the business transactions of the farm whenever required to do so by the superintendent or steward. Visitors. 1. Visitors and others will be permitted to visit the institution on any day except Sunday between the hours of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. 2. No visitor shall be admitted within the wards occupied by the patients without express permission from the superintendent or assistant physician, and especial care must be taken that no amount of visiting is permitted in the wards that might prove injurious to the patients. 3. Visitors are expressly forbidden to furnish any inmate of the asylum with tobacco in any form, or to deliver to or received from a patient any letter, parcel, or package without the knowledge or approbation of the superintendent or assistant physician. 4. Those having charge of patients are particularly enjoined to abstain from mentioning to visitors the names of those in their charge, their peculiarities, or any other circumstances, a knowledge of which might be painful to persons connected with them. 5. Visitors are respectfully requested not to disturb the flowers and fruit in the asylum garden and grounds. Library. 1. The library of the male department shall be under the charge of the supervisor. Every volume taken therefrom shall be charged to the borrower, except for the use of the patients, when it shall be charged to the attendant, into whose ward it is taken, who will be responsible for its being used with ordinary care and returned in proper time. 2. If a volume shall be lost or destroyed by any patient, the attendant having charge of the patient will report the fact to the supervisor, and, if practicable, exhibit the fragments. If lost or destroyed by any other person, it must be replaced. 3. No one will be permitted to take from the library more than one volume at a time, or to keep a volume more than 2 weeks, without permission from the superintendent or assistant physician, except Bibles, Testaments, and prayer books placed in the hands of the patients for daily reading. 4. The supervisor will be responsible for books taken from the library and not charged. 5. The library of the female department will be under the charge of the matron, who in its management will be governed by the above rules, prescribing the duties and responsibilities of the supervisor. Acknowledgement. In the preparation of the foregoing rules and regulations, the resident physician has made free use of the published rules of other institutions, particularly those of the Illinois State Hospital for the Insane. End of Rules and Regulations of the Insane Asylum of California. Recording by Kevin Green, Lancashire.
The Epistle to the Reader and Explanatory Notes from the Annals of the World by Rev. James Usher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Epistle to the Reader from the Annals of the World by Rev. James Usher. Censorinus, in his little book, The Explanation of Times Intervals, written to Q. Cerelius on his birthday, wrote in the preface of it, "If the origin of the world had been known to man, I would have started there." And a little later, speaking of this time, "Whether time had a beginning or whether it always was, the exact number of years cannot be known." Therefore Ptolemy, from astronomical supputations concerning the creation and history of the world, states that it is beyond the knowledge of man. "To find the details of the history of the world, or such an immense period of times, I think is beyond us that desire to learn and know the truth." Julius Firmius Maternus, in his Discourse of History, that geniture of the world, received from Aesculapius and Anubius, "that was not the creation of the world, nor indeed had the world any certain day for its beginning, nor was there anything existing at the time when the world was formed by the wisdom of the divine understanding and provident Deity. Nor could man in his human frailty so far extend itself that it could conceive or unfold easily the world's origin." It is not strange that the heathens, who are totally ignorant of the Holy Bible, should despair of ever attaining the knowledge of the world's beginnings. Even among Christians, that most renowned chronographer, Dionysius Petavius, when asked his opinion concerning the creation of the world and the number of years from creation down to us, made this disclaimer, "that the number of years from the beginning of the world to our time cannot be known, nor in any way found out without divine revelation." Philastrius Brixiensis disagreed with him and called it heresy. "To know the number of the years from the creation of the world is uncertain, and men do not know the time." Lactantius Sirmianus made this bold assertion in his Divine Institutions: "We who are trained by the Holy Scriptures to the knowledge of truth, do know both the beginning and end of the world." For whatever may have happened in the past, we are taught that "the Father has reserved the knowledge of things future to himself, nor is there any mortal to whom the whole period of time is known. Even the son of Sirach is thought to say, the sands of the sea, the drops of rain, and the days of the world, who can number?" Sirach 1:28. When Lyranus is thought to have been speaking of history, when, as others interpret it here, and in chapter 18:11 of his Days of Eternity, draws this erroneous conclusion. He thinks that from the beginning of the world time was never by any man determined certainly and precisely. The first Christian writer that I have known of, who attempted from the Holy Bible to calculate the age of the world, was Theophilus, Bishop of Antioch. Concerning this whole account he states, "All times and years are made known to them who are willing to obey the truth." But concerning the exactness of this calculation he later states, "And haply we may not be able to give an exact account of every year, because in the Holy Scriptures there is no mention of the precise number of months and days." For the Scripture normally notes only entire years, and not the days and months in each instance. Hence summing the years may give an inaccurate total, because the partial years were not included. But granting this one thing, and this is a most reasonable assumption, that the holy writers had this purpose in noting the years of the world in their various places with such diligence. They sought to reveal to us the history of the world that otherwise no one could know. This, I say, being granted, we affirm that the Holy Spirit has anticipated this doubt. He has started and ended each of the periods on which a series of time depends, and added the very month and day. For example, the Israelites left Egypt on the 15th day of the first month, Numbers 33:3. In the 480th year after their exodus, in the second month on the second day, Solomon began to build the temple, 1 Kings 6:1. The months and days given for the start and end of the period show that 11 months and 14 days are to be taken away. The period is not 480 whole years, but only 479 years and 16 days. 2 Chronicles 3:2. Those who promise to give us an exact astronomical table of time, from the creation to Christ, seem to me more worthy of encouragement than praise, in that they attempt a thing beyond human capacity. Thus states David Pareus, who, among the most recent of our writers, calculated the number of the years to Christ's time from the Holy Scriptures. Therefore, he says, abandoning astronomical calculations, he used the civil time of the Hebrews, Egyptians, and Persians as the only way to do this accurately. But if I have any understanding in this matter, it does not matter what rule we use to measure the passing of time, as long as it starts and ends with a certain number of days. Any one could, with D. Pareus, by some equal measure of years, define the time between the foundation of the world and Christ's time. Also, it would be very easy, without the help of any astronomical table, to set down how many years happened during that interval. The passing of time in any civil year from a season to the same season again is simply a natural astronomical or tropical year. Any one can do this who is well versed in the knowledge of sacred and profane history, of astronomical calculations, and of the old Hebrew calendar. If he should apply himself to these difficult studies, it is not impossible for him to determine not only the number of years, but even the days from the creation of the world. Using backward calculations, Basil the Great told us we may determine the first day of the world. You may indeed learn the very time when the foundation of the world was laid. If you return from this time to former ages, you may endeavor studiously to determine the day of the world's origin. Hence you will find when time began. The nations in various ages use different methods of calculating time and years. It is necessary that some common and known standard be used, to which these may be reconciled. The Julian years and months are most suitable to the common collation of times. These start on midnight, January 1, A.D. Using 3 cycles, every year is uniquely identified. For example, the Roman indiction of 15 years, the cycle of the moon, or golden number of 19, and the solar cycle, the index of Sunday or Paschal days, containing the period of 28 years. It is known that the year 1650 A.D. is identified with the numbers of 3 in the Roman indiction, 17 in the lunar cycle, and 7 in the solar cycle. I do not say that of the year of the birth of Christ, which is still disputed among the learned. Since our Christian period comes long after the creation of the world, counting years backward is difficult and error-prone. There is a better way. Modern chronologers have extrapolated these 3 cycles backward to the year when all the cycles would start at 1 on January 1st. This creates an artificial epoch of length 7,980 years, based on the product of the three cycles multiplied together. Lunar cycle, 19 years. Solar cycle, 28 years. Years of interdiction, 15 years. Total, 19 times 28 times 15 equals 7,980 years. I think this was first noted by Robert Lothering, Bishop of Hereford, in England. 500 years later, Joseph Scaliger adapted this to chronological use and called it by the name of the Julian period, because it extended the cycle of Julian years back in time and forward. The cycle starts at noon, January 1st, 4713 BC, and is a leap year. Here the lunar cycle is 1, the solar cycle is 1, and the interdiction cycle is also 1. Hence, 1 A.D. is the year 4714 of the Julian period, and is identified by the Roman indiction of 4, lunar cycle of 2, solar cycle of 10. Moreover, we find that the years of our forefathers, the years of the ancient Egyptians and Hebrews, were the same length as the Julian year. It consisted of 12 months containing 30 days. It cannot be proved that the Hebrews used lunar months before the Babylonian captivity. 5 days were added to the 12th month each year. Every 4 years, 6 days were added to the 12th month. I have noted the continual passing of these years as set forth in the Bible. Hence the end of Nebuchadnezzar's reign and the beginning of his son Evil-Merodach's reign was in the 3442nd year of the world, 3442 A.M. By collation of Chaldean history and the astronomical canon, it was in the 85th year of Nabonazzar. This was 562 B.C. or 4152 J.P., Julian period. From this I deduce that the creation of the world happened in the beginning of the autumn of 710 J.P. Using astronomical tables, I determined the first Sunday after the autumnal equinox for the year 710 J.P., which was October 23rd of that year. I ignored the stopping of the sun in the days of Joshua, and the going back of it in the days of Hezekiah. See the notes in my annals for 2553 A.M. and 3291 A.M. From thence I concluded that from the preceding evening of October 23rd marks the first day of creation and the start of time. I ignored the difficulties raised by chronologers who are occupied by the love of contention, as Basil notes. Hence I deduced that the time from the creation until midnight, January 1st, 1 A.D., was 4003 years, 70 days, 6 hours. Also based on the death of Herod, I conclude that the birth of our Savior was 4 full years before January 1st, 1 A.D. According to our calculations, the building of Solomon's temple was finished in the 3000th year of the world. In the 4000th year of the world, Mary gave birth to Christ, Luke 2:6, of whom the temple was a type, John 2:21. Hence Christ was born in 4 B.C., not 1 A.D. But these things which I note at the present, God willing, shall be more fully explained in our sacred chronology. This I intend to write with a treatise of the primitive years and the calendar of the ancient Hebrews. In the meantime I thought it best to publish the annals of the Old Testament. Based on this foundation, I included a chronicle of all foreign affairs that happened in Asia and Egypt. These include events before the beginning of the Olympiads, and matters relating to Greece and Rome and other areas. In doing the sacred history, I have followed the translation of Janius and Tremellius, using their Hebraisms and the information from their work. In doing the secular history, I have noted the writings of their ancient authors, or the best translation from the Greek of their works. In particular, I used James Dalechamp, translation in Athenaeus. Although, in noting the chapters, I observed the addition of Natalis Comes. From these I have written this history using material from Codomanus, Capellus Emmius, Pesilius, Eborus, Salianus, or any other chronologer which I had. However, I always referred to the original authors, and did most of my work directly from their writings and not second-hand sources. Since my purpose was to create an accurate chronology, I may not have followed the exact wording of these writers in every case, but I have preserved the intent of their writings. Of the many historians who lived before Julius Caesar, the passing of time leaves only 4 of note: Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophon, and Polybius. The last one is poor and inaccurate in many places. These I esteem the most authentic for their antiquity. I used them to correct the frequent errors in chronology of Diodorus Siculus. However, in matters that related to Alexander the Great, they are silent. For this period I also followed not only Diodorus, but Curtius and Arrian, to try to determine the history of that period. I used the following abbreviations: A.D., years from the start of the Christian era; A.M., year of the world from creation; B.C., years before the Christian era; J.P., Julian year starting at January 1st, 4713 B.C.; N.K., northern kingdom of Israel; S.K., southern kingdom of Israel. After the time denoted by A.M., one of 4 letters may be affixed: A. Autumn; B. Winter; C. Spring; D. Summer. Other things the prudent reader will figure out for himself. I wish you the enjoyment of these endeavors, and bid you farewell. London, July 13th, 1650 A.D. Rev. James Usher. Explanatory Notes by Editor. A. Dictionary definition of Roman indiction. In chronology, a cycle of 15 years, instituted by Constantine the Great, originally a period of taxation. Constantine having reduced the time which the Romans were obliged to serve in the army to 15 years, imposed a tax or tribute at the end of the term, to pay the troops discharged. This practice introduced the keeping of accounts by this period, but, as it is said, in honor of the great victory of Constantine over Mezentius, September 24th, A.D. 312, by which Christianity was more firmly established, the Council of Nice ordained that accounts of years should no more be kept by Olympiads, but that the indiction should be used as the point from which to reckon the date years. This was begun January 1st, A.D. 313. Taken from the definition of indiction in Noah Webster's first edition of an American Dictionary of the English Language, published 1989 by Foundation for American Christian Education, California. Dictionary was first published in 1828. B. Lunar cycle. The lunar cycle consists of 19 years, or 235 complete orbits of the moon around the earth. This differs from 19 years of 365.25 days, each by approximately 1½ hours. On the first year of the next cycle of 19 years, the new moon would again be on January 1st. C. Solar cycle. The solar cycle consists of 28 years. At the start of each new cycle, every day and month of the year would correspond exactly to the days and months of the first year of the previous cycle. D. Time of creation. Since the Jews used to start their year in the autumn, this is not an unreasonable assumption. Also, the biblical pattern of evening and morning seems to apply to the year as well as days. First the dark months of autumn and winter, and then the bright months of spring and summer. This also fits the biblical pattern in spiritual matters too. For the saint, his worst lot in life comes first, followed by an eternal day of happiness in Christ. The best wine comes last. John 2:10. See Spurgeon's sermon number 225, Satan's Banquet, and number 226, The Feast of the Lord. E. The Christian era. The Christian era should properly begin with the year Christ was born, and in devising it the intention was to have it begin with that year. By the Christian era is meant the system upon which calendars are constructed, and by which historical events are now dated in practically all the civilized world. But the originator of the system made a miscalculation as to the year, in the calendar then in use, in which Christ was born, as the result of which the year A.D. 1 was fixed 4 years too late. In other words, the Lord Jesus was 4 years old in the year A.D. 1. The mistake came about in this way. The Christian era, i.e., the scheme of dates beginning A.D. 1, was not devised until A.D. 532. Its inventor or contriver was a monk named Dionysius Exiguus. At that time the system of dates in common use began from the era of the Emperor Diocletian, A.D. 284. Exiguus was not willing to connect his system of dates with the name of that infamous tyrant and persecutor, so he conceived the idea of connecting his system with and dating all its events from the incarnation of Jesus Christ. His reason for wishing to do this was, as he wrote to Bishop Petronius, "to the end that the commencement of our hope might be better known to us, and that the cause of man's restoration, namely our Redeemer's passion, might appear with clearer evidence." For the carrying out of this excellent plan, it was necessary to fix the date of the incarnation in the terms of the chronological systems then in vogue. The Romans dated the beginning of their history from the supposed date of the founding of the city, ab urbe condita, or AUC, as usually abbreviated. Dionysius Exiguus calculated that the year of our Lord's birth was AUC 753. He made his equivalents of dates from Luke 3:1, now in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, etc., at which time Christ was 30 years of age, according to Luke 3:23. But it was ascertained later that a mistake of 4 years had been made, for it clearly appears by Matthew 2:1 that Christ was born before the death of Herod, who died in 749 A.U.C. Tiberius succeeded Augustus August 19th A.U.C. 767. Hence his 15th year would be A.U.C. 779, and from those facts Dionysius was right in his calculation. But it was discovered in later years that Tiberius began to reign as colleague with Augustus 4 years before the latter died. Hence the 15th year mentioned by Luke was 4 years earlier than was supposed by Dionysius, and consequently the birth of Christ was that many years earlier than the date selected by Exegus, which date has been followed ever since. This must be allowed for in any computation of dates which involves events happening before Christ. The Wonders of Biblical Chronology, page 84, 85. Philip Morrow, first published 1922, reprinted by Reiner Publications, Swingell, Pennsylvania. Philip Melanchthon, his narration concerning Philip Prince Palatine to Rhenus. I have often heard Capino relate the following when Dalbergius, the Bishop of the Vangians, Rudolphus Agricola, and myself were with Philip Prince Palatine Elector. Not only in ordinary conversation, but also in serious discussions about the affairs of the state, they would often bring notable examples from the Persian or Greek or Roman history. The prince was very zealous to know more of history, and he noted that the distinction of the times, nations, and empires was necessary for this. Therefore he wished them to make a chronology of the kingdoms of ancient history based on all available Hebrew, Greek, and Latin authors. At that time, in 1480 A.D., there were no books about the ancient empires in the German language, nor had the Latins anything of that nature, save Justin's confused Epitome, which also lacked a detailed chronology. Those learned men were delighted to compile this work. Therefore they compiled a chronology from Hebrew, Greek, and Latin monuments of the various monarchies. To this they added all the most important events in proper place, and created a chronology of the nations and times. This grateful prince read these works most earnestly and delighted in them. Also he was thankful that the times and the memory of the most important events were preserved by divine providence. For they showed him how that the history of the world was continued, so that Herodotus begins his writings a little before the end of the prophetic history. For even before the end of the Persian monarchy, concerning which we have a most clear account of Daniel, Ezra, and Nehemiah, some of the names of the kings of Assyria and Egypt are the same in the prophets and Herodotus. Jeremiah foretells their destruction to Apries, which also Herodotus describes. After Apries kills Jeremiah, Amasis strangles the proud king after he had captured him. The Palatine prince said he saw the witness of the divine presence in the ordering of empires, for these empires could neither be attained nor retained by mere human power. Therefore they were created, that they might be the upholders of human society, unite many nations, restore law, justice, peace, and indeed they might teach men concerning God. Therefore he did often repeat those words of Daniel, that God changes and confirms empires. He said likewise that by the changes and punishments of tyrants, the just judgment of the Almighty was most conspicuous. By these illustrious examples, all mankind was admonished to acknowledge God, and were to understand that he wills and ordains justice, and is truly offended with those who transgress this his ordination. Such were the speeches of that prince concerning the rise and fall of empires. End of the Epistle to the Reader and Explanatory Notes from the Annals of the World by Rev. James Ussher. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Are You a Bromide? By Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Are You a Bromide? Or the Sulfitic Theory, expounded and exemplified according to the most recent researches into the psychology of boredom, including many well-known bromidiums now in use, by Gillette Burgess, S.B., author of Goops and How to Be Them, the Burgess Nonsense Book, Vivette, etc., etc. Note: this essay is reprinted with revisions and enlargement editions from the Sulfitic Theory, published in the Smart Set for April 1906 by consent of the editors. To Gertrude McCall, chatelaine of Mac Manor, and discoverer of the Sulfitic Theory. Are you a bromide? The terms bromide and sulfite, as applied to psychological rather than chemical analysis, have already become, among the Illuminati, so widely adopted that these denominations now stand in considerable danger of being weakened in significance through a too careless use. The adjective bromidic is at present adopted as a general vehicle, a common carrier for the thoughtless damnation of the Philistine. The time has come to formulate, authoritatively, the precise scope of intellect which such distinctions suggest, and to define the shorthand of conversation which their use has made practicable. The rapid spread of theory, traveling from sulfite to sulfite like the spark of a pyrotechnic set-piece, till the thinking world has been over-violently illuminated, has obscured its genesis and diverted attention from the simplicity and force of its fundamental principles. Footnote 1. It was in April that I first heard of the theory from the chatelaine. The following August, in Venice, a lady said to me, "Aren't these old palaces a great deal more sulfitic in their decay than they were originally, during the Renaissance?" Back to text. In this its progress has been like that of slang, which, gaining in popularity, must inevitably decrease in aptness and definiteness. In attempting to solve the problem which for so long was the despair of philosophers, I have made modest use of the word theory. But to the sulphite this simple, convincing, comprehensive explanation is more. It is an opinion, even a belief, if not a credo. It is the crux by which society is tested, but as I shall proceed scientifically, my conclusions will, I trust, effect rational proof of what was a priori hypothesis. The history of the origin of the theory is brief. The chatelaine of a certain sugar plantation in Louisiana, in preparing a list of guests for her house party, discovered in one of those explosive moments of inspiration that all people were easily divided into two fundamental groups or families, the sulfites and the bromides. The revelation was apodictic, convincing. It made life a different thing. It made society almost plausible. So too it simplified human relationship and gave the first hint of a method by which to adjust and equalize affinities. The primary theorems sprang quickly into her mind, and such is their power, they have attained almost the nature of axioms. The discovery indeed was greater, more far-reaching than she knew, for, having undergone the test of philosophical analysis as well as of practical application, it stands now a vital, convincing interpretation of the mysteries of human nature. We have all tried our hands at categories. Philosophy is, itself, but a system of definitions. What, then, made the Chatelain's theory remarkable, when civilization has wearied itself with distinctions? The attempt to classify one's acquaintance is the common sport of the thinker, from the fastidious who says, "There are two kinds of persons, those who like olives and those who don't," to the fatuous immemorial lover who says, "There are two kinds of women, Daisy and the other kind." Previous attempts, less fantastic, have had this fault in common. Their categories were susceptible of gradation, extremes fused one into the other. What thinking person has not felt the need of some definite, final, absolute classification? We speak of "my kind" and "the other sort," of those who understand, of impossibles and outsiders. Some of these categories have attained considerable vogue. There is the Bohemian versus the Philistine, the Radical versus the Conservative, the Interesting versus the Bores, and so on. But always there is a shifting population at the vague frontier. The types intermingle and lose identity. Your Philistine is the very one who says, "This is Liberty Hall. One must drink beer whether one likes it or not." It is the conservative businessman, hard-headed, stubborn, who is converted by the mind-reader or the spiritualistic medium, one extreme flying to the other. It is the bore who, at times, unconsciously to himself amuses you to the point of repressed laughter. These terms are fluent. Your friends have a way of escaping from the labeled boxes into which you have put them. They seem to defy your definitions, your orders and genera. 15 minutes' consideration of the great sulphitic theory will, as the patent medicines say, convince one of its efficacy. A bromide will never jump out of his box into that ticketed sulphite. So much comment has been made upon the terminology of this theory that it should be stated frankly at the start that the words sulphite and bromide and their derivatives, sulphitic and bromidic, are themselves so sulphitic that they are not susceptible of explanation. In a word, they are empirical, although accidentally it might seem they do appeal and convince the most skeptical. I myself balked at first these inconsequent names. I would have suggested the terms Gothic and Classic to describe the fundamental types of mind. But it took a short conversation with the Chatelaine to demonstrate the fact that the words were inevitable, and the rapid increase in their use has proved them something more real than slang, an acceptable and accepted terminology. Swallow them whole, therefore, and you will be so much better for the dose that, upon finishing this thesis, you will say, "Why, of course, there are no other words possible." Let us, therefore, first proceed with a general statement of the theory, and then develop some of its corollaries. It is comparatively easy to define the bromide. Let us consider his traits and then classify the sulphite by a mere process of exclusion. In this our world, the bromides constitute, alas, by far the larger group. In this the type resembles the primary bodies or other systems of classification, such as the Philistines, the Conservatives, the Boers, and so on ad nauseam. The bromide does his thinking by syndicate. He follows the main traveled roads. He goes with the crowd. In a word, they all think and talk alike. One may predicate their opinion upon any given subject. They follow custom and costume. They obey the law of averages. They are intellectually all peas in the same conventional pod, unenlightened, prosaic, living by rule and rote. They have their hair cut every month, and their minds keep regular office hours. Their habits of thought are already made, proper, sober, befitting the average man. They worship dogma. the bromide conforms to everything sanctioned by the majority, and may be depended upon to be trite, banal, and arbitrary. So much has a mere name already done for us that we may say boldly that, and this is our first theorem, that all bromides are bromidic in every manifestation of their being. But a better comprehension of the term, and one which will perhaps remove the taint of malediction, will be attained if we examine in detail a few essential bromidic tendencies. The adjective is used more in pity than in anger or disgust. The bromide can't possibly help being bromidic, though on the other hand he wouldn't if he could. The chief characteristic, then, seems to be a certain reflex, psychological action of the bromidic brain. This is evidenced by the accepted bromidic belief that each of the ordinary acts of life is, and necessarily must be, accompanied by its own especial remark or opinion. It is an association of ideas intensified in each generation by the continual correlation of certain groups of brain cells. It has become not only unnecessary for him to think, but almost impossible, so deeply these well-worn paths of thought have become. His intellectual processes are automatic. His train of thought can never get off the track. A single illustration will suffice for analysis. You have heard it often enough. Fie upon you if you have said it. If you saw that sunset painted in a picture, you'd never believe it would be possible. It must be borne distinctly in mind that it is not merely because this remark is trite that it is bromidic. It is because that, with the bromide, the remark is inevitable. One expects it from him, and one is never disappointed. And, moreover, it is always offered by the bromide as a fresh, new, apt, and rather clever thing to say. He really believes, no doubt, that it is original. It is, at any rate, neat, as he indicates by his evident expectation of applause. The remark follows upon the physical or mental stimulus as the night the day. He cannot then be true to any other impulse. Originality was inhibited in him since his great-grandmother's time. He has got the habit. Accepting his irresponsibility, and with all charity to his undeveloped personality, we may note a few other examples of his mental reflexes. The list is long, but it would take a large encyclopedia to exhaust the subject. The pastime, recently come into vogue, of collecting bromidiums. Footnote: for this apt and cleverly coined word I am indebted to Mr. Frank O'Malley of the New York Sun, who has been one of the most ardent and discriminating collectors of bromidiums. Back to text. Is a pursuit by itself worthy enough of practice if one appreciates the subtleties of the game and does not merely collate hackneyed phrases, irrespective of their true bromidic quality. For our purpose in elucidating the thesis in hand, however, we need to cull but a few specimens, leaving the list to be completed by the reader at his leisure. If you happen to know Mr. Smith of Des Moines, the bromide inevitably will say, "This world is such a small place, after all, isn't it?" The bromide never mentions such a vulgar thing as a birth, but "the year baby came." The bromide's euphemisms are the slang of her caste. When she departs from her visit, she says, "I've had a perfectly charming time. It's so good of you to have asked me. Now do come and see us." And when her caller leaves, her mind springs with a snap to fasten the time-worn farewell. "Now you have found the way. Do come often." And this piece of ancient cynicism has run through 1,000 changes. Of course, if you leave your umbrella at home, it's sure to rain. But comment to the sulphite is unnecessary. These remarks would all be in his Index E Purgatorius, if one were necessary. Except in jest, it would never even occur to him to use any of the following remarks. 1. I don't know much about art, but I know what I like. 2. My mother is 70 years old, but she doesn't look a day over 50. 3. That dog understands every word I say. 4. You'll feel differently about these things when you're married. 5. It isn't money, it's the principle of the thing I object to. 6. Why aren't there any good stories in the magazines nowadays? 7. I'm afraid I'm not educated up to Japanese prints. 8. The Japanese are such an interesting little people. 9. No, I don't play chess. I haven't got that kind of a brain. 10. No, I never intended to be married. 11. I thought I loved him at the time, but of course it wasn't really love. 12. Funny how some people can never learn to spell. 13. If you'd only come yesterday, this room was in perfect order. 14. I don't care for money. It's what I can do with it. 15. I really oughtn't to tell this, but I know you understand. 16. Why, I know you better than you know yourself. 17. Now this thing really happened. 18. It's a great compliment to have a child fond of you. 19. The Salvation Army reaches a class of people that churches never do. 20. It's bad enough to see a man drunk, but oh, a woman. 21. It's a mistake for a woman to marry a man younger than herself. Women age so much faster than men. Think what she'll be when he's 50. 22. Of course, if you happen to want a policeman, there's never one within miles of you. 23. It isn't so much the heat or the cold as the humidity in the air. 24. This tipping system is terrible, but what can one do about it? 25. I don't know what we ever did without the telephone. 26. After I've shampooed my hair, I can't do a thing with it. 27. I never read serials. 28. No, let me pay. I've got to change this bill anyway. 29. You're a sight for sore eyes. 30. Come up and see us any time. You'll have to take potluck, but you're always welcome. 31. There are as many chances to get rich in real estate as there ever were, if only you knew where to find them. 32. I'd rather have a good horse than all the automobiles made. 33. The price of autos is bound to come down sooner or later, and then you won't see horses except in menageries. 34. I'd rather go to a dentist than have my photograph taken. 35. Did you ever know of a famous man's son who amounted to anything? 36. The most ignorant Italian laborer seems to be able to appreciate art. 37. I want to see my own country before I go abroad. 38. Yes, but you can live in Europe for half what you can at home. 39. You can live 20 years in New York and never know who your next-door neighbor is. 40. No, I'd just as lief stand. I've been sitting down all day. 41. Funny how people always confide their love affairs to me. 42. I'd rather be blind than deaf. It's such a tax on your friends. 43. I haven't played a game of billiards for 2 years, but I'll try just for the fun of it. 44. If you could only write stories the way you tell them, you'd make your fortune as an author. 45. Nothing can stop a cold unless you take it right at the start. 46. He's told that lie so often that he believes it himself now. 47. If you stay here a year, you'll never want to go back. 48. Don't worry, that won't help matters any. Sulfites are agreed upon most of the basic facts of life, and this common understanding makes it possible for them to eliminate the obvious from their conversation. They have found, for instance, that green is restful to the eyes, and the fact goes without saying in a hint, in a mere word. They are aware that heat is more disagreeable when accompanied by a high degree of humidity, and do not put forth this axiom as a sensational discovery. They have noticed the coincidences known as mental telepathy usual in correspondence, and have long ceased to be more than mildly amused at the occurrence of the phenomenon. They do not speak in awestruck voices of supernatural apparitions, for of all fiction the ghost story is most apt to be bromidic, nor do they expect others to be impressed by their strange dreams any more than with their pathological symptoms. Hypnotism, they are convinced, has attained the standing of a science whose rationale is pretty well understood and established, and the subject is no longer an affording subject for anecdote. Sulfites can even listen to tales of oriental magic, miraculously growing trees, disappearing boys, and what-not, without suggesting that the audience was mesmerized. Above all, the Sulfites recognize as a principle that if a story is really funny, it is probably untrue, and he does not seek to give you adjuvant relish to it, dilating with verisimilitude upon the authenticity of the facts in the case. But your Bromide is impressive, and asserts, "I knew the man that died." The Sulfite, too, has little need for euphemisms. He can speak of birth and death without metaphor. But to the Bromide all such matters of fact and fancy are perpetually picturesque, and a discoverer, he leaps up and shouts out enthusiastically that 2 and 2 are 4, and defends his statement with eloquent logic. Each scene, each incident has its magic spell. Like the little woolly toy lamb, he presses the fact, and bah, bah, the appropriate sentiment comes forth. Does he have, back in the shadows of his mind, perhaps the ghost of a perception that the thing has been said before? Who can tell? But if he does, his vanity exercises the spirit. Bromides seldom listen to one another. They are content with talk for talk's sake, and so escape all chance of education. It is this fact, most likely, which has endowed the bromidium with immortality. Never heard, it seems always new, appropriate, clever. No, it isn't so much the thing they say as the way they say them. Do you not recall the smug, confident look, the assurance of having said a particularly happy thing? They come inevitably as the alarm clock. When the hands of circumstance touch the hour, the bromidic remark will surely go off. But, lest one make too much of this particular symptom, let us consider a few other tendencies. The Bromide has no surprises for you. When you see one enter a room, you must reconcile yourself to the inevitable. No hope for flashes of original thought, no illuminating, newer point of view, no sulphitic flashes of fancy. The steady glow of bromidic conversation and action is all one can hope for. He may be wise and good, he may be loved and respected, but he lives inland, he puts not forth to sea. He is there when you want him, always the same. Bromides also enjoy pathological symptoms. They are fond of describing sickness and deathbed scenes. His face swelled up to twice its natural size, they say in odd whispers. They attend funerals with interest and scrutiny. We are all born with certain bromidic tendencies, and children are the greatest bromides in the world. What boy of 10 will wear a collar different from what his schoolmates are all wearing? He must conform to the rule and custom of the majority, or he suffers fearfully. But if he has a sulphitic leaven in his soul, adolescence frees him from the tyrannical traditions of thought. In costume, perhaps, men still are more bromidic than women. A man has, for choice, a narrow range in garments, for everyday wear at most, but 4 coats, 3 collars, and 2 pairs of shoes. Fewer women become sulfites. The confession is ungallant and painful, but it must be made. We have only to watch them, to listen, and to pity. But stay, if there is anything in heredity, women should be most sulfitic, for of all bromides Adam was the progenitor, while Eve was a sulfite from the first. Alice in Wonderland, however, is the modern type, a bromide amidst sulfites. What, then, is a sulfite? Ah, that is harder to define. A sulfite is a person who does his own thinking. He is a person who has surprises up his sleeve. He is explosive. One can never foresee what he will do except that it will be a direct and spontaneous manifestation of his own personality. You cannot tell them by the looks. Sulfites come together like drops of mercury in this bromidic world. Unknown, unsuspected groups of them are scattered over the earth, and we never know where we are going to meet them, like fireflies in summer, like Americans in Europe. The bromide we have always with us, predicting the obvious. The sulfite appears uncalled. But you must not jump to the conclusion that all sulfites are agreeable company. This is no classification as of desirable and undesirable people. The sulfite, from his very nature, must continually surprise you by an unexpected course of action. He must explode. You never know what he will say or do. He is always sulfitic, but is often impossible. He will not bore you, but he may shock you. You find yourself watching him to see what is coming next, and it may be a subtle jest, a paradox, or an atrocious violation of etiquette. All cranks, all reformers, and most artists are sulfitic. The insane asylums are full of sulfites. They not only do ordinary things in unusual ways, but they do unusual things in ordinary ways. What is more intensely sulfitic than, when you have said your farewells, to go immediately? Or, as you swim out to rescue a drowning girl, to keep your pipe burning all the while? They do not attempt to entertain you, but let you choose your own pastime. When they present a gift, it has either rhyme or reason to it. Their letters are not passed about to be read by the family. Hamlet was a sulfite, Polonius a bromide. Becky Sharp was sulfitic, Amelia Sedley bromidic. So we might follow the line of cleavage between the two groups in art, religion, and politics. Compare, for instance, President Roosevelt with his predecessor in office. The unexpected versus the sedate thermometer of public opinion. Compare Bernard Shaw with Marie Corelli. One would swear that their very brains were differently colored. Their epigrams and platitudes are merely the symptoms of different methods of thought. One need not consult one's prejudice, affection, or taste. The sulfitic theory explains without either condemning or approving. The leopard cannot change his spots. But if, along with these contrasts, we take, for example, Lewis Carroll as opposed to Dr. Johnson, we are brought up against an extraordinary inconsistency. It is, however, only an apparent paradox. Beneath it lies a vital principle. Dr. Johnson was himself a sulfite of sulfites, but how intensely bromidic were his writings! One yawns to think of them. As for Lewis Carroll in his classic nonsense, so sulfitic as often to be accused by bromides of having a secret meaning, his private life was that of a bromide. Read his biography and learn the terrors of his formal set entertainments to the little girls whom he patronized. They knew what to expect of him, and he never, however agreeably, disappointed them. No, unfortunately, a sulfite does not always produce sulfitic art. How many writers we know who are more interesting than their work? How many who are infinitely less so? Your professional humorist is usually a dull, melancholy fellow in his private life, and a clergyman may preach infant damnation and be a merry father at home. Such considerations point inevitably to the truth that our theory depends essentially not upon action or talk, but upon the quality and rationale of thought. It is a question of potentiality rather than of dynamics. It is the process of reasoning which concerns us, not its translation into conduct. A man may be a devoted supporter of Mrs. Grundy and yet be a Sulphite, if he has, in his own mind, reached an original conclusion that society needs her safeguards. He may be the wildest-eyed of anarchists and yet bromidic, if he has accepted another's reasons and swallowed the propaganda whole. It will be doubtless through a misconception of this principle that the first schism in the sulphitic theory arises. Already the cult has become so important that a new or heretic sect threatens it. These Protestants cannot believe that there is a definite line to be drawn between sulphites and bromides, and hold that one may partake of a dual nature. All such logic is fatuous and founded upon a misconception of the theory. There is, however, a subtlety which has perhaps had something to do with confusing the neophyte. It is this: Sulphitism and bromidism are, symbolically, two halves of a circle, and their extremes meet. One may be so extremely bromidic that one becomes at a leap sulphitic, and vice versa. This may be easily illustrated. Miss Herford's inimitable monologues, being each the apotheosis of some typical bromide, a shop-girl, a country dressmaker, a bargain hunter, and so on, become, through her art, intensely sulphitic. They are excruciatingly funny, just because she represents types so common that we recognize them instantly. Each expresses the crystallized thought of her particular bromidic group. Done then by a person who is herself a sulphite par excellence, the result is droll. One has, says Emerson, but to remove an object from its environment, and instantly it becomes comic. The same thing is done less artistically every day upon the vaudeville stage. We love to recognize types, and what Browning said of beauty, "We're made so that we love, first when we see them painted, things we have passed, perhaps 100 times, nor cared to see," can be easily extended to our sense of humor in caricature. A recent hit upon the variety stage does still more illustrate the problem. The Cherry Sisters aroused immense curiosity by an act so bromidic as to be ridiculous. Were they rank amateurs doing their simple best, or were they clever artists, simulating the awkward crudeness of country girls? That was the question. In a word, were they sulphites or bromides? What such artists have done histrionically, Hilaire Belloc has done exquisitely for literature in his story of Manuel Burden. This tale, affecting to be a serious encomium upon a middle-class British merchant, shows plainly that all satire is, in its essence, a sulphitic juggling with bromidic topics. It is done unconsciously by many a simple rhymester, whose verses are bought by sulphites and read with glee. In the terminology of our theory, we must, therefore, include two new terms, describing the variation of intensity of these two different states of mind. The extremes meet at the points of nitrobromidism and hyposulphitism, respectively. Intensity of bromidism becomes then nitrobromidism, and we have seen how, through the artist's or through the sulphite's subtle point of view, such nitrobromide becomes immediately sulphitic. By a similar reasoning, a hyposulphite can, at a step, become bromidic. The illustration most obvious is that of insanity. We are not much amused, usually, by the quaint modes of thought exhibited by lunatics and madmen. It cannot be denied, however, that their processes of thought are sulphitic. Indeed, they are so wildly original, so fanciful, that we must denominate all such crazed brains hyposulphites. Such persons are so surprising that they end by having no surprises left for us. We accept their mania and cease to regard it. It, in a word, becomes bromidic. So, in their ways, are all cranks and eccentrics, all whose set purpose is to astonish or shock. We end by being bored at their attitudes and poses. The sulfite has the true Gothic spirit, the bromide the impulse of the classic. One wonders, relishing the impossible, manifesting himself in characteristic, spontaneous ways. The other delights in rule and rhythm, in ordered sequences, in authority and precedent following the law. One carves the gargoyle and the ogrillion, working in paths untrod. The other limits himself to harmonic ratios, to balanced compositions, and to predestined fenestration. One has a grim, naif, virile humor, the other a dead, even beauty. One is hot, the other cold. The Dark Ages were sulfitic. There were wild deeds then. Men exploded. The Renaissance was essentially bromidic. Art danced in fetters. Men looked back at the past for inspiration, and chewed the cud of Greek thought. For the sulfite, fancy; for the bromide, imagination. From the 15th century on, however, the wave of sulfitism rose steadily, gradually dropping at times into little depressions of euphuistic manners and intervals of sensibility, but climbing with the advance of science and the emancipation of thought to an ideal, the personal original interpretation of life. The 19th century showed curiously erratic variations of the curve. From its beginning till 1815, sulfitism was upon the increase, while from that year till 1870 there was a sickening drop to the various depths of bromidic thought. Then the bromide infested the earth. With his black walnut furniture, his jigsaw and turning lathe methods of decoration, his Lincrusta Walton and pressed terracotta, his chromos wax flower, hoop skirts, chokers, side whiskers, and pantalettes, went a horrific revival of mock modesty inspired by the dying efforts of old formulated religious thought. And then, when steam had had its day, impressing its materialism upon the world, making what should be hard easy and what should be easy hard, came electricity, a new science almost approaching a spiritual force, and, with a rush, the telephone that made the commonplace bristle with romance. The curve of sulfitism arose. A wave of Oriental thought lifted many to a curious idealism, and, as so many other centuries had done before, there came to the 19th a fin de siècle glow that lifted up the curve still higher. The Renaissance of thought came the cult of simplicity and mission furniture. Corsets were abandoned. The automobile freed us from the earth. The Yellow Book began. Mrs. Eddy appeared. Radium was discovered, and appendicitis flourished. So there are bromidic vegetables like cabbage, and sulfitic ones like garlic. The distinction, once understood, applies to almost everything thinkable. There are bromidic titles to books and stories, and titles sulfitic. The something of somebody is, at present, the commonest bromidic form. Once, as in the courting of Dinah Shad and the damnation of Theron Ware, such a title was sulfitic, but one cannot pick up a magazine now-a-years without coming across the blank of blank. As most magazines are edited for Middle Western bromides, such titles are inevitable. I know of one, with 1 million circulation, which accepted a story with the sulfitic title Thin Ice, and changed it to the bromidic words, because other girls were free. One of O. Henry's first successful stories, and perhaps his best humorous tale, had its title so changed from Cupid à la carte to A Guthrie Wooing. And this is one of the few exceptions to the rule that a sulfitic thing can become bromidic. Time alone can accomplish this effect. Literature itself is either bromidic or sulfitic. The dime novel and melodrama, with hackneyed situations, once provocative, are easily nitrobromidic, that they become sulfitic in burlesque and parody. Metaphysically, sulfitism is easily explained by the theory of absolute age. We have all seen children who seem to be, mentally, with greater possibility of growth than their parents. We see persons who understand without experience. It is as if they lived before. It is as if they had a definite, absolute age. We recognize and feel sympathetic with those of our caste, with those of the same age, not in years, but in wisdom. Now the standard of spiritual insight is the person of 1,000 years of age. He knows the relative importance of things. And it might be said, then, that bromides are individuals of less than 500 years, sulfites those who are over that age. In some dim future incarnation, perhaps, the bromide will leap into sulfitic apprehension of existence. It is the person who is absolutely young who says, "Alas, I never had a youth, I don't understand what it is to be young." And he who is absolutely old remarks blithely, "Oh dear, I can't seem to grow up at all." One is a bromide, and the other a sulfite, and this explanation illuminates the paradox. The sulfite brings a fresh eye to life. He sees everything as if for the first time, and not through the blue glasses of convention. As if he were a Martian newly come to earth, he sees things separated from their environment, tradition, precedent. The dowager without her money, the politician without his power, the sage without his poverty. He sees men and women for himself. He prefers his own observation to any a priori theories of society. He knows how to work. He knows, too, what the bromide does never, how to play, and he plays with men and women for the joy of life, and his own particular game. Though his view he eccentric it in his own view, and though you may avoid him, you can never forget or ignore him. And so, too, using an optical symbolism, we may speak of the sulfite as being refractive. Every impression made upon him is split up into component rays of thought. He sees beauty, humor, pathos, horror, sublimity. The bromide is reflective, and the object is thrown back unchanged, unanalyzed. It is accepted without interrogation. The mirrored bromidic mind gives back only what it has taken. To use the phraseology of Harvard and Radcliffe, the sulfite is connotative, the bromide denotative. But the theory is constructive rather than destructive. It makes for content and peace. By this philosophy one sees one's friends revealed. Though the bromide will never say whether he prefers dark or white meat, though he inflict upon you the words, "Why, if 200 years ago people had been told that you could talk through a wire, they would have hanged the prophet for witchcraft." Though he repeats the point of his story, rolling it over on his tongue, seeking for a second laugh, though he says, "Dinner is my best meal," he cannot help it. You know he is a bromide, and you expect no more. You will notice, also, in discussing this theory with your friends, that the bromide will take up, with interest, only the bromidic aspect of life. The term will amuse him, and never thinking that it should be applied to himself, he will use the word bromide in season and out of it. To the sulfite, however, sulfitism is a thing to be watched for, cultivated, and treasured. He will search long for the needle in the haystack, and leave the bromidium to be observed by the careless, thoughtless bromide. And as the supreme test, it may be remarked that, should buttons be put on the market bearing the names bromide and sulfite in blue and red, a few minutes' reflection will convince the sulfite that before long all the bromides would be wearing the red sulfite buttons, and all the sulfites the blue bromide. Such is the rationale of the perverse. Bromides we may love, and even marry. Your own mother, your sister, your sweetheart may be bromidic, but you are not less affectionate. They are restful and soporific. You may not have understood them. Before you heard of the sulfitic theory, you were annoyed at their dullness, their dogmas, but with this white light illuminating them, you accept them now for what they are. And, expecting nothing original from them, you find a new peace and a new joy in their society. You may estimate your capacity for the comic, says Meredith, and the statement might be applied as well to the bromidic, by being able to detect the ridicule of them you love without loving them less. The bromide has no salt, nor spice, nor savor. He is the bread of society, the various staff of life. And if, like little Jack Horner, you can occasionally put in your thumb and pull out a sulfidic plum from your acquaintance, be thankful for that, too. End of Are You a Bromide? By Gillette Burgess.
تعطيلات, or a treatise concerning the permutations of letters in the Arabic language, preface and preliminary observations, by Maulavi Roshun Uli of Jaunpur, translated from the Persian by Robert Titler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. To the Right Honourable Gilbert Lord Minto, Governor General of India, etc., etc., etc. The following pages are, with his Lordship's permission, most respectfully inscribed by his Lordship's obliged, faithful, and obedient humble servant, the translator. The following short treatise was composed about 7 years ago in the Persian language by the late Maulavi Roshun Uli of Jaunpur for the use of students in the College of Fort William. It professes not to be an original production, but merely a brief and useful compendium extracted from the various voluminous works which have been written both in the Persian and Arabic languages concerning those changes which the letters in the latter are subjected to undergo. Viewed in that light, it appears to answer all the purposes which were intended by the author, and as a useful companion during the incipient progress of his Oriental pursuits, is unquestionably well deserving of the student's most attentive and frequent perusal. The investigation of the permutations has long formed a favorite object of study amongst the learned of the East, who have, concerning this subject, written many and valuable books. These, however, being adapted only for the perusal of the veteran in Eastern literature, are not only almost unattainable by the student, but their contents perfectly useless to him during the first steps of his progress. The following translation was undertaken and accomplished solely for my own instruction, and the desire of contributing in some degree towards removing the obstacles which present themselves to the student at his outset, must serve as an apology for laying it before the public. To render the work more complete, an appendix containing examples of such verbs and remarks as tend to illustrate the different rules laid down in the body of the work, together with a few short notes printed beneath the text of the treatise, have been added. By those who wish for further information on this subject, the following works written in the Persian language, which are in daily use among the Mussulmans in Hindustan, may be considered. Sarf-e Mir, written by Sa'id Sharif. Dasturul Mubtadi, Sufi the son of Nasir. Fosul Akbari, reckoned a translation of the famous Arabic work the Shafia, written by Ibn Hajib. A treatise on the permutations of letters in the Arabic language. In the name of God, most merciful and gracious. Let praise be to God, the preserver of the universe, and blessing upon his Prophet Muhammad, and upon his descendants. It is the primary object of this little treatise to prove to the reader that although many forms of the inflections of verbs and nouns in the Arabic language occur on certain measures, which it is evident the learner must esteem very different from those measures on which the analogous inflections occur, yet in reality no variation exists. The cause of the apparent difference is owing to the huruf illah in firm letters, namely alif, waw, ya, and the occurrence of two similar letters together, which in the Arabic language is very difficult of pronunciation. Generally, wherever these letters take place, many changes are used, and the measures of these permutations present a different appearance from the regular measures of formation. The Arabian grammarians, after unwearied endeavors, have at length established certain rules for the regulation of the changes occurring to the above mentioned letters in the pronunciation of the Arabs. The knowledge of these rules becomes therefore absolutely necessary, because they tend to resolve all the difficulties which present themselves to the mind of the student concerning the difference of the measures. As certain technical expressions of Arabic grammar may not be fully understood, I have first introduced some explanatory observations on that subject. Arabic words are divided into four classes. The first is termed sahih, sound. This term is applicable to all those words in which there neither occurs an alif, an hamza, a harf illah, or two similar letters. The second is denominated mahmuz, literally hamzated. This class includes all those words which possess a radical hamza. If this occur as the primal radical, the word is termed mahmuzifa, as amara, he commanded. Footnote: the Arabs, from constantly using the three letters fa'ala to express the various measures that occur in the language, name the radicals as they exist in the word fa'ala, in order to express the first, second, and third radicals, terming the first fa', the second ayn, and the third lam. End footnote. Or ibilun, a camel. If it occur as the second of the radical letters, the word is then termed mahmuzi'ain, as sa'ala, he asked, or ra'sun, the head. And if it exist in the word as the last of the radicals, it then receives the denomination of mahmuzilam, as qara'a, he read, and juz'un, a part. The occurrence of two radical hamzas, although it may occasionally take place, as in the word uja'un, the name of a mountain in Arabia. Footnote: the name of a mountain in Arabia and of a town in Egypt. End quote. See Richardson's dictionary. End footnote. Is extremely uncommon. This species of words has been placed in no particular class, and has received no particular denomination. The existence of three hamzas as the radical letters of a word never is observed. The third class is named mu'tal, literally infirm. Footnote: an ism fa'il derived from the root illah, infirmity. End footnote. This class comprehends all those words in which any of the huruf illah occurs as a radical. If only one of these letters exist, the word is called mufrad, simple, or mu'tala yek harfi, infirm of one letter. Footnote, that is, on account of one letter. End footnote. It is evident that the words of this class must be of three kinds, the infirm letter occurring either as the primal, medial, or final radical. The same terms are used to discriminate these subdivisions as in the second class. The mu'talif is likewise termed mithal, similar, from the reason that this description of words admits of very few changes, and is therefore similar to the sahih before noted. Wa'ada, he promised, and werdun, a rose tree, are examples of this species. The mu'talli'in, like the former, has received another appellation, namely ejweth, hollow, so denominated because the infirm letter, while in this situation, is often rejected from the word. Awira, he was blind of an eye, and filun, an elephant, illustrate this description. The mu'talil has also, similar to the preceding, another name, naqis, imperfect. This term is bestowed in consequence of the infirm letter at the end of the word often disappearing, and thus rendering it apparently broken or incomplete. Examples: fatiya, he died; wabyun, a fawn. If two radical infirm letters exist in one word, it receives the name of naghif, convolute, or mu'tal dar harfi, infirm of two letters. In this species of words, if a letter occur between the infirm letters, the word has the name of naghif maghruq, literally convolute disjunct, bestowed on it. Examples: waliya, he was friendly, and wahyun, revelation. If, on the contrary, the two letters be not separated, the word is termed naghif maqrun, literally convolute conjunct. This description occurs of two kinds, namely the first and second radicals being both infirm, as yawmun, the day, or the second and third, as hayya, he lived, and tayyun, following up. The first of these is rarely met with, and no verb of that kind exists in the language. On this account, grammarians have made no distinction between the two. The occurrence of three infirm radicals, except in the words waw, footnote, there is also another word, way, which possesses no meaning farther than being an exclamation of pain. See hereafter. End footnote. And yay, footnote, from these two names an imperfect verb is sometimes formed as wawaitu, I wrote a wow, yayaitu, I wrote a ya, measure fa'altu. End footnote. The names of two letters never takes place. Grammarians therefore pay no particular attention to this species, and have bestowed on it no peculiar appellation. The fourth is named mudha'af, doubled. This is a species of words in which two similar radicals occur. They may take place either together or separate. If two similar letters be present in a thalathi, or root consisting of three letters, their existence may occur in three different ways, the first and second radicals being similar, as dedenun, playing at a game, or the primal and final, as qolaqun, disquietude, or the medial and final, as sebebun, a ligature. The occurrence of the two first kinds is not frequent, but the third is very commonly observed. Three similar letters forming a word, as qoqoqun. Footnote, this word is stated in the qamus and the nihayat to signify the inarticulate jargon of a child, before he can speak distinctly, especially when vexed. Also, the meconium of a newborn child, is so extremely rare that no attention has been paid to it by grammarians, and hence the term مضاعف is entirely restricted to those words which possess two similar radicals. If the root be ruba'i or quadriliteral, it is necessary for the first and third, and the second and fourth, be similar letters, as zelzele, he trembled. The different classes of words are therefore four: صحيح, mu'tal, mahmuz, mudha'af. When divided into their different species, they are then in all 11. صحيح, sound or perfect. mu'tal, ayn, medially infirm. mahmuz fa', principally hamzated. mu'tal lam, finally infirm. mahmuz ayn, medially hamzated. lafif, maqruq, disjunctly involute. mahmuz lam, finally hamzated. lafif maqroon, conjunctly involute. mu'tal fa', principally infirm. mudha'af thalathi, triliteral doubled. mudha'af ruba'i, quadriliteral doubled. With regard to all these, it is worthy of remark that the occurrence of more than one may take place in the same word, as in the word awbun, returning, which is not only a mahmuz fa', but is also an ajwaf, and elwun, delaying, which is mahmuz fa', and naqis, and ab, a meadow, mahmuz fa', and mudha'af, ya'sun, despair, mithal, and mahmuz ayn. ra'yun, opinion, mahmuz ayn, and naqis. baw'un, returning, ajwaf, and mahmuz lam. watyun, treading or going, mithal and mahmuz lam. waddun, friendship, which is mithal and mudha'af. In no instance does change take place with regard to the class termed صحيح. The permutations occur only in the three remaining classes. These form the subject of the following sections. But, before commencing them, it is proper to premise a few observations worthy of attention, tending to illustrate the rules that are to be laid down hereafter. The vowel zubur, pronounced with a lengthened tone, produces the letter alif. Ya is produced from zir, when similarly pronounced, and waw is the product of pish, under the same circumstances. Footnote, quote, the first therefore, or that known in Persian by the term zubur, is being placed over a consonant, to which it gives the sound of our vowel a, or more accurately, perhaps of u, in the English word but, is denominated in Arabic fatha, or opening, because, in order to discharge this sound, the mouth must be generally opened. The second, or in Persian zir, placed under the letter, is here denominated kasr, or breaking, because, in pronouncing this sound, which resembles that of an English e, or double e, the under lip or jaw is, as it were, broken off, and falls down from the upper part of the mouth. And the third, as in Persian pish, because written in front of the letter, or between that which it actuates and the following, gives the sound, as nearly as possible, of our English double O in book, is here denominated dom. or conjoining, because, in order to its due discharge, the lips must be contracted and conjoined. These three characters in the Arabic language, which occupy the place of vowels in the languages of Europe, are generally distinguished in inflection by the title of harokat, or powers and qualities of motion, because, without them, no distinct motion or sound of the voice can possibly be heard. Bailey's Tables. For this reason, grammarians have termed the letters alif, waw, ya, homogeneous with the vowel points zubur, zir, and pish, each to each, and these three letters are, on every occasion, termed the hurufi illah. They may occur either quiescent or movable, and their vowel points may either exist homogeneous or not. The reason of denominating them hurufi illah may be this: illah signifies sickness or infirmity, and the Arabs, when affected by any painful disease, are in the habit of exclaiming why, which is composed of the above mentioned three letters. Or the Arabs suppose that actually in the letters themselves a species of infirmity exists, which is the cause of their so often changing their appearance, analogous to the constitution of infirm persons, which is hourly exhibiting or undergoing some manifest alteration, the mutability of the letters being supposed equivalent to this. The term harfilis, letter of softness, has also been applied to each of these three letters whenever it occurs quiescent, whether the vowel point preceding be homogeneous or not. The ease with which these letters are at all times pronounced, being manifestly increased during the period of quiescence, has obtained for them the above significant appellation. These letters are also named meddah, or hurufi medd, whenever they occur quiescent, and the letter preceding possesses the homogeneous vowel point. This word signifies lengthening. The sound of alif has already been mentioned, being merely that of a lengthened zubur, ya that of zir, and waw that of pish. This circumstance sufficiently accounts for the application of the term. In books, the appellation of alif is in some instances bestowed on hamza, as in the case of alif wasl, for the hamza wasl, and also in the instance of the hamza hamra. Footnote: this is an hamza occurring after an alif, as in the word quoted in the text. It is not of unfrequent occurrence. Examples: Sahra, Sama, etc. When hamza occurs after alif, the Arabs lengthen the sound so long as they cause the four fingers, commencing with the little one, to fall into the palm of the hand. End footnote. Which is termed alif mamduda. In the first case, is always written with the character alif. In the middle and at the end of a word, hamza is written with the appearance of the harfi illah, which is homogeneous with its own vowel point, or homogeneous with the vowel point of the preceding letter. From all these circumstances, learners must necessarily perceive a very great resemblance to exist between alif and hamza. It therefore behoves me to explain the difference between them, which is simply this: whenever the character alif is written quiescent, and is capable of being pronounced without harshness, it forms the true alif, as in the case of ma, la, darib, miftah. But if the same character occur movable, as in the case of amira, or if it be quiescent and incapable of being pronounced, without harshness existing in the sound, as ra'sun. It is then the real Hamza. Alif radical never occurs in a verb or in a declinable noun. This is diametrically the reverse with regard to Hamza, which is observed in both cases as one of the radical letters. This difference existing between the two letters, it is of the utmost use to the student to be thoroughly acquainted with. The word takhfif is one of the technical terms in the ilmi thawf, or science of inflection, and occurs in all the various permutations which are made on account of Hamza, the hurufi illa, and the existence together of two similar letters in a word. The Arabians having invented these permutations for the purpose of altering the harshness of expression which occasionally takes place with regard to Hamza, the hurufi illa, and the occurrence of two similar letters together, their grammarians have applied to them this term of takhfif, the meaning of which is the removal of weight from an oppressed body. This is said to take place in various ways. 1. Iskan, rendering quiescent. This is the rejection of the vowel point from the letter, with or without the change of that letter to another. 2. Tahrik, rendering movable. This is the circumstance of one or two quiescent letters becoming movable. 3. Hadv, rejecting. This is to reject the letter entirely. 4. Ziyadeh, increase. The addition of a letter. 5. Ibdal, change. This is the substitution of one letter for another, or one vowel point in place of another. 6. Tasheel, rendering easy, which is also denominated bain. This is the pronouncing of a sound. Footnote: the word mekhraj does not signify sound in a literal sense. It is an ism dharf, or noun of place, formed from khuruj, going out, and signifies the place of utterance, or the part of the throat in which the sound of hamza is formed. The translation therefore literally is, pronouncing the hamza in that part of the organs of speech between the place of utterance of the hamza and that of the letter which is homogeneous with the vowel point of the hamza, etc. End footnote. Between the sound of hamza itself and the letter which is homogeneous with the vowel point of the hamza, or between the pronunciation of the hamza and that of the letter which is homogeneous with the vowel point of the preceding letter. The first of these is termed the bayna qarib, and the second the bayna ba'id. 7. Qalb. This is the transposition of two letters. 8. I'lal, ta'lil. These are the permutations of the hurufi illa in every mode in which they can occur. 9. Idgham, which signifies the fixing of the bridle in the horse's mouth. Footnote: the metaphor is not very apparent. The two letters are supposed to be restrained or bound together, as the tongue and lips of the animal are by the bridle. End footnote. Likewise termed tashdid, strengthening, is pronouncing at the same instant of time two similar letters. The reason of the application of these different appellations may be very easily comprehended by a little reflection upon what has been before noted. Before commencing the three sections, it is first necessary to premise that the whole rules laid down in this treatise for the takhfif hamzah, the i'lal, and the idgham are according to the most received opinions, and, to prevent the student's mind from being perplexed, the conditions or exceptions to which these rules are liable have been omitted. End of Premise and Preliminary Observations from Ta'lilat, or a treatise concerning the permutations of letters in the Arabic language, by Maulvi Roshan Uli of Jaunpur, translated from the Persian by Robert Titler, M.D., M.A.S., Assistant Surgeon, Bengal Establishment. Read by Abu Jalal Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England. Ta'dilat, or a treatise concerning the permutations of letters in the Arabic language. Section 1, by Maulvi Roshan Ali, translated by Robert Titler. Sections 1, 2, and 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Section 1. Rules for the takhfif hamza. This occurs of 4 kinds: the tasheel, the ziyada, the hadf, and the ibdal. As the trouble of studying the rules necessary for the explanation of the ziyada and the tasheel interrupts the learner in his progress to acquire more useful knowledge, I have omitted them here, and refer him for information on these subjects to the larger works which have been published concerning the ilmi sorf, or science of inflection. I now proceed to certain rules of the takhfif which illustrate the ibdal and hadf. Rule 1. A single hamza, if it occur quiescent, and the letter preceding it be movable by any of the vowel points. The hamza, note, the word may, wherever it occurs, denotes that a rule is optional and not necessary, being opposed to must, which I have used to distinguish those rules which are of a necessary observance. To Lumsden's grammar, the word in the original is jaiz, which is constantly used in opposition to wajib. May be changed into that letter which is homogeneous with the vowel point of the preceding, as rasun, the head, busun, a calamity, birun, a well, which were originally ra'sun, bu'sun, bi'run. 2. A single movable hamza, if the letter preceding be a quiescent waw or ya not radical, may be changed to the letter similar to that which precedes it. The two will then unite by means of the idgham, as maqruwatun, red, khotiyatun, a crime, and ufiyisun, hatchets. Formerly maqurwatun, khotiyatun, ufisun. 3. A single movable hamza, if the letter preceding be quiescent, but not one of the two mentioned in the foregoing rule. Neither a waw nor ya of increase. May have its vowel point removed, and given to the preceding letter. The hamza will then be rejected, as yasalu, he asks, masala, asking, liyajri, I do go on account of myself. Originally, yas'alu, mas'ala, li'ajri. It is necessary to be observed that footnote this necessity of observance occurs in opposition to all regular rule, and arises solely from the arbitrary rules which exist for regulating the pronunciation. End footnote. This rule must operate with regard to yari, he will see, and ari, I will see, and words analogous to them. For a single hamza, movable by fatha, if it occur after a letter movable by kasra or dhamma, may be changed into the letter homogeneous with the preceding vowel point, as miyar, enmity, juen, the tray of the perfumer, formerly mi'ar, ju'an. 5. If in one word two hamzas occur together, the first movable and the second quiescent, the second must be changed to that letter which is homogeneous with the vowel point of the first, as amana, he was faithful, uminu, I am faithful, imanan, fidelity. In their original state, amana, u'minu, imanan. 6. If two movable hamzas exist together in the same word, and one of them be movable by kasra, the second must be changed into ya, as ja'in, a comer, mamitun, chiefs, which were originally jayi'un, mimatun. In the first example, ya, agreeably to the rules which will hereafter appear for the explanation of the i'lal, hath been changed to hamza. Footnote, see Rule 12, Section 2, end footnote. And two hamzas then occurring, the second of them, according to the rule now laid down, hath been changed to ya, which, in conformity to the rules of i'lal, footnote, Rule 18, Section 2, end footnote, having been rejected, ja'in remains. In the second example, agreeably to the rules which will afterwards be stated with regard to the idgham, a'imma hath made its appearance. Footnote, Rule 2, Section 3, end footnote. The second hamza of which, in consequence of the rule now mentioned, having become ya, ayyimatun, is produced. 7. If in one word two movable hamzas take place, but neither of them rendered so by kasr, the second must be changed to waw, as awadimu, men, uwammilu, I am hopeful, formerly ademu, uammilu. The correct understanding of the hamza wasl, or hamza of adjunction, being absolutely necessary for the beginner, I have here, as the most proper place, at the conclusion of the remarks with regard to the takhfif hamza, offered some observations on that subject. Remarks concerning the hamza wasl, or hamza of adjunction. The pronunciation of a quiescent letter when commencing a word, according to many theorists, is thought to be altogether impossible, and others, if not impossible, have at least reckoned it extremely difficult. The Arabians, for this reason, never attempt to pronounce a quiescent letter at the beginning, and when such an occurrence takes place, in order to obviate all difficulty of pronunciation, they constantly add at the commencement of the word a hemzeh of increase. This character has obtained the two denominations of an elif wasl and hamzeh wasl, because the word wasl signifies a junction, and the hamza really is joined to the quiescent letter, the pronunciation of which, after this addition, is rendered perfectly easy. Another reason may also be given for this term. If a word precede that in which the hamza of a junction is present, this character promotes the blending of the two words. Footnote: this occurs only in pronunciation. End footnote. And when this union has taken place, is lost between the two. The vowel point of the hamza may either be dom or kasr, but in pronouncing the sentence aymanullahi, oath by God, and the definitive adjunct al as alhamdulillahi, the praise be to God, the hamza is movable by fathah. It is most worthy of remark that if, at the commencement of the inflections of the preterite, imperative and infinitive, of all the conjunctions, increased as well as radical, an hamza of increase be observed, it is really an hamzeh wasl, or hamza of a junction. It must, however, be obvious that in the conjunction of the measure if'al this cannot be the case, and it must also be observed that the hamza of the first person singular aorist of every conjugation, and the hamza of the sifatu mushabbah or simple adjective, and that of the ism tafdil or noun of comparison, are likewise not the hamza of a junction. These have obtained the denomination of qat'i, amputating, dividing, because the word containing a hamza of this description never unites with the last letter of the preceding word, which is then separated, or, in the ideas of the Arabs, cut off from it. The hamzah wasl disappears at two different times. 1. When the word which possesses this letter is united with the word immediately preceding, as in the sentence qala du'illah, he said, pray to God. Footnote: whenever the union is effected, it is evident that the sound of the hamza must be lost during the pronunciation of the two words. The disappearance takes place in two modes. First, if the letter preceding the hamza be quiescent, and second, if it happen to be movable by any vowel point. In the first instance, as iftah al-bab, open the door, a kasr is bestowed on the terminating letter, and in the second, as in the example quoted in the text, the vowel point of the terminating letter is retained. The noon of the particle min, being always written with fathah, appears to form an exception to the first. The difference arises in consequence of the arbitrary rules which the Arabs have assumed for altering the sound of a letter whenever it does not exactly correspond with their ideas concerning ease and difficult pronunciation. A fathah is therefore bestowed on the noon in order to remove the load of the two kasros which would otherwise exist in the word. Fathah being reckoned the lightest of the vowels. 2. Whenever the letter following it is from any cause rendered movable, as قُل, say. [Footnote: The rejection in this case takes place in writing as well as in pronouncing.] This word was formerly uqul, the vowel point of the waw, agreeably to the rules of i'lal, hereafter to be laid down, having been removed to the quiescent qaf. The hamza has been rejected from the word entirely, the necessity of its presence, from the commencement with a quiescent letter, no longer existing. Section 2. قوانين إعلال, or rules for the permutation and rejection of the infirm letters. The meaning of the word mu'tal and its various species, together with the necessary remarks concerning the hurufi illah, and the circumstance that alif never occurs in the situation of a radical letter of a verb or declinable noun, unless when it exists as a substitute for waw or ya, have been already explained. And from what hath been said, it becomes evident that mu'tal can exist only with regard to the two letters waw and ya. The i'lal is divided into three species: iskan, ibdal, hadf, as will be readily comprehended from the following rules, which contain all that is required of the beginner to understand on this subject. Rule 1. An alif or quiescent ya occurring after dhammah must be changed to waw, as yuqiyu, he is certain, originally yuqinu, and duriba, he was struck, passive of daraba, he struck. 2. An alif or a quiescent waw following kasra must be changed to ya, as mizan, a measure, formerly miwazan, and maqadir, plural of miqdar, also a measure or yard. 3. A waw occurring after any of the letters which discriminate the aorist. [Footnote: These are four: alif, ta, nun, ya. Movable by fatha, and before a medial radical, which is rendered movable by kasr, is rejected. Example: ya'idu, he promises, originally yu'idu. Frequently, after the rejection of the waw, the kasr of the medial radical is changed to fatha, in consequence of the occurrence of the guttural letters, which are said to be peculiar to the conjugation fa'ala yaf'alu. [Footnote: This forms the fourth triliteral radical conjugation of Bailey. Either the medial or final letter of its verbs will invariably be found to be a guttural, or one of the 6 letters formerly described, as known in Arabic by the term hurufi halq, or letters of the throat. See Bailey's tables. The letters are hamza, ha, kha, ayn, ghayn, ha. As yad'u, he places, originally yudi'u. No analogy in this respect takes place. [Footnote: That is, every word containing one of the following 6 letters is not subjected to this permutation. Examples: yakrahu, yaji'u, yasmahu, yudkhula, yarugha, yasma'a, etc. Whenever waw disappears from the aorist, it is also invariably rejected from the imperative. Example, id, promise, formerly u'id, and the necessity for the hamza of adjunction being then no longer present, this letter is also removed. The infinitive of that verb, the aorist of which had rejected waw, if it occur on the measure fi'l, the first radical being movable by kasr, and the second quiescent, also rejects the waw, and in place of it receives a ta' of increase at the end of the word. The kasra in this case is then bestowed on the second radical, as iddah, promising, originally wird. For every waw or ya existing as the first radical in the measure ifti'al must be changed to ta', and the two similar letters then coalesce by means of the idgham, as ittaqada, fire lighted, and ittesara, it became easy, originally iwtaqada and itesara. 5. An alif or ya of increase, meddah, and existing as the second letter of a word, the plural of which occurs on the measure fawa'il and fawa'il, or if it admit of tasghir or diminution. Footnote: the diminutive noun is formed generally, if not invariably, on the measures fu'ail, fu'ailil, one derived from a quadriliteral and the other from a triliteral root. End footnote. Must in these measures be changed to waw, as qawa'id, plural of qa'idatun, a rule, and qawarir, plural of qarurah, an urinal, and dwayrib, diminutive of dirab, instrument of striking. 6. If two waws occur at the beginning of a word, the first must be changed to hamzah, as iwarthul, visitors, feminine, originally wawarthul, plural of warthuleh. 7. Every movable waw or ya that may occur after a fatha lazimi, footnote, a fatha of necessity, or a vowel point whose existence is essential to the word, end footnote, must be changed to alif, as qala, he said, bagha, he sold, da'a, he called, and rama, he shot an arrow, originally qawawla, bay'a, da'awa, ramaya. Whenever waw or ya are changed to alif according to the foregoing rule, if a quiescent letter follow the alif, this letter alif is rejected in consequence of the occurrence of two quiescent letters, which, as has been noted above, the Arabs esteem of very difficult pronunciation. Examples: da'u, they called, and da'at, she called, originally da'awu, da'awat. 8. When waw or ya, movable by kasr, occurs as the second radical of a passive preterite, and if in the active voice the preterite has suffered any permutation, in the place of the former vowel point, kasra is bestowed on the preceding letter. In this case, if the second radical happen to be waw, agreeably to Rule 2, it is changed to ya. If, on the other hand, it be ya, it undergoes no change, as qiyal, it hath been said, and bi'a, it was bought, originally qula bi'a. After the operation of this rule, if the letter following the waw or ya be quiescent, this latter is rejected, in consequence of two quiescent letters existing together, as qulen, they feminine have been said, bi'na, they feminine were brought, formerly qulna, bi'na. Whenever the second radical in a preterite of a thulathi mujawrid, being an infirm letter, is rejected in conformity to the rules 7, 8, if it were ya, or if the second radical of the preterite were movable by kasra, this vowel point is bestowed on the first radical. If the second happen neither to be ya nor movable by kasr, the first radical is rendered movable by dhamm, as qulna, they women said, bi'na, they women sold, and khifna, they women were afraid, which were originally qulna, bi'na, khawiqna. The active preterites, or qulna, bi'na, khawiqna. The passive preterites, when the examples possess a passive meaning. 9. Every movable waw or ya, the letter preceding which is quiescent, must bestow its vowel point on this quiescent letter, as yaqulu, he says, yabi'u, he sells, formerly yaqulu, yabi'u. After this rule hath taken place, if two quiescent letters should happen to occur, the above mentioned infirm letter must be rejected. Examples: yaqulna, they women are saying; yabi'na, they women are selling, originally wabqulna, babi'na. When this rule operates with regard to a past participle of a thulathi mujawrad, if the infirm letter ya occur, the dhamm is changed to kasr, as mabi', sold, for mabyu'. If it do not, no change from the regular rule is produced, as in the example maqul, for maqwul, said. 10. Whenever, according to the former rule, the vowel point hath been removed from the infirm letter, if it happen to be fathah, the infirm letter is changed to alif, which, if two quiescent letters should then occur, is rejected. Examples: yuqalu, it is said; yuba'u, it is sold; yuqalna, they women are said; yuba'na, they women are sold, formerly yuqawlu, yubya'a, yaqwalna, yubya'na. Whenever this rule takes place with regard to the infinitives on the measures if'al and istif'al, after rejecting the alif that was substituted for the waw or ya, a ta of increase is added at the end of the word. Examples: iqamah, standing; istiqamah, standing, originally iqwam, istiqwam. 11. Every movable waw occurring after kasra as the second radical in an infinitive must be changed to ya, if the letters in the tenses of its verb have undergone any permutation. Examples: qiyam, standing, and siyada, originally qiwam, the infinitive of qama, he stood, and siwada, the infinitive of sada, he was chief. Also every movable waw existing as a second radical, and following kasra in a plural, the singular of which had undergone any change, or if in the singular it occurred as a quiescent letter, and in the plural is placed before alif, must be changed to ya. Examples: dime, the plural of dime, rain always falling; jiyad, the plural of jayyid, elegant; riyad, the plural of rawd, an orchard. The original forms were diwam, jiwah, riwad. 12. every waw or ya following alif in a word on the measure fa'il, if in the tenses of the verb any permutation has taken place, must be changed to hamza, as qa'ilun, a speaker, ba'i'un, a seller, originally qawilun, bayi'un. 13. If two infirm letters occur, one preceding and the other posterior to alif, in a plural formed on the measure fawa'il, the last must be changed to hamza, as buwa'i', sellers, and awa'il, the plural of awwal, first, originally bawa'i', awa'il. Likewise, every meddah of increase occurring after alif in a plural on the measure fa'il must be changed to hamza, as rosa'il, treatises, and fada'il, greatness, aja'iz, old men, the plural of risale, fadile, ajuz. 14. Wherever a waw and ya occur together and the first quiescent, the waw must be changed to ya. The two similar letters then coalesce by means of the idgham. Examples: sayyidun, chief; ayyam, days, originally faywihun, iwam, plural of yawm. After the operation of this rule, if before either the waw or ya a dhamm existed, this vowel point must be changed to kasr, as marmiyun, an arrow shot, originally marmuyun. 15. If ya occur as the second radical of a siffa mushabbah, which is formed on the measure fu'la, and if fu'l or fu'lan be the measure of its plural, the dhamm must be changed to kasr, as hika, a walker, feminine, ayn, black-eyed girls, and bidan, white, originally hika, the plural of a'yan or ayna, and baydan, the plural of abyad. 16. A waw which is present as the third letter of a word, and in consequence of increase has become the fourth, fifth, etc., if the letter preceding it be movable by fathah, must be changed to ya. After this permutation hath taken place, the ya, agreeably to Rule 7, is changed to alif, and if two quiescent letters then exist, the alif is rejected, as yud'a, he will be called; yud'ina, they women will be called; yud'auna, they men will be called. Formerly yud'u, yud'auna. In the first example, after the operation of this rule, the ya, in conformity to the seventh rule, has been changed to alif, and in the third ya, after having been changed to alif, is rejected. 17. A waw following kasra and the last radical of a word must be changed to ya. Example: du'iya, he was called, originally du'iwa. 18. Every infirm letter occurring as the final radical of a word movable by dhamm, and the preceding letter movable by kasra, after the rejection of this last vowel point, bestows the dhamm on the preceding letter. If waw of the plural number existed previously in the word, if it did not, the dhamm is simply rejected, the kasr remaining as before, and if after the action of the rule two quiescent letters exist, the infirm letter is rejected, as yarmi, he shoots an arrow; khoshu, they were afraid, originally yarmiyu, and khoshiyu. 19. Every infirm letter existing as the final radical of a word, if movable by ضم, and if the preceding letter likewise happen to be movable by the same vowel point, rejects the former ضم from the word entirely. In this case also, if two quiescent letters exist, the infirm letter is rejected. Examples: yad'u, he calls; yad'una, they call, originally yad'u, yad'una. 20. Every infirm letter movable by kasr, which occurs as the final radical of a word, and the preceding letter movable by ضم, footnote this vowel point must be previously rejected, bestows the kasr on the preceding letter if after the infirm letter a ya previously existed in the word. If this was not the case, the vowel point kasr is rejected from the word entirely. In this instance, similar to the preceding, the occurrence of two quiescent letters will cause the rejection of the infirm letter. Examples: tad'ine, feminine, thou wilt call, originally tad'uyine. 21. From every infirm letter movable by kasr, occurring as the final radical of a word, if the preceding letter be likewise movable by kasr, the vowel point is rejected, and not bestowed on the preceding letter. In this instance also, the infirm letter is thrown out, in case of the occurrence of two quiescent letters. Example: termine, feminine, thou wilt shoot an arrow, formerly termiyine, termiyen. 22. When waw or ya exists at the end of a noun. Footnote: see Lumsden's Grammar, page 136. The preceding letter being movable by a radical waw, this vowel point is changed to kasr, after the permutation has taken place. If the infirm letter were waw according to Rule 17, it is changed to ya. In this case, as in the preceding, the infirm letter is rejected, in consequence of the occurrence of two quiescent letters. Examples: taqolsin, putting on a turban, originally taqolsuyun. 23. If two waws occur at the end of a plural on the measure fu'ul, and the letter preceding them be movable by ضم, this vowel point is changed to kasr, and each waw becomes ya. Footnote: see the first rule of the idgham. Example: buliyun, buckets, formerly duluun. 24. Every waw or ya occurring at the end of a noun, after alif of increase, becomes hamza, as du'a'un, praying, bina'un, building, originally du'a'un, binayun. 25. An infirm letter occurring at the end of the third singular persons, masculine, feminine, and second person masculine, and all the forms of the first person of an aorist, is rejected, when one of the particles causing quiescence is present. Footnote: lamu amr, lamma, n, lam, la nahi. Or whenever the imperative is formed, provided the tense be not affected by the noon-i ta'kid, or noon of corroboration. Examples: lem yad'u, he did not call; ud'u, call; lem yarmi, he did not shoot an arrow; and irmi, shoot thou. The particle lem, causing quiescence, affects yad'u and yarmi. The second examples are the imperative formed from tad'u and termi. Rules concerning the quiescent letters. The unavoidable necessity of rejecting one of two quiescent letters occurring together in a word having been mentioned in many of the foregoing pages, it becomes incumbent on me in this place to lay down certain rules concerning the quiescent state of the letters. It is necessary previously to premise that very frequently at the end of a noun a quiescent noon appears, which is pronounced but not written. This is termed tanween, nunation. In writing, the tanween is expressed by the mark double fatha or double kasra or double dhamm. It is absolutely requisite that this fact should be fully comprehended by the student before he can become acquainted with Arabic orthography. What is now to follow are certain brief remarks concerning the pronouncing of two or more quiescent letters, which never, except in a very few instances, takes place in the Arabic language. Rule 1. Two or even three quiescent letters are permitted to exist in a word in the occasion of waqf or of ta'dad, enumerating, as zayd, dawab, instances of the former, or as zayd, ahd, bakr, bishr, men's names in the case of enumeration. In answer to one who asks, how many persons came? Whenever the Arabs intend that the sound of a word should be complete, a quiescent letter is placed at its termination. Silence then ensues, and the word does not run into the following. By this contrivance, no confusion arises in the mind of the hearer concerning the idea which is meant to be conveyed by the speaker. This is the instance of quiescence termed waqf. The meaning of ta'dad, enumerating, is sufficiently obvious. 2. The occurrence of two quiescent letters in a word is allowed if the first of them be a harfi libn, quiescent infirm letter, and the second in a state of coalescence with some other letter, as khaf, peculiarity, khwalf, diminutive of the former. The occurrence of two quiescent letters is also allowable when the first is alif and the second the nun thaqila or as idribani, do ye two certainly strike, idribani, do ye all women certainly strike. In every other instance, if two quiescent letters occur and the first be a medde, it is rejected, as qul, say, originally uqul, da'in, a caller, qadin, a justice, originally qadiyun, da'iwun. If the first quiescent letter be not a medde, it is not rejected, but has a vowel point bestowed upon it, as qala dirmi, she said, shoot the arrow, qala tukhruj, she said, go out, minallah, from God, as has also occasionally the second. This will be readily understood from the rules which are afterwards to be laid down regarding the idgham. Many other observations might be mentioned for the further illustration of this subject, but as they would only tend to burthen the memory of the learner, they are in this place omitted. Section 3. Qawanini idgham, or rules for the coalescence of the letters. The meaning of the word idgham has already been explained. Before commencing the rules, I will here premise a few remarks, which will be of considerable assistance with regard to the right understanding of what is to follow. Whenever the idgham takes place with two letters, that is to say, whenever two letters are pronounced in the same instant of time, it is necessary that they should be of the same species or similar letters, and the first of them quiescent, the second movable or else quiescent, in consequence of the waqf. For if neither of these conditions be present, the pronunciation of both in the same instant of time is absolutely impossible. Therefore, in a state similar to ayadtu, I prayed, in which there are not two similar letters, or a word possessing two similar letters, but the first movable, as madada or umduh, be lengthened, in which there are two similar letters, the first movable and the second quiescent, but not in consequence of the waqf, do not admit of the idgham, and consequently, before a coalescence of two letters can take place in words of these descriptions, it is necessary that such a change be produced, as renders them similar to words which are in the states mentioned above, that is, words in which there are two similar letters, the first quiescent and the second movable, or else quiescent in consequence of the waqf, in both which cases the pronouncing of two letters at once is perfectly practicable. From the above it is apparent that the idgham occurs in the case of two similar letters existing together, but coalescence likewise takes place with letters which are not of the same species or dissimilar, namely, footnote see Lumsden's Grammar, page 17 and following, end footnote. When two dissimilar letters exist together in a word, and the sound of both is formed nearly in the same part of the organs of speech, or when two letters are present which are noted for possessing some property in common. This species of the idgham is termed idgham-i mutaqarin, the coalescence of two approaches. The idgham consists therefore of two distinct species, the idgham-i mutajanasin and idgham-i mutaqarrabin. Rule 1. If two similar letters occur together in the same word, and the first of them quiescent, the idgham must operate without any further change being required, as maddun, lengthening, sabbun, abuse, sorrofe, he inflected, taqabbala, accepted. Formerly, maddun, sabbun, sorrof, taqabbal. 2. Whenever two similar letters are present together in a word, the first movable and the second movable by a haraka lazimi, or quiescent in consequence of waqf, their coalescence must take place. The coalescence, however, cannot occur without the previous rejection of the vowel point from the first of the similar letters, if the preceding letter be movable, or a harfi lebn, of increase. Should it be neither of these, the vowel point is not rejected, but is bestowed on the preceding letter. Examples: medde, it was lengthened; addun, a reckoner; khuwayyafun, a diminutive noun from khawf, yamuddu, it is lengthened; originally medede, aadidun, khuwayfifatun, yamdudu. 3. If two similar movable letters take place together in the same word, and the vowel point of the second be of the species termed haraka iradi, accidental, footnote, this is a term used in opposition to haraka lazimi, already explained. It means a vowel point whose existence is not essential to the word. End footnote. Their coalescence may occur, but is not absolutely necessary. If the coalescence be used, the same circumstances apply as in Rule 2. Example: muddil qawme, the crowd be lengthened; originally umdudil qawme, In this case, the vowel point of the first dal is given to the meme, and the alif hamza, being no longer necessary, is rejected. 4. If two similar letters exist together in the same word, the first movable and the second of them accidentally quiescent. Footnote: a state of quiescence which is not essential to the word. End footnote. But not in consequence of the waqf, their coalescence is likewise optional, and if it should take place, the same restrictions are applicable as in the foregoing examples. Either the vowel point kasr or fatha may be bestowed upon the second of the similar letters, as may likewise dom, if the first were previously movable by this vowel point. Example: umduh, be lengthened, which according to this rule is capable of being pronounced in 4 different ways: muddah, muddi, muddu, umduh. And the example of ihmarir, be excessively red, which may be pronounced in 3 distinct modes: ihmawra, ihmawri, ihmarir. In the remaining condition, namely, the presence of 2 similar letters, the first movable and the second quiescent, in consequence of a sukun lazim, no coalescence can take place. Example: madadna, feminine, they were lengthened. 5. 2 similar letters occurring in 2 different words, one at the commencement of the second, and the other at the termination of the first word, if the latter be a quiescent letter, but not a maddah, and the former movable, their coalescence must take place, as la tadrib bakron, don't strike bakr. 6. If 2 similar movable letters take place as above, in 2 different words, and if the letter preceding them be movable or a harfi liban, their coalescence is optional. Adhanni, he commanded me. Thawb bishrin, the garment of bishr. Originally, adhanineni, thawbu bishrin. If different from the foregoing, the last be quiescent and the first either movable or not, no coalescence can take place. Examples: imra'an. Footnote: a hamza of adjunction is added to the word commencing with the quiescent letter. End footnote. Honor the man. Aslama imra'un, the man was faithful. The foregoing rules are not restricted entirely to the coalescence of similar letters. They also refer to the idghami mutaqaribain, although no examples of this description have been adduced. The rules now following relate entirely to that species, which consists of the coalescence of 2 dissimilar letters. 7. If in the conjunction on the measure ifti'al, one of the 4 following letters, dha, ta, dad, sad, precede the ta of the conjunction, this letter must be changed to ta. The coalescence of the 2 letters, by changing the ta into the preceding letter, may then take place if it be thawd or dad, as istabarra or istabara, he was patient. Originally istabara, and idtarabe, he was amazed. Both formerly idtarabe. If the preceding letter be ta, the coalescence is necessary, as ittalebe, he asked. Originally ittalebe. If wa precede, the coalescence is optional, with the change of this letter to ta, or the reverse, as idtaleme, he was oppressed. Formerly idtaleme. 8. If in the conjugation of the measure ifti'al, one of the 3 following letters, dal, dhal, zay, is present before the ta of the conjugation, this letter must be changed to ha, the coalescence of which with the preceding letter, when it happens to be a dal, must take place. The coalescence of del and dhel is optional, with the change of dhel to ha, or the contrary, and the idgham of zai is optional, with the permutation of del to zai. The following are examples of all these instances. Iddahana, he rubbed oil on his body. Iddakara, iddakara, he remembered. Izzana, he was adorned. Originally, iddahana, iddakara, izdayana. 9. If the ta of the conjunction ifti'al precede one of these 12 letters, ta, tha, ha, dal, dhal, zai, sin, shin, fod, bod, ta, wa, it may be changed to the succeeding letter. The idgham then takes place. Examples: iqtatala, he slew; iqtathama, he quarreled, which may be pronounced qattala, khathama, whenever after this coalescence the appearance of the preterite formed from the measure taf'il occurs. In order to remove any doubt which exists regarding the conjugation, the second radical may be pronounced as if it were movable by kasr. Example: khithfame, as the perusal of the remarks tending to illustrate the subsequent conditions to which this variation gives rise would only interrupt the progress of the student, they are in this place omitted. 10. If after ta on the measure tafa'ul and tafa'ul one of the 12 letters mentioned in the foregoing rule should occur, the ta may be changed to the following letter. The idgham then takes place, and after the coalescence an alif hamza of adjunction is added to the preterite infinitive and imperative, as tadawrasa, he fastened on his shield; tataraka, he let go; tadathara, he put on his clothes; tadaraka, he overtook, which may be pronounced iddarasa, iddaraka, iddathara, ihharaka. After this permutation, the forms of the words differ very widely from those of the measures taf'ul and tafa'ul, in consequence of which certain grammarians, reckoning them to be totally distinct measures, have arranged them in the class of increased triliterals. [Footnote: In Bailey's tables, 7 conjugations of these verbs are enumerated. If these 2 additional be added, the number must be increased to 9. End footnote. Commencing with the hamza of adjunction, and not corresponding in their form to the measures of the quadriliterals. 11. Whenever the lam of alif lam is present before one of these 14 letters, ta, tha, dal, dhal, ra, zai, sin, shin, fod, bod, ta, va, lam, noon, it must be changed to the letter which occurs after it, and the idgham then occurs, as ad-da, atha, etc. 12. The idgham of a quiescent lam, but not of the particle alif lam, must take place with ra, the lam being changed to this letter. The permutation of this lam too, and its subsequent coalescence with the other letters mentioned in the foregoing rule, is optional, as bawrane. 13. Whenever a quiescent noon, although it be of the tanween, exists before one of the 5 following letters, ra, lam, mim, waw, ya, it must be changed to the following letter. The idgham then takes place, as la yaf'ala, he will never do it; man ma'aka, who is with you; The idgham of a movable noon may occur with the above mentioned letters, but is not absolutely necessary, as نُؤْمِنُ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ, we are faithful to the preserver of the universe. It is proper to be observed that grammarians are not the inventors of the Arabic language, but having diligently examined the conditions of its words, they have compiled and established these different rules. The explorer of Arabic works may, therefore, occasionally meet with a few words to which the rules are applicable, although their operation has not taken place. Such words are denominated shadh, hawakete, weavers. Footnote, see section 2, rule 7, end footnote. Istahwada. Footnote, ditto rule 10, end footnote. He overcame, are examples of this kind. To these words the term shadh is most strictly applicable. End of sections 1, 2, and 3 from Ta'tilat, or a treatise concerning the permutations of letters in the Arabic language, by Maulavi Roshan Ali of Jaunpur, translated from the Persian by Robert Titler, read by Abu Jalal, Nicholas James Bridgewater, recorded in Oxford, England.
Copyright Basics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Copyright Basics, Circular 1, by the U.S. Copyright Office, Library of Congress. Copyright Basics, September 2000. What is copyright? Copyright is a form of protection provided by the laws of the United States, Title 17 U.S. Code, to the authors of, quote, original works of authorship, end quote, including literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, and certain other intellectual works. This protection is available to both published and unpublished works. Section 106 of the 1976 Copyright Act generally gives the owner of copyright the exclusive right to do and to authorize others to do the following: to reproduce the work in copies or phonorecords, to prepare derivative works based upon the work, to distribute copies or phonorecords of the work to the public by sale or other transfer of ownership, or by rental, lease, or lending, to perform the work publicly in the case of literary, musical, dramatic, and choreographic works, pantomimes, and motion pictures and other audio-visual works, to display the copyrighted work publicly in the case of literary, musical, dramatic, and choreographic works, pantomimes, and pictorial, graphic, or sculptural works, including the individual images of a motion picture or other audio-visual work, and in the case of sound recordings, to perform the work publicly by means of a digital audio transmission. In addition, certain authors of works of visual art have the rights of attribution and integrity as described in Title 17, Chapter 1, Section 106A, Circular 92, of the 1976 Copyright Act. For further information, request Copyright Registration for Works of the Visual Arts, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ40.pdf. It is illegal for anyone to violate any of the rights provided by the copyright law to the owner of copyright. These rights, however, are not unlimited in scope. Title 17, Chapter 1 of the 1976 Copyright Act establish limitations on these rights. In some cases, these limitations are specified exemptions from copyright liability. One major limitation is the doctrine of fair use, which is given a statutory basis in Title 17, Chapter 1, Section 107 of the 1976 Copyright Act. In other instances, the limitation takes the form of a compulsory license under which certain limited uses of copyrighted works are permitted upon payment of specified royalties and compliance with statutory conditions. For further information about the limitations of any of these rights, consult the copyright law or write to the Copyright Office. Who can claim copyright? Copyright protection subsists from the time the work is created in fixed form. The copyright in the work of authorship immediately becomes the property of the author who created the work. Only the author or those deriving their rights through the author can rightfully claim copyright. In the case of works made for hire, the employer and not the employee is considered to be the author. Title 17, Chapter 1, Section 101 of the Copyright Law defines a work made for hire as 1. A work prepared by an employee within the scope of his or her employment, or 2. A work specially ordered or commissioned for use as a contribution to a collective work, a part of a motion picture or other audiovisual work, a translation, a supplementary work, a compilation, an instructional text, a test, answer material for a test, a sound recording, an atlas, if the parties expressly agree in a written instrument signed by them that the work shall be considered a work made for hire. The authors of a joint work are co-owners of the copyright in the work, unless there is an agreement to the contrary. Copyright in each separate contribution to a periodical or other collective work is distinct from copyright in the collective work as a whole, and vests initially with the author of the contribution. Two general principles. Mere ownership of a work, manuscript, painting, or any other copy or phonorecord does not give the possessor the copyright. The law provides that transfer of ownership of any material object that embodies a protected work does not of itself convey any rights in the copyright. Minors may claim copyright, but state laws may regulate the business dealings involving copyrights owned by minors. For information on relevant state laws, consult an attorney. Copyright and national origin of the work. Copyright protection is available for all unpublished works, regardless of the nationality or domicile of the author. Published works are eligible for copyright protection in the United States if any one of the following conditions is met. On the date of first publication, one or more of the authors is a national or domiciliary of the United States, or is a national, domiciliary, or sovereign authority of a treaty party, or is a stateless person wherever that person may be domiciled. Footnote: a treaty party is a country or intergovernmental organization other than the United States that is a party to an international agreement. End footnote. Or, the work is first published in the United States or in a foreign nation that, on the date of first publication, is a treaty party. For purposes of this condition, a work that is published in the United States or a treaty party within 30 days after publication in a foreign nation that is not a treaty party shall be considered to be first published in the United States or such treaty party, as the case may be. Or, the work is a sound recording that was first fixed in a treaty party. Or, the work is a pictorial, graphic, or sculptural work that is incorporated in a building or other structure, or an architectural work that is embodied in a building, and the building or structure is located in the United States or a treaty party. Or, the work is first published by the United Nations or any of its specialized agencies, or by the Organization of American States. Or, the work is a foreign work that was in the public domain in the United States prior to 1996, and its copyright was restored under the Uruguay Round Agreements Act, URAA. Request, "highlights of copyright amendments contained in the Uruguay Round Agreements Act, URAA-GATT," www.loc.gov/copyright/circ38b.pdf for further information. The work comes within the scope of a presidential proclamation. What works are protected? Copyright protects "original works of authorship" that are fixed in a tangible form of expression. The fixation need not be directly perceptible so long as it may be communicated with the aid of a machine or device. Copyrightable works include the following categories: 1. Literary works. 2. Musical works, including any accompanying words. 3. Dramatic works, including any accompanying music. 4. Pantomimes and choreographic works. 5. Pictorial, graphic, and sculptural works. 6. Motion pictures and other audiovisual works. 7. Sound recordings. 8. Architectural works. These categories should be viewed broadly. For example, computer programs and most compilations may be registered as literary works, maps and architectural plans may be registered as pictorial, graphic, and sculptural works. What is not protected by copyright? Several categories of material are generally not eligible for federal copyright protection. These include, among others, works that have not been fixed in a tangible form of expression, for example, choreographic works that have not been notated or recorded, or improvisational speeches or performances that have not been written or recorded. Titles, names, short phrases and slogans, familiar symbols or designs, mere variations of typographic ornamentation, lettering, or coloring, mere listings of ingredients or contents. Ideas, procedures, methods, systems, processes, concepts, principles, discoveries, or devices, as distinguished from a description, explanation, or illustration. Works consisting entirely of information that is common property and containing no original authorship. For example, standard calendars, height and weight charts, tape measures and rulers, and lists or tables taken from public documents or other common sources. How to secure a copyright? Copyright secured automatically upon creation. The way in which copyright protection is secured is frequently misunderstood. No publication or registration or other action in the Copyright Office is required to secure copyright. See following note. There are, however, certain definite advantages to registration. See Copyright Registration. Copyright is secured automatically when the work is created, and a work is created when it is fixed in a copy or phonorecord for the first time. Copies are material objects from which a work can be read or visually perceived either directly or with the aid of a machine or device, such as books, manuscripts, sheet music, film, videotape, or microfilm. Phonorecords are material objects embodying fixations of sounds, excluding by statutory definition motion picture soundtracks, such as cassette tapes, CDs, or LPs. Thus, for example, a song, the work, can be fixed in sheet music, copies, or in phonograph discs, phonorecords, or both. If a work is prepared over a period of time, the part of the work that is fixed on a particular date constitutes the created work as of that date. Publication. Publication is no longer the key to obtaining federal copyright as it was under the Copyright Act of 1909. However, publication remains important to copyright owners. The 1976 Copyright Act defines publication as follows. Publication is the distribution of copies or phonorecords of a work to the public by sale or other transfer of ownership, or by rental, lease, or lending. The offering to distribute copies or phonorecords to a group of persons for purposes of further distribution, public performance, or public display constitutes publication. A public performance or display of a work does not of itself constitute publication. Note: Before 1978, federal copyright was generally secured by the act of publication with notice of copyright, assuming compliance with all other relevant statutory conditions. U.S. works in the public domain on January 1, 1978, for example, works published without satisfying all conditions for securing federal copyright under the Copyright Act of 1909, remain in the public domain under the 1976 Copyright Act. Certain foreign works originally published without notice had their copyrights restored under the Uruguay Round Agreements Act, URAA. Request Circular 38B, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ38b.pdf, and see the Notice of Copyright section of this publication for further information. Federal copyright could also be secured before 1978 by the act of registration in the case of certain unpublished works and works eligible for ad interim copyright. The 1976 Copyright Act automatically extends to full term. Title 17, Chapter 3, Section 304 sets the term copyright for all works, including those subject to ad interim copyright, if ad interim registration has been made on or before June 30th, 1978. A further discussion of the definition of publication can be found in the legislative history of the 1976 Copyright Act. The legislative reports define "to the public" as distribution to persons under no explicit or implicit restrictions with respect to disclosure of the contents. The reports state that the definition makes it clear that the sale of phonorecords constitutes publication of the underlying work, for example, the musical, dramatic, or literary work embodied in a phonorecord. The reports also state that it is clear that any form of dissemination in which the material object does not change hands, for example, performances or displays on television, is not a publication, no matter how many people are exposed to the work. However, when copies or phonorecords are offered for sale or lease to a group of wholesalers, broadcasters, or motion picture theaters, publication does take place if the purpose is further distribution, public performance, or public display. Publication is an important concept in the copyright law for several reasons. Works that are published in the United States are subject to mandatory deposit with the Library of Congress. See discussion on Mandatory Deposit for Works Published in the United States. Publication of a work can affect the limitations on the exclusive rights of the copyright owner that are set forth in Title 17, Chapter 1 of the law. The year of publication may determine the duration of copyright protection for anonymous and pseudonymous works when the author's identity is not revealed in the records of the Copyright Office, and for works made for hire. Deposit requirements for registration of published works differ from those for registration of unpublished works. See discussion on registration procedures. When a work is published, it may bear a notice of copyright to identify the year of publication and the name of the copyright owner, and to inform the public that the work is protected by copyright. Copies of works published before March 1, 1989 must bear the notice or risk loss of copyright protection. See discussion on Notice of Copyright below. Notice of Copyright. The use of a copyright notice is no longer required under U.S. law, although it is often beneficial. Because prior law did contain such a requirement, however, the use of notice is still relevant to the copyright status of older works. Notice was required under the 1976 Copyright Act. This requirement was eliminated when the United States adhered to the Berne Convention, effective March 1, 1989. Although works published without notice before that date could have entered the public domain in the United States, the Uruguay Round Agreements Act, URAA, restores copyright in certain foreign works originally published without notice. For further information about copyright amendments in the URAA, request Circular 38, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ38b.pdf. The Copyright Office does not take a position on whether copies of works first published with notice before March 1, 1989, which were distributed on or after March 1, 1989, must bear the copyright notice. Use of the notice may be important because it informs the public that the work is protected by copyright, identifies the copyright owner, and shows the year of first publication. Furthermore, in the event that a work is infringed, if a proper notice of copyright appears on the published copy or copies to which a defendant in a copyright infringement suit had access, then no weight shall be given to such a defendant's interposition of a defense based on innocent infringement in mitigation of actual or statutory damages, except as provided in Title 17, Chapter 5, Section 504 of the Copyright Law. Innocent infringement occurs when the infringer does not realize that the work was protected. The use of the copyright notice is the responsibility of the copyright owner and does not require advance permission from or registration with the Copyright Office. Form of notice for visually perceptible copies. The notice for visually perceptible copies should contain all the following three elements. 1. The symbol, the letter C in a circle, or the word copyright, or the abbreviation COPR, and 2. The year of first publication of the work. In the case of compilations or derivative works incorporating previously published material, the year date of first publication of the compilation or derivative work is sufficient. The year date may be omitted where a pictorial, graphic, or sculptural work, with accompanying textual matter, if any, is reproduced in or on greeting cards, postcards, stationery, jewelry, dolls, toys, or any useful article. And 3. The name of the owner of copyright in the work, or an abbreviation by which the name can be recognized, or a generally known alternative designation of the owner. Example: the letter C in a circle symbol, 2000 John Doe. The C in a circle notice is used only on visually perceptible copies. Certain kinds of works, for example, musical, dramatic, and literary works, may be fixed not in copies, but by means of sound in an audio recording. Since audio recordings such as audio tapes and phonograph discs are phonorecords and not copies, the C in a circle notice is not used to indicate protection of the underlying musical, dramatic, or literary work that is recorded. Form of notice for phonorecords of sound recordings. Sound recordings are defined in the law as, quote, works that result from the fixation of a series of musical, spoken, or other sounds, but not including the sounds accompanying a motion picture or other audiovisual work, end quote. Common examples include recordings of music, drama, or lectures. A sound recording is not the same as a phonorecord. A phonorecord is the physical object in which works of authorship are embodied. The word phonorecord includes cassette tapes, CDs, LPs, 45 RPM discs, as well as other formats. End footnote. The notice for phonorecords embodying a sound recording should contain all the following three elements. 1. The symbol, the letter P in a circle, and 2. The year of first publication of the sound recording, and 3. The name of the owner of copyright in the sound recording, or an abbreviation by which the name can be recognized, or a generally known alternative designation of the owner. If the producer of the sound recording is named on the phonorecord label or container, and if no other name appears in conjunction with the notice, the producer's name shall be considered a part of the notice. For example, the letter P in a circle symbol, 2000 ABC Records, Inc. Note: Since questions may arise from the use of variant forms of the notice, you may wish to seek legal advice before using any form of the notice other than those given here. Position of notice. The copyright notice should be affixed to copies or phonorecords in such a way as to "give reasonable notice of the claim of copyright." The three elements of the notice should ordinarily appear together on the copies or phonorecords, or on the phonorecord label or container. The Copyright Office has issued regulations concerning the form and position of the copyright notice in the Code of Federal Regulations, www.loc.gov/copyright/title37/201/20.20.html. For more information, request www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ03.pdf Copyright Notice. Publications incorporating U.S. government works. Works by the U.S. government are not eligible for U.S. copyright protection. For works published on and after March 1, 1989, the previous notice requirement for works consisting primarily of one or more U.S. government works has been eliminated. However, use of a notice on such a work will defeat a claim of innocent infringement as previously described, provided the notice also includes a statement that identifies either those portions of the work in which copyright is claimed, or those portions that constitute U.S. government material. Example: the letter C in a circle symbol. 2000, Jane Brown. Copyright claimed on chapters 7 to 10, exclusive of U.S. government maps. Copies of works published before March 1, 1989, that consist primarily of one or more works of the U.S. government should have a notice and the identifying statement. Unpublished works. The author or copyright owner may wish to place a copyright notice on any unpublished copies or phonorecords that leave his or her control. Example: unpublished work, letter C in a circle symbol, 1999, Jane Doe. Omission of the notice and errors in notice. The 1976 Copyright Act attempted to ameliorate the strict consequences of failure to include notice under prior law. It contained provisions that set out specific corrective steps to cure omissions or certain errors in notice. Under these provisions, an applicant had 5 years after publication to cure omission of notice or certain errors. Although these provisions are technically still in the law, their impact has been limited by the amendment making notice optional for all works published on and after March 1, 1989. For further information, request Circular 3, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ03.pdf. How long copyright protection endures. Works originally created on or after January 1, 1978. A work that is created, fixed in tangible form for the first time, on or after January 1, 1978, is automatically protected from the moment of its creation, and is ordinarily given a term enduring for the author's life plus an additional 70 years after the author's death. In the case of a joint work prepared by 2 or more authors who did not work for hire, the term lasts for 70 years after the last surviving author's death. For works made for hire, and for anonymous and pseudonymous works, unless the author's identity is revealed in Copyright Office records, the duration of copyright will be 95 years from publication, or 120 years from creation, whichever is shorter. Works originally created before January 1, 1978, but not published or registered by that date. These works have been automatically brought under the statute and are now given federal copyright protection. The duration of copyright in these works will generally be computed in the same way as for works created on or after January 1, 1978. The life plus 70 or 95/120 year terms will apply to them as well. The law provides that in no case will the term of copyright for works in this category expire before December 31st, 2002, and for works published on or before December 31st, 2002, the term of copyright will not expire before December 31st, 2047. Works originally created and published or registered before January 1, 1978. Under the law in effect before 1978, copyright was secured either on the date a work was published with a copyright notice or on the date of registration if the work was registered in unpublished form. In either case, the copyright endured for a first term of 28 years from the date it was secured. During the last, 28th, year of the first term, the copyright was eligible for renewal. The Copyright Act of 1976 extended the renewal term from 28 to 47 years for copyrights that were subsisting on January 1, 1978, or for pre-1978 copyrights restored under the Uruguay Round Agreements Act, URAA, making these works eligible for a total term of protection of 75 years. Public Law 105-298, Thomas.LOC.gov/CGI-BIN/00505: D10505:B.SS/D105query.html, enacted on October 27, 1998, further extended the renewal term of copyrights still subsisting on that date by an additional 20 years, providing for a renewal term of 67 years and a total term of protection of 95 years. Public Law 102-307, Thomas.LOC.gov/CGI-BIN/00560:vertical/M/T:/O:/M:/BSS/D102query.html:/BSS/D1025:6: enacted on June 26, 1992, amended the 1976 Copyright Act to provide for automatic renewal of the term of copyrights secured between January 1, 1964 and December 31, 1977. Although the renewal term is automatically provided, the Copyright Office does not issue a renewal certificate for these works unless a renewal application and fee are received and registered in the Copyright Office. Public Law 102-307, Thomas.LOC.gov/CGI-BIN/005:6: makes renewal registration optional. Thus, filing for renewal registration is no longer required in order to extend the original 28-year copyright term to the full 95 years. However, some benefits accrue from making a renewal registration during the 28th year of the original term. For more detailed information on renewal of copyright and the copyright term, request Renewal of Copyright www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ15.pdf. Duration of copyright www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ15a.pdf. and Extension of Copyright Terms, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ15t.pdf. Transfer of copyright. Any or all of the copyright owner's exclusive rights, or any subdivision of those rights, may be transferred, but the transfer of exclusive rights is not valid unless that transfer is in writing and signed by the owner of the rights conveyed or such owner's duly authorized agent. Transfer of a right on a non-exclusive basis does not require a written agreement. A copyright may also be conveyed by operation of law, and may be bequeathed by will or pass as personal property by the applicable laws of intestate succession. Copyright is a personal property right, and is subject to the various state laws and regulations that govern the ownership, inheritance, or transfer of personal property, as well as terms of contracts or conduct of business. For information about relevant state laws, consult an attorney. Transfers of copyright are normally made by contract. The Copyright Office does not have any forms for such transfers. The law does provide for the recordation in the Copyright Office of transfers of copyright ownership. Although recordation is not required to make a valid transfer between the parties, it does provide certain legal advantages, and may be required to validate the transfer as against third parties. For information on recordation of transfers and other documents related to copyright, request Recordation of Transfers and Other Documents, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ12.pdf. Termination of transfers. Under the previous law, the copyright in a work reverted to the author, if living, or if the author was not living, to other specified beneficiaries, provided a renewal term was registered in the 28th year of the original term. Footnote: the copyright in works eligible for renewal on or after June 26, 1992, will vest in the name of the renewal claimant on the effective date of any renewal registration made during the 28th year of the original term. Otherwise, the renewal copyright will vest in the party entitled to claim renewal as of December 31st of the 28th year. End footnote. The present law drops the renewal feature except for works already in the first term of statutory protection when the present law took effect. Instead, the present law permits termination of a grant of rights after 35 years under certain conditions by serving written notice on the transferee within specified time limits. For works already under statutory copyright protection before 1978, the present law provides a similar right of termination covering the newly added years that extended the former maximum term of the copyright from 56 to 95 years. For further information, request Circular 15A, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ15a.pdf, and Circular 15T, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ15t.pdf. International copyright protection. There is no such thing as an international copyright that will automatically protect an author's writings throughout the entire world. Protection against unauthorized use in a particular country depends basically on the national laws of that country. However, most countries do offer protection to foreign works under certain conditions, and these conditions have been greatly simplified by international copyright treaties and conventions. For further information and a list of countries that maintain copyright relations with the United States, request International Copyright Relations of the United States, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ38a.pdf. Copyright registration. In general, copyright registration is a legal formality intended to make a public record of the basic facts of a particular copyright. However, registration is not a condition of copyright protection. Even though registration is not a requirement for protection, The copyright law provides several inducements or advantages to encourage copyright owners to make registration. Among these advantages are the following. Registration establishes a public record of the copyright claim. Before an infringement suit may be filed in court, registration is necessary for works of U.S. origin. If made before or within 5 years of publication, registration will establish prima facie evidence in court of the validity of the copyright and of the facts stated in the certificate. If registration is made within 3 months after publication of the work or prior to an infringement of the work, statutory damages and attorney's fees will be available to the copyright owner in court actions. Otherwise, only an award of actual damages and profits is available to the copyright owner. Registration allows the owner of the copyright to record the registration with the U.S. Customs Service for protection against the importation of infringing copies. For additional information, request publication number 563, How to Protect Your Intellectual Property Right, from U.S. Customs Service, P.O. Box 7404, Washington, D.C. 20044. See the U.S. Customs Service website at www.customs.gov for online publications. Registration may be made at any time within the life of the copyright. Unlike the law before 1978, when a work has been registered in unpublished form, it is not necessary to make another registration when the work becomes published, although the copyright owner may register the published edition if desired. Registration procedures. Original registration. To register a work, send the following 3 elements in the same envelope or package to Library of Congress, Copyright Office, 101 Independence Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20559-6000. 1. A properly completed application form. 2. A non-refundable filing fee of $30, effective through June 30, 2002, for each application. Note: Copyright Office fees are subject to change. For current fees, please check the Copyright Office website at www.loc.gov/copyright, write the Copyright Office, or call 202-707-3000. 3. A non-returnable deposit of the work being registered. The deposit requirements vary in particular situations. The general requirements follow. Also note the information under Special Deposit Requirements. If the work was first published in the United States on or after January 1, 1978, 2 complete copies or phonorecords of the best edition. If the work was first published in the United States before January 1, 1978, 2 complete copies or phonorecords of the work as first published. If the work was first published outside the United States, 1 complete copy or phonorecord of the work as first published. If sending multiple works, all applications, deposits, and fees should be sent in the same package. If possible, applications should be attached to the appropriate deposit. Whenever possible, number each package, e.g., 1 of 3, 2 of 4, to facilitate processing. What happens if the 3 elements are not received together? Applications and fees received without appropriate copies, phonorecords, or identifying material will not be processed and ordinarily will be returned. Unpublished deposits without applications or fees ordinarily will be returned also. In most cases, published deposits received without applications and fees can be immediately transferred to the collections of the Library of Congress. This practice is in accordance with Title 17, Chapter 4, Section 408 of the law, which provides that the published deposit required for the collections of the Library of Congress may be used for registration only if the deposit is, quote, accompanied by the prescribed application and fee, end quote. After the deposit is received and transferred to another service unit of the library for its collections or other disposition, it is no longer available to the Copyright Office. If you wish to register the work, you must deposit additional copies or phonorecords with your application and fee. Renewal registration. To register a renewal, send 1. A properly completed application form RE, and, if necessary, form RE addendum, and 2. A non-refundable filing fee of $45 without addendum, $60 with addendum for each application. See note above. Each addendum form must be accompanied by a deposit representing the work being reviewed. See Circular 15, Renewal of Copyright. Note: complete the application form using black ink pen or type. You may photocopy blank application forms. However, photocopied forms submitted to the Copyright Office must be clear, legible, on a good grade of 8½ inch by 11 inch white paper suitable for automatic feeding through a photocopier. The forms should be printed, preferably in black ink, head to head, so that when you turn the sheet over, the top of page 2 is directly behind the top of page 1. Forms not meeting these requirements may be returned, resulting in delayed registration. Special deposit requirements. Special deposit requirements exist for many types of works. The following are prominent examples of exceptions to the general deposit requirements. If the work is a motion picture, the deposit requirement is one complete copy of the unpublished or published motion picture and a separate written description of its contents, such as a continuity, press book, or synopsis. If the work is a literary, dramatic, or musical work published only on a phonorecord, the deposit requirement is one complete phonorecord. If the work is an unpublished or published computer program, the deposit requirement is one visually perceptible copy in source code of the first 25 and last 25 pages of the program. For a program of fewer than 50 pages, the deposit is a copy of the entire program. For more information on computer program registration, including deposits for revised programs and provisions for trade secrets, request Copyright Registration for Computer Programs, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ61.pdf. If the work is in a CD-ROM format, the deposit requirement is one complete copy of the material, that is, the CD-ROM, the operating software, and any manuals accompanying it. If registration is sought for the computer program on the CD-ROM, the deposit should also include a printout of the first 25 and last 25 pages of source code for the program. In the case of works reproduced in three-dimensional copies, identifying material such as photographs or drawings is ordinarily required. Other examples of special deposit requirements, but by no means an exhaustive list, include many works of the visual arts such as greeting cards, toys, fabrics, oversized materials, deposit requirements for registration of claims to copyright in visual arts material, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ40a.pdf. Video games and other machine-readable audiovisual works, request Circular 61, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ61.pdf. Automated databases, request Circular 65, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ65.pdf. Copyright registration for automated databases, and contributions to collective works. For information about deposit requirements for group registration of serials, request Circular 62, Copyright Registration for Serials, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ62.pdf. If you are unsure of the deposit requirement for your work, write or call the Copyright Office and describe the work you wish to register. Unpublished collections. Under the following conditions, a work may be registered in unpublished form as a collection, with one application form and one fee. The elements of the collection are assembled in an orderly form. The combined elements bear a single title identifying the collection as a whole. The copyright claimant in all the elements and in the collection as a whole is the same, and all the elements are by the same author, or if they are by different authors, at least one of the authors has contributed copyrightable authorship to each element. An unpublished collection is not indexed under the individual titles of the contents, but under the title of the collection. Note: A Library of Congress catalog card number is different from a copyright registration number. The Cataloging in Publication (CIP) division of the Library of Congress is responsible for assigning LC catalog card numbers and is operationally separate from the Copyright Office. A book may be registered in or deposited with the Copyright Office, but not necessarily cataloged and added to the library's collections. For information about obtaining an LC catalog card number, see the following home page: lcweb2.loc.gov/pcn. For information on International Standard Book Numbering, ISBN, write to ISBN R.R. Boker, 121 Chanlin Road, New Providence, New Jersey, 07974. Call 877-310-7333. For further information and to apply online, see www.bowker.com/standards. For information on International Standard Serial Numbering, ISSN, write to Library of Congress, National Serials Data Program, Serial Record Division, Washington, D.C. 20540-4160. Call 202-707-6452 or obtain information from www.loc.gov/ISSN. Effective date of registration. A copyright registration is effective on the date the Copyright Office receives all the required elements in acceptable form, regardless of how long it then takes to process the application and mail the certificate of registration. The time the Copyright Office requires to process an application varies, depending on the amount of material the office is receiving. If you apply for copyright registration, you will not receive an acknowledgement that your application has been received. The office receives more than 600,000 applications annually, but you can expect a letter or a telephone call from a Copyright Office staff member if further information is needed, or a certificate of registration indicating that the work has been registered, or if the application cannot be accepted, a letter explaining why it has been rejected. Requests to have certificates available for pickup in the Public Information Office or to have certificates sent by Federal Express or another mail service cannot be honored. If you want to know the date that the Copyright Office receives your material, send it by registered or certified mail and request a return receipt. Corrections and amplifications of existing registrations. To correct an error in a copyright registration or to amplify the information given in a registration, file a supplementary registration form, Form CA, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formca.pdf with the Copyright Office. The filing fee is $65. See note above. The information in a supplementary registration augments but does not supersede that contained in the earlier registration. Note also that a supplementary registration is not a substitute for an original registration, for a renewal registration, or for recording a transfer of ownership. For further information about supplementary registration, request Circular 8, Supplementary Copyright Registration, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ08.pdf. Mandatory deposit for works published in the United States. Although a copyright registration is not required, the Copyright Act establishes a mandatory deposit requirement for works published in the United States. See the definition of publication. In general, the owner of copyright, or the owner of the exclusive right of publication in the work, has a legal obligation to deposit in the Copyright Office, within 3 months of publication in the United States, 2 copies, or in the case of sound recordings, 2 phonorecords, for the use of the Library of Congress. Failure to make the deposit can result in fines and other penalties, but does not affect copyright protection. Certain categories of works are exempt entirely from the mandatory deposit requirements, and the obligation is reduced for certain other categories. For further information about mandatory deposit, request Circular 7D, Mandatory Deposit of Copies or Phonorecords for the Library of Congress, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ07d.pdf. Use of mandatory deposit to satisfy registration requirements. For works published in the United States, the copyright law contains a provision under which a single deposit can be made to satisfy both the deposit requirements for the library and the registration requirements. In order to have this dual effect, the copies or phonorecords must be accompanied by the prescribed application form and filing fee. Who may file an application form? The following persons are legally entitled to submit an application form. The author. This is either the person who actually created the work, or if the work was made for hire, the employer or other person for whom the work was prepared. The copyright claimant. The copyright claimant is defined in Copyright Office regulations as either the author of the work or the person or organization that has obtained ownership of all the rights under the copyright initially belonging to the author. This category includes a person or organization who has obtained by contract the right to claim legal title to the copyright in an application for copyright registration. The owner of exclusive rights. Under the law, any of the exclusive rights that make up a copyright and any subdivision of them can be transferred and owned separately, even though the transfer may be limited in time or place of effect. The term copyright owner, with respect to any one of the exclusive rights contained in a copyright, refers to the owner of that particular right. Any owner of an exclusive right may apply for registration of a claim in the work. The duly authorized agent. The duly authorized agent of such author, other copyright claimant, or owner of exclusive rights. Any person authorized to act on behalf of the author, other copyright claimant, or owner of exclusive rights may apply for registration. There is no requirement that applications be prepared or filed by an attorney. Application forms. For original registration. Form PA. www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formpai.pdf for published and unpublished works of the performing arts, musical and dramatic works, pantomimes and choreographic works, motion pictures and other audiovisual works. Form SE. www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formsei.pdf for serials, works issued or intended to be issued in successive parts bearing numerical or chronological designations and intended to be continued indefinitely, periodicals, newspapers, magazines, newsletters, annuals, journals, etc. Form SR. www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formsri.pdf for published and unpublished sound recordings. Form TX. www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formtxi.pdf for published and unpublished non-dramatic literary works. Form VA. www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formvai.pdf for published and unpublished works of the visual arts, pictorial, graphic, and sculptural works, including architectural works. Form G/DN, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formgdn.pdf, a specialized form to register a complete month's issues of a daily newspaper when certain conditions are met. Short Form SE, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formses.pdf, and Short Form SE Group, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formseg.pdf, specialized SE forms for use when certain requirements are met. Short Form TX, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formtxs.pdf, Short Form PA, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formpas.pdf, and Short Form VA, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formvas.pdf, short versions of applications for original registration. For further information about using the short forms, request publication SL.7. Form GATT, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formgatt.pdf, and Form GATT/GRP, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formgatg.pdf, specialized forms to register a claim in a work or group of related works in which U.S. copyright was restored under the 1994 Uruguay Round Agreements Act, URAA. For further information, request Circular 38B, www.loc.gov/copyright/circs/circ38b.pdf. For renewal registration, Form RE, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formrei.pdf, for claims to renew copyright in works copyrighted under the law in effect through December 31, 1977, 1909 Copyright Act, and registered during the initial 28-year copyright term. Form RE Addendum, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formrea.pdf, accompanies Form RE for claims to renew copyright in works copyrighted under the 1909 Copyright Act but never registered during their initial 28-year copyright term. For corrections and amplifications, Form CA, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formca.pdf, for supplementary registration to correct or amplify information given in the Copyright Office record of an earlier registration. For a group of contributions to periodicals, Form GR/CP, www.loc.gov/copyright/forms/formgrcp.pdf, an adjunct application to be used for registration of a group of contributions to periodicals in addition to an application form TX, PA, or VA. How to obtain application forms. See for further information below. You must have Adobe Acrobat Reader, www.adobe.com/prodindex/acrobat/readstep.html installed on your computer to view and print the forms accessed on the Internet. Adobe Acrobat Reader may be downloaded free from Adobe Systems Incorporated through links from the same Internet site from which the forms are available. Print forms head to head, top of page 2 is directly behind the top of page 1, on a single piece of good quality 8.5 inch by 11 inch white paper. To achieve the best quality copies of the application forms, use a laser printer. Fill-in forms available. All Copyright Office forms are available on the Copyright Office website in fill-in version. Go to www.loc.gov/copyright/forms and follow the instructions. The fill-in forms allow you to enter information while the form is displayed on the screen by an Adobe Acrobat Reader product. You may then print the completed form and mail it to the Copyright Office. Fill-in forms provide a clean, sharp printout for your records and for filing with the Copyright Office. Fees. All remittances should be in the form of drafts, that is, checks, money orders, or bank drafts, payable to Register of Copyrights. Do not send cash. Drafts must be redeemable without service or exchange fee through a U.S. institution, must be payable in U.S. dollars, and must be imprinted with the American Banking Association routing numbers. International money orders and postal money orders that are negotiable only at a post office are not acceptable. If a check received in payment of the filing fee is returned to the Copyright Office as uncollectible, the Copyright Office will cancel the registration and will notify the remitter. The filing fee for processing an original, supplementary, or renewal claim is non-refundable, whether or not copyright registration is ultimately made. Do not send cash. The Copyright Office cannot assume any responsibility for the loss of currency sent in payment of copyright fees. For further information, request Circular 4, Copyright Fees, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ04.pdf. Note: Copyright Office fees are subject to change. For current fees, please check the Copyright Office website at www.loc.gov/copyright, write the Copyright Office, or call 202-707-3000. Search of Copyright Office records. The records of the Copyright Office are open for inspection and searching by the public. Moreover, on request, the Copyright Office will search its records for you at the statutory hourly rate of $65 for each hour or fraction of an hour. See note above. For information on searching the Office records concerning the copyright status or ownership of a work, request How to Investigate the Copyright Status of a Work, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ22.pdf, and the Copyright Card Catalog and the online files of the Copyright Office, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ23.pdf. Copyright Office records in machine-readable form catalogued from January 1, 1978 to the present, including registration and renewal information and recorded documents, are now available for searching on the Internet. These files may be examined through LOCIS, Library of Congress Information System. You may connect to LOCIS through the World Wide Web at www.loc.gov/copyright/rb.html. For further information. Information via the Internet. Circulars, announcements, regulations, other related materials, and all copyright application forms are available from the Copyright Office website at www.loc.gov/copyright. Information by fax. Circulars and other information, but not application forms, are available from Fax on Demand at 202-707-2600. Information by telephone. For general information about copyright, call the Copyright Public Information Office at 202-707-3000. The TTY number is 202-707-6737. Information specialists are on duty from 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Monday through Friday Eastern Time, except federal holidays. Recorded information is available 24 hours a day. Or if you know which application forms and circulars you want, request them from the Forms and Publications hotline at 202-707-9100 24 hours a day. Leave a recorded message. Information by regular mail. Write to Library of Congress, Copyright Office, Publications Section LM-455, 101 Independence Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20559-6000. For a list of other material published by the Copyright Office, request Circular 2, Publications on Copyright, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ02.pdf. The Copyright Office provides a free electronic mailing list, NewsNet, that issues periodic email messages on the subject of copyright. The messages alert subscribers to hearings, deadlines for comments, new and proposed regulations, new publications, and other copyright-related subjects of interest. NewsNet is not an interactive discussion group. To subscribe, send a message to listserv@rs8.loc.gov. In the body of the message, say, "Subscribe, U.S. Copyright." You will receive a standard welcoming message indicating that your subscription to NewsNet has been accepted. The Copyright Public Information Office is open to the public 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, Eastern Time, except federal holidays. The office is located in the Library of Congress, James Madison Memorial Building, room 401, at 101 Independence Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C., near the Capitol South Metro stop. Information specialists are available to answer questions, provide circulars, and accept applications for registration. Access for disabled individuals is at the front door on Independence Avenue Southeast. The Copyright Office is not permitted to give legal advice. If information or guidance is needed on matters such as disputes over the ownership of a copyright, suits against possible infringers, the procedure for getting a work published, or the method of obtaining royalty payments, it may be necessary to consult an attorney. Library of Congress, Copyright Office, 101 Independence Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20559-6000. www.loc.gov/copyright. Revised December 2000. Format note: this electronic version has been altered slightly from the original printed text for presentation on the World Wide Web. For a copy of the original circular, consult the Circular 1 PDF version, www.loc.gov/copyright/circ/circ01.pdf, or write to Copyright Office, 101 Independence Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20559-6000. End of Copyright Basics by the Library of Congress Copyright Office, United States.